Chapter 1. The Telegram. April 1912. Dawn broke over the northern English countryside, pale light spilling across the rolling hills as a steam train cut through the morning mist. Inside a second-class carriage, John Bates sat alone, his weathered hands resting on the silver-topped walking stick, propped between his knees. The countryside blurred past the window, a patchwork of green fields and stone walls that spoke of centuries of cultivation. Bates glanced upward through the window at the telegraph wires running alongside the track, humming with their invisible, urgent messages. His expression remained carefully neutral, though a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. After years adrift, he was heading toward an uncertain future, back into a world he thought he'd left behind forever. The gentle rocking of the carriage made his damaged leg ache, a persistent reminder of all he'd lost. Still, as the train pushed northward, a cautious hope stirred within him. Lord Grantham had remembered him, had offered him this chance. Whatever awaited him at Downton Abbey, it had to be better than what he was leaving behind. In the village post office, a few miles from where Bates's train thundered along the tracks, the postmaster sorted the morning mail with his wife. The quiet routine of their day was interrupted by a sound, the distinctive tap of the telegraph. They exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. "You do it," the postmaster said, his voice tight. His wife sighed, clearly displeased. With practiced movements born of years of routine, she settled into her chair in the corner and pulled the heavy set of headphones over her ears. Her fingers hovered over the notepad, ready to transcribe whatever message came through. As the telegram began to arrive, her eyes widened. The pencil moved quickly across the form, and when she was done, she removed the headphones with trembling hands. "Oh my God," she whispered, her face pale. The postmaster crossed the small room and peered over her shoulder. His face drained of color as he read the words she'd written. "That's impossible," he said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "It can't be." If anything, he appeared even more shocked than his wife. The news, so devastating it seemed unreal, had shattered the predictable calm of their morning. "I'll take it up there now," he said, reaching for his coat. "Jimmy can do it when he comes in," his wife protested, gathering up the telegram form. "Better take it now." "Don't be stupid," she admonished him, though there was no edge to her words. "None of them will be up for hours, and what difference will it make?" But even as she spoke, she shook her head sorrowfully. The news would change everything, regardless of when it was delivered. The sun was rising behind Downton Abbey, casting long shadows across the immaculate lawns. The great house stood proud on its rise, vast and splendid against the morning sky. Centuries of history were embedded in its honey-colored stone, in the precise symmetry of its windows, in the solid permanence of its walls. So secure did it appear that it seemed as if the way of life it represented would last for another 1,000 years. It wouldn't. Chapter 2. Morning at Downton Abbey. In a small room tucked beneath the eaves of the grand house, Anna and Gwen lay asleep. The room was spare but neat, containing 2 narrow beds, a shared dresser, and little else. A sharp knock rattled the door. 6 o'clock, called a young voice from the corridor. Gwen stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Thank you, Daisy," she called back, her voice thick with sleep. She glanced across at Anna, who hadn't moved. "Anna?" she prompted. Anna groaned and rolled onto her back, her eyes still firmly closed. "Just once in my life, I'd like to sleep until I woke up natural," she sighed, nestling deeper into her pillow for a moment before resigning herself to the inevitable start of another day's work. Down in the kitchen, Daisy, the scullery maid, was already hard at work raking out the clinker from the enormous cast-iron range. Her face was smudged with soot, her thin shoulders hunched with effort as she worked. Mrs. Patmore, the cook, bustled in, tying on her apron with practiced hands. Her domain was this kitchen, and within its walls, her authority was absolute. "Is your fire still in?" she demanded, eyeing the range critically. "Yes, Mrs. Patmore," Daisy answered promptly, straightening up from her work. My, will wonders never cease?" Mrs. Patmore replied, her tone sharp but not entirely unkind. Her ruddy face was already flushed from the heat of the kitchen. "Have you laid the servants' hall breakfast?" "Yes, Mrs. Patmore." "And finished blacking that stove?" "Yes, Mrs. Patmore." Mrs. Patmore squinted at her, as if trying to find fault. "What about the bedroom fires?" "All lit, Mrs. Patmore." Daisy wiped her hands nervously on her apron. "I suppose you woke them?" The cook peered at her suspiciously. "I don't think so," Daisy answered, a flicker of uncertainty in her voice. "Then take your basket and get started on the fires on the ground floor," Mrs. Patmore instructed, already turning her attention to the day's cooking. Daisy got to her feet, hefting the heavy basket of kindling and coal with a quiet sigh. Another day had begun, precisely like hundreds before it, and, presumably, hundreds to come. Daisy made her way up the grim kitchen staircase, her shoulders straining under the weight of her burden. She pushed open the green baize door that separated the servants' domain from the family's and stepped into a different world. Sunlight poured through a high glass dome, its rays dancing on the gilded picture frames that adorned the walls, illuminating the rich turkey carpets underfoot, and gleaming on the polished wood floors and furniture. The contrast couldn't have been more stark, from the stark, practical realm below to this showcase of wealth and refinement. Daisy crossed the great hall with quiet, careful steps. Her rough shoes made little sound on the marble-floored entrance hall as she continued into a small library. The fire had not been lit, so she moved on into the main library, a vast, gilded, and splendid room that seemed to stretch endlessly before her. Thomas, the first footman, had just finished opening the shutters. He passed her without a word or acknowledgement as she knelt and glumly started to brush out the grate. Thomas moved with the practiced efficiency and poise that had earned him his position as first footman. Tall, dark-haired, and handsome in a severe sort of way, he carried himself with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. He entered the richly furnished dining room, just as William, the second footman, came in with a tray. "Where have you been?" Thomas demanded, his voice cutting through the morning quiet. William, younger and less assured than Thomas, looked up with concern. "I'm not late, am I?" "You're late when I say you're late," Thomas replied, his tone heavy with the weight of his superior position. William said nothing more, instead beginning to spread a white damask tablecloth over the gleaming mahogany table with careful, practiced movements. In the drawing room, Anna and Gwen were opening the curtains and shutters, letting the morning light spill into the elegant space. Anna turned and caught sight of a huddled figure by the fireplace. "Daisy, whatever are you doing there, crouching in the dark?" she asked. The wretched Daisy was bent over the fire grate, her face smudged with ash. "You weren't here, and I didn't like to touch the curtains with my dirty hands," she explained, her voice small. "Quite right, too," Gwen affirmed. Anna shook her head slightly. "Why didn't you put the lights on?" "I daren't," Daisy admitted, eyeing the electric switches warily. "It's electricity, not the devil's handiwork," Gwen said with a hint of exasperation. "You'll have to get used to it sooner or later." Anna smiled, remembering her own initial wariness of the modern contraption. At Skelton Park, they've even got it in the kitchens. Daisy looked genuinely bewildered. What for? The two housemaids, so crisp and clean in their outfits, continued to plump cushions and dust the ornaments, making the kitchen maid, still hard at work in the ashes, feel very small indeed. The august figure of Mrs. Hughes, the housekeeper, walked down a passage in her black dress, the keys at her belt jingling softly with each step. Her bearing was one of quiet authority, her expression composed and watchful. She paused by an open door and went in to find William finishing the breakfast table, while Thomas set out the dish holders on the sideboard and fitted their oil lamps. "It's musty in here," she observed. "Open a window." Thomas stared at her, clearly reluctant to comply. "It's all right, Thomas," Mrs. Hughes said with the patience of one used to managing delicate egos. "I'm not countermanding Mr. Carson's orders. I suppose I can ask for a window to be opened without your calling the police." Thomas wasn't convinced, but he moved to open the window nonetheless, his movements betraying his reluctance. "William," Mrs. Hughes continued, "go and tell Mr. Carson that breakfast is ready." In his pantry, Carson, the butler, sat in his magnificence. Even this early in the morning, his dignified bearing was undiminished despite the apron he wore for his early duties. The silver safe stood open nearby, and 3 candlesticks sat on his table. William knocked at the door. "Breakfast is ready, Mr. Carson," he announced. Carson looked up from his work. "Ah, William, any papers yet?" "They're late," William replied. A shadow of disapproval crossed Carson's face. The disruption of routine was never welcome. "They certainly are. Get the board out, so you can do them as soon as they're here." William opened a cupboard and took out a blackened ironing board, which he set up near the hearth where an iron was heating on the grate. Carson gestured to one of the candlesticks. "Do you know what's happened to the 4th of the Lamoury candlesticks?" "His lordship took one up with him," William explained. "He went straight from the dining room to bed." "Did he, indeed?" Carson's eyebrows rose slightly. "I'm trusting you to fetch it back when he's out of his rooms. Why didn't Thomas tell me last night?" William hesitated. He thought it didn't matter. "Everything matters, William," Carson said firmly, his voice rich with conviction. "Remember that, or you'll never make first footman. Never mind butler. Everything matters." "Yes, Mr. Carson," William replied, properly chastened. In the drawing room, the maids were finishing their work when Mrs. Hughes looked in. "Is the morning room tidy?" she inquired. "Yes, Mrs. Hughes," Anna confirmed. "Good. I want the dining room given a proper going over today. You can do it after they've had their breakfast." Her gaze fell on Daisy, still bent over the grate. "Heavens, girl, you're building a fire, not inventing it. How many have you done?" "This is my last till they come downstairs," Daisy answered, her thin face anxious. "Very well. Now get back to the kitchens before anyone sees you," Mrs. Hughes instructed. Daisy gathered up her things and scuttled out, eager to escape notice and potential reprimand. Outside, the newspaper boy was cycling down the drive towards the house, his satchel slung over his shoulder. As he approached the kitchen entrance, his eyes fixed on the imposing facade, unaware that above, a lovely young face was looking out at the morning. Lady Mary Crawley, 21 years old and the family beauty, stood by her bedroom window. She turned back lazily from the view, the gentle crackle of the fire in her luxurious chamber, the only sound breaking the silence. With an elegant gesture, she walked to the bed and pulled at the bell rope, summoning a servant to begin her day. In the servants' hall below, the entire household staff was at breakfast when the bell rang, its sound cutting through the murmur of conversation. "And they're off," Thomas commented dryly. Mrs. Hughes glanced up at the line of bells. No rest for the wicked. Mrs. Patmore looked up as well. "Lady Mary, are the tea trays ready?" Anna rose from her seat. "All ready, Mrs. Patmore. If the water's boiled, could you give us a hand to take the other two up?" she asked, looking around the table. O'Brien, Lady Grantham's maid, dressed in a black dress with no apron, snorted dismissively. "I've got her ladyship's to carry." "I'll help," Gwen offered, rising from her seat. As they prepared to leave, a noise at the back door caught everyone's attention. "The papers," Carson announced with relief. "At last. William." William hurried to open the door and found the Labrador, Pharaoh, coming in first, tail wagging. The paperboy was just getting back on his bike, already turning to leave. "You're late," William called after him. "I know, but..." The boy hesitated, something troubling in his expression. "But what?" "You'll see," the boy replied cryptically before pedaling away. William, puzzled by the strange response, returned to the house with the papers. In Carson's pantry, a newspaper was laid out on the filthy board. An iron came down on it with a soft hiss. William worked diligently at this task, pressing the hot iron across the pages to dry the ink. Carson looked in, his tall frame filling the doorway. "Do the Times first," he instructed. "He only reads that at breakfast, and the sketch for her ladyship. You can manage the others later, if need be." As Carson walked away, William turned the page and froze, stunned by what he saw. Back in the servants' hall, Carson returned to his place at the table. The morning routine continued around him, with Daisy's curiosity getting the better of her. "Why are their papers ironed?" she asked, her eyes wide with genuine wonder. Mrs. Patmore rolled her eyes. "What's it to you?" "To dry the ink, silly," O'Brien cut in, her tone sharp with condescension. "We wouldn't want his lordship to have hands as black as yours." She rose from her seat as another bell rang on the board above their heads, followed quickly by several more in rapid succession. The day was gaining momentum. "Mr. Carson," William called, his voice strangely urgent. He stood in the doorway, holding the newspaper in hands that weren't quite steady. "I think you ought to see this." The kitchen was now bustling with activity. Mrs. Patmore moved purposefully between counters, placing eggs and bacon into chafing dishes, while Mrs. Hughes looked on with concern. "I can't make myself believe it," Mrs. Hughes said quietly. "Me neither," Mrs. Patmore agreed, her usual brisk manner subdued. Thomas appeared in the doorway, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "His lordship's dressed." The simple statement sent a ripple of tension through the kitchen. This deviation from normal routine could only mean something significant had occurred. "William," Mrs. Patmore called sharply, "please stop talking and take this tray. And mind the burners are still lit." "Yes, Mrs. Patmore," William replied, picking up the laden tray. Thomas caught him before he could leave. "Is it really true?" "Afraid so," William confirmed quietly. Thomas shared this confirmation with Mrs. Patmore, who shook her head sadly. "Nothing in life is sure," she murmured, her usual bluster momentarily set aside. In the dining room, Carson checked his watch as William hurried in. On the sideboard, the burners beneath the dish holders had been lit. William placed the silver dishes on them with care. "You're cutting it fine," Carson admonished. "Yes, Mr. Carson," William acknowledged. The butler and footman exchanged a look as Carson straightened the newspaper by the place at the head of the table. Both men knew that whatever news that paper contained would soon change the rhythm of life at Downton. Upstairs, a door opened, and Robert Crawley, Earl of Grantham, emerged from his dressing room. Pharaoh bounded over with a growl of delight to greet his master, falling into step beside him. Robert was handsome and intelligent, with the bearing of a man comfortable with his position in life, though his expression suggested his mind was troubled by concerns most would never have to contemplate. He walked along the gallery and down the massive staircase into the great hall. Now, in the full light of morning, the space revealed its grandeur. This could only be the palace of an English nobleman, the physical manifestation of centuries of power and privilege. Robert hesitated at the bottom of the stairs, a shadow of concern crossing his features, before continuing to the dining room. Carson stood alone by the sideboard, his posture impeccable, his expression carefully neutral despite the weight of the news he now carried. "Good morning, Carson," Robert said. "Good morning, my lord," the butler replied, his deep voice carefully modulated. Robert met the butler's eyes directly. "Is it true, what they're saying?" "I believe so, my lord," Carson confirmed with quiet gravity. A heavy silence settled between them as Robert took up a plate. Under Carson's watchful eye, he lifted the lids and helped himself to breakfast, his movements mechanical, his mind clearly elsewhere. "I'm afraid we'll know some people on it," Robert said at last. "Lady Roth's, for one. We only saw her a few weeks ago. I don't suppose there are lists of survivors yet." "I understand most of the ladies were taken off in time," Carson replied carefully. "You mean the ladies in first class?" Robert looked at his butler, who acknowledged this unspoken truth with a slight inclination of his head. Robert's shoulders seemed to bear an additional weight as he sat down. God help the poor devils below decks on their way to a better life. What a tragedy. He shook open the newspaper, its pages now dry and crisp. On the third page was a picture of the familiar four-funneled liner, Titanic, accompanied by headlines that confirmed the unthinkable disaster. Mary entered with her sister Edith, the family tensions that mirrored the rivalries among the servants immediately palpable in their bearing. They hurried to look over their father's shoulder at the paper. "When Anna told me, I thought she must have dreamed it," Edith said, her eyes wide. "Do we know anyone on board?" Mary asked, moving to help herself to breakfast. Edith followed, the sisters maintaining a careful distance from each other, even in this moment of shared shock. "Your mother knows the Astors. At least she knows him," Robert replied. "And we dined with Lady Rothes last month. There are bound to be more." "I thought it was supposed to be unsinkable," Edith remarked, her voice small. "Every mountain is unclimbable until someone climbs it," Robert said with quiet authority. "So every ship is unsinkable until it sinks." The door opened again to admit Robert's youngest daughter, Lady Sybil, 17 and fresh-faced, carrying an envelope. "Good morning, Papa," she said, her voice bright, despite the somber mood in the room. Robert nodded in acknowledgement, pointing at the yellow square in her hand. "What's that?" "Just arrived. A telegram," Sybil explained. "I told the boy to wait, in case there's an answer." Robert took it, slitting the envelope open with a table knife. As he read the contents, his face became perfectly still, a mask that revealed nothing while concealing everything. After a long moment, he stood abruptly and left the room without a word, leaving his daughters staring at his unfinished plate, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. As Robert appeared in the bedroom passage, a door opened and O'Brien emerged, her timing impeccable as always. "Is her ladyship awake?" Robert asked, his voice tight with restraint. "Yes, my lord. I'm just going to take in her breakfast." O'Brien's sharp eyes noted his troubled expression. "Thank you," Robert replied, moving past her. He knocked gently on his wife's door, speaking as he did so. "May I come in?" Inside her bedroom, Cora, Countess of Grantham, reclined in bed. Pretty, in her 40s, and American by birth, she was reading a paper when she looked up at her husband's entrance. The elegant room, with its delicate furnishings and pastel colors, provided a luxurious sanctuary that now seemed jarringly at odds with the gravity of the morning's news. "Isn't this terrible?" Cora asked, her American accent still noticeable even after decades in England. "When you think how excited Lucy Roths was at the prospect, too awful for any words." She waited for her husband to respond, but his silence and distant expression gave her pause. "Did J.J. Astor get off?" she continued, filling the silence. "Of course that new wife of his is bound to have been rescued." Still, Robert would not join in. His silence was unlike him, and Cora's words trailed off as she studied his face more carefully. "I've had a telegram from George Murray," he finally said, his voice carefully controlled. "One of his partners is in New York. Apparently, James and Patrick were on board." The words landed like physical blows. Cora put down her paper, her face draining of color. "What? They can't have been. They weren't going over until May." "Then they changed their plans," Robert said simply. "They're definitely on the passenger list." Cora was aghast, her mind struggling to process this new, terrible information. With a knock, O'Brien entered carrying a tray. She placed it across Cora's legs and began to tidy the bedside table, her movements efficient, but her ears undoubtedly alert. "Thank you, O'Brien," Cora said, regaining her composure. "That'll be all for the moment." O'Brien didn't need to be told twice. She retreated, closing the door quietly behind her. Cora and Robert stared at each other in stunned silence. The enormity of what had happened, what it meant for their family, was almost too much to comprehend. "But surely they must have been picked up?" Cora asked, desperately hoping for reassurance. "Doesn't look like it," Robert replied, his voice heavy with finality. "What? Neither of them?" Cora's composure cracked. "My God." Tears welled in her eyes as the reality sank in. Then, through her grief, a practical thought emerged. "You must tell Mary," she said, wiping away tears. "She can't hear it from anyone else." Robert's face showed that he understood his duty, however painful it might be. The mantle of responsibility he wore as Earl of Grantham had never felt heavier than in this moment. In Mary's bedroom, Anna and Gwen were on either side of the bed, finishing off the counterpane with practiced hands. O'Brien appeared in the doorway, unable to contain the news she carried. Neither of them were picked up. "That's what he said," she announced, a hint of excitement beneath her somber tone. "Mr. Crawley and Mr. Patrick?" Anna asked, her hands stilling on the bedding. "That's what he said," O'Brien confirmed. "Her ladyship was the color of this cloth." She gestured to the white bedspread. "Well, it's a terrible shame if it's true," Gwen said quietly. O'Brien's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's worse than a shame. It's a complication." The lady's maid departed, leaving Anna and Gwen to exchange puzzled glances as they gathered up some linen, a candlestick, and a water carafe to take downstairs. As they descended the back staircase into the hall, Gwen voiced the question on both their minds. "What do you mean?" "What do you think?" O'Brien replied condescendingly. Mr. Crawley was his lordship's cousin and heir to the title. "I thought Lady Mary was the heir," Gwen said, confusion evident in her voice. "She's a girl, stupid. Girls can't inherit," O'Brien explained with exaggerated patience. "But now Mr. Crawley's dead, and Mr. Patrick was his only son. So, what happens next?" Anna shook her head, unwilling to speculate. "It's a dreadful thing." Chapter 3. The New Valet. "Hello?" A male voice interrupted their conversation. The man from the train, John Bates, stood below them. He carried a suitcase and leaned on a walking stick, his stance revealing his disability. "I've been waiting at the back door," he explained. "I knocked, but no one came." "So you pushed in," O'Brien said, her tone hostile. "I'm John Bates, the new valet." His voice was steady, undaunted by her unfriendly reception. O'Brien's eyes widened as she took in his cane and noticeable limp. "The new valet?" "That's right. You're early." "Came on the milk train," Bates explained. "Thought I could use the day to get to know the place. And start tonight." Anna stepped forward, her manner welcoming. "I'm Anna, the head housemaid." "And I'm Miss O'Brien, her ladyship's maid," O'Brien added, making no move to offer her hand when Bates extended his. Anna shook his hand, noting the strength in his grip, the weathered skin speaking of a life that had known hardship. "How do you do?" Bates asked politely. "You'd better come along with us," O'Brien said, already turning away. Bates exchanged a brief look with Anna as he followed, her small smile offering a counterpoint to O'Brien's cold reception. In the kitchen, Mrs. Hughes was questioning Bates, with O'Brien, Mrs. Patmore, and others looking on with undisguised curiosity and skepticism. "But how can you manage?" Mrs. Hughes asked, her concern genuine. "Don't worry about that. I can manage," Bates replied directly, an edge of challenge in his voice. Mrs. Patmore frowned, Because we've all got our own work to do. I can manage, Bates repeated firmly. All right, Mrs. Hughes, I'll take over. Thank you, Carson said, entering the kitchen. Good morning, Mr. Bates, and welcome. Only then did the butler notice Bates's stick as the others stepped back. Carson's momentary surprise was quickly masked by professional composure. I hope your journey was satisfactory, he inquired. It was fine, thank you, Bates replied. I am the butler at Downton. My name is Carson. How do you do, Mr. Carson? Carson gestured to the tall footman standing nearby. And this is Thomas, first footman. He's been looking after his lordship since Mr. Watson left. It'll be a relief to get back to normal. Won't it, Thomas? Thomas's expression suggested he didn't share the butler's enthusiasm for returning to his regular duties. Even Carson seemed uncertain whether this change would indeed be normal. I assume everything's ready for Mr. Bates's arrival? Carson asked, turning to Mrs. Hughes. I've put him in Mr. Watson's old room, though he left it in quite a state. I can tell you, she replied. Mrs. Patmore couldn't resist commenting. But what about all them stairs? I keep telling you, I can manage, Bates insisted, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. The awkward moment hung in the air until Anna intervened. Of course you can. Thomas, take Mr. Bates to his room and show him where he'll be working, Carson instructed. As Thomas and Bates departed, Carson dismissed the remaining staff. Thank you, everyone. Well, I can't see that lasting long, O'Brien muttered, loud enough to be heard. Thank you, Miss O'Brien, Carson replied pointedly, silencing her with a look that spoke volumes. Thomas led Bates to the servants' staircase, where Bates paused briefly at the foot of the 97 stone steps that wound upward into the attics. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his stick more firmly and began to climb, refusing to show any sign of the effort it cost him. Reaching the servants' attics, Thomas waited by the door as Bates put his case on the bed. The room was modest but adequate, with a narrow bed, a small dresser, and a washstand. Bates looked around, assessing his new quarters. Oh, yes, I shall be comfortable here, he said, his tone matter-of-fact. Why did the last chap leave? Thomas leaned against the doorframe, watching him. Nobody knows. Just took off. Came down one morning, said cheerio, and that was it. Some of his lordship's cufflinks went missing at the same time, but nothing was done about it. Why not? Bates asked, his brow furrowing. They don't like scandal, Thomas replied with a shrug, and he was clever not to take too much. Come on. Chapter 4. The News Spreads. In the library, Mary stood perfectly still, her face a study in controlled shock. She was alone with her father, the weight of his words settling around them like a shroud. But I thought he wasn't going until next month, she said finally, her voice remarkably steady. And he didn't write to say they were leaving earlier? Robert asked, searching his daughter's face. Mary lifted her chin slightly. We weren't in each other's pockets. No, Robert agreed quietly, watching her carefully. A thought occurred to Mary, and her expression shifted subtly from shock to calculation. Does this mean I'll have to go into full mourning? Robert's shoulders stiffened. My first cousin and his son are almost certainly dead. We will all be in mourning. He was deeply moved by the tragedy, while Mary seemed more concerned with its practical implications, a disconnect that troubled him. "No, I mean with the other thing," she clarified, her tone pragmatic. "After all, it wasn't official. If you're saying you do not wish to mourn Patrick as a fiancé, that is up to you," Robert replied, his tone measured. "No one knew about it outside the family," Mary pointed out. "I repeat, it is up to you." Relief softened her features. "Well, that's a relief." Her response shocked Robert. Though he loved his children deeply, he realized with a pang that he didn't truly know them, especially his eldest daughter, whose heart remained a mystery to him. In Robert's dressing room, Thomas closed a wardrobe door with a soft click. The room was meticulously neat, lined with mahogany doors, with dressing brushes and small ornaments arranged precisely on a chest of drawers. A large bed stood against one wall, always made up but never slept in. "There's some cedar-lined cupboards in the attic for things that aren't often worn," Thomas explained. "Traveling clothes and such. Mr. Watson used it to rotate the summer and winter stuff. I'll show you later." Bates surveyed the room, taking in the details of his new domain. "What about studs and links? Do I choose them, or does he?" "Lay them out unless he asks for something in particular," Thomas instructed. "These are for a ball, these for an ordinary dinner, these only in London." "I'll get the hang of it," Bates said confidently. "Yeah, you'll have to," Thomas replied, the subtle challenge in his voice unmistakable. Bates had wandered over to a glass-fronted cabinet beneath the window, his attention caught by the collection displayed inside. "Snuff boxes," Thomas explained. "He collects them." "Beautiful," Bates murmured, studying the intricate designs. "It's lucky Mr. Watson didn't help himself." "He knew they wouldn't let it go if he had," Thomas said with a knowing look. "He was canny like that." Bates continued to gaze at the glittering treasures, a thoughtful expression settling on his weathered face. "Funny, our job, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" Thomas asked, watching him carefully. "The way we live with all this," Bates replied. "A pirate's hoard within our reach, but none of it's ours, is it?" "No," Thomas agreed, something bitter flickering in his eyes. "None of it's ours." In an upstairs passage, Thomas encountered O'Brien, who was carrying fresh linen for the family's rooms. Their eyes met in silent understanding. "Well?" she prompted quietly. "I can't believe I've been passed over for Long John Silver," Thomas muttered, his frustration evident. O'Brien's thin lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. "You should have spoken up when you had the chance. Don't make the same mistake next time." "Who says there'll be a next time?" Mrs. Hughes appeared in the passage before O'Brien could respond. "Is this a public holiday no one's told me of?" They quickly resumed their duties, but not before O'Brien gave Thomas a conspiratorial wink that promised future conversations. Chapter 5. Uncertain Futures. In the gardens of Downton Abbey, Cora and Robert walked side by side, Pharaoh trotting ahead of them through the neatly trimmed hedges and immaculate flower beds. "I think she's quite right," Cora remarked, continuing a discussion about Mary's reaction. Robert made no comment, his face troubled. "It was a family understanding, that's all," Cora continued. "There's no need to present her as second-hand goods because of a private arrangement." "If you say so," Robert finally replied. She was certainly reluctant to go into mourning. He raised his eyebrows, silently communicating his disapproval of their daughter's attitude. "Well, she'll have to," Cora stated firmly. "We all will. O'Brien's sorting out my black now, and I've told Anna to see what the girls have that still fits." But mourning wasn't what truly occupied her thoughts. "Of course, this alters everything," she added with quiet finality. Robert walked on in silence, unwilling to engage with the implication of her words. "Can't we at least wait until we know they're dead before we discuss it?" Robert asked, his tone revealing his discomfort. "Don't talk as if I'm not broken-hearted, because I am," Cora responded, hurt evident in her voice, but she still had something to say. "Of course, I've never understood why this estate has to go to whomever inherits your title." "My dear, I don't make the law," Robert interrupted. "But even if I did, why on earth was my money made part of it?" Her frustration broke through decades of careful restraint. "I cannot go over this again," Robert sighed. "My father was anxious to secure Downton's future and—" "Your father was anxious to secure my cash," Cora retorted, years of resentment bubbling to the surface. "He didn't wait a month before he made me sign it over." "If we'd had a son, you'd never have noticed," Robert pointed out. "Don't be unkind." I'm not. I'm just stating a... "It was bad enough that Patrick would get everything," Cora continued, "but at least he was going to marry Mary." The sight of Carson walking toward them brought her words to an abrupt halt. She composed herself quickly, the practiced mask of the Countess sliding into place. "What is it?" Robert asked the butler. "The Dowager Countess is in the drawing room," Carson informed them, his deep voice betraying no hint that he might have overheard their conversation. "I'll come now," Robert replied. She asked for Lady Grantham. This request surprised both husband and wife. "I wonder what I've done wrong this time," Cora murmured, not bothering to exclude the butler from her wry observation. "Oh, and the new valet has arrived, my lord," Carson added. "Has he?" "Thank you, Carson," Robert acknowledged. Carson hesitated, clearly wanting to say more. "What is it?" Robert prompted. "I am not entirely sure he will prove equal to the task," Carson said carefully, "but your lordship will be the judge of that." He turned back to the house, leaving Cora and Robert to exchange concerned glances. "I'd better go," Cora said, recognizing the summons from her mother-in-law couldn't be ignored. "Tell her about James and Patrick," Robert instructed. "She won't have heard." Chapter 6. Family Matters. In the drawing room, Violet, Dowager Countess of Grantham, stood by the fire, dressed from head to toe in black. Her posture was rigid, her bearing regal, her expression formidable. "Of course I've heard," she declared as Cora entered. "Why else would I be here?" "Robert didn't want you to read it in a newspaper and be upset," Cora explained, approaching her mother-in-law cautiously. "He flatters me," Violet replied dryly. "I'm tougher than I look." Cora's expression suggested that this would be hard to believe, given the older woman's already formidable appearance. "I'm very sorry about poor Patrick, of course," Violet continued. "He was a nice boy." "We were all so fond of him," Cora agreed, her tone gentle. "But I never cared for James," Violet added matter-of-factly. "He was too like his mother, and a nastier woman never drew breath." Her words effectively put an end to any excessive displays of grief, reminding Cora of the practical matters at hand. Will you stay for some luncheon? Cora offered. Thank you. Cora walked toward the bell pull by the fire. I'll let Carson know. I've already told him, Violet stated. Shall we sit down? Clearly she had business to discuss. You agree this changes everything, she said once they were seated. For once, Cora was surprised to find herself in agreement with her mother-in-law. My words entirely. Do you know the new heir? Violet inquired. Only that there is one. He's Robert's third cousin once removed, Violet explained. I have never, to my knowledge, set eyes on him. They both understood the true subject of their conversation. Of course, if I hadn't been forced to sign that absurd act of legal theft by your late husband, Cora began, old resentments resurfacing. Violet bristled momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. My dear, I haven't come here for a fight. Cora fell silent, curious now about the purpose of this unexpected visit. Lord Grantham wanted to protect the estate, Violet explained. It never occurred to him that you wouldn't have a son. Well, I didn't, Cora replied flatly. No, you did not. This had clearly been a source of tension between them in the past. But when Patrick had married Mary, and your grandson been hailed as master, honor would have been satisfied, Violet continued. Unfortunately, now a complete unknown has the right to pocket my money along with the rest of the swag, Cora finished bitterly. What does Robert say? Violet asked, her shrewd eyes assessing Cora carefully. Nothing yet. He's too upset. Good, Violet nodded. Don't let him come to a decision until we can be sure it's the correct one. Cora began to protest, but Violet raised her palm to silence her. The problem is, saving your dowry would break up the estate, Violet stated plainly. It'd be the ruin of everything Robert's given his life to. And he knows this? Cora asked. If he doesn't, he will. Then there's no answer, Cora concluded, defeated. Violet leaned forward slightly, her eyes glinting with determination. Yes, there is, and it's a simple one. The entail must be smashed in its entirety, and Mary recognized as heiress of all. There's nothing we can do about the title, Cora pointed out. No, she can't have the title, Violet agreed. But she can have your money, and the estate. I didn't run Downton for 30 years to see it go, lock, stock, and barrel, to a stranger from God knows where. Cora regarded her mother-in-law with new understanding. Are we to be friends then? Violet hesitated, unwilling to go quite that far. We are allies, my dear, she replied carefully, which can be a good deal more effective. In the servants' hall, lunchtime had arrived. Carson addressed Bates, the newcomer to their midst, his tone carrying the weight of tradition and expectation. Downton is a great house, Mr. Bates, and the Crawleys are a great family. We live by certain standards, and those standards can at first seem daunting. Of course, Bates began, but Carson continued, uninterrupted. If you find yourself tongue-tied in the presence of his lordship, I can only assure you that his manners and grace will soon help you to perform your duties to the best of your ability. I know. Bates tried again, but was cut short by a familiar voice from the doorway. Bates, my dear fellow. Robert stood in the doorway, his expression brightening at the sight of his old comrade. The stunned company struggled hastily to their feet, showing proper deference to the master of the house. Only then did Robert realize he had interrupted their meal. "I do apologize," he said quickly. "I should have realized you'd be at luncheon." "Not at all, my lord," Carson assured him. "Please sit. Sit, everyone," Robert insisted. "I just want to say a quick hello to my old comrade in arms. Bates, my dear man, welcome to Downton." It was only when Bates struggled to his feet that Robert fully registered his disability. The momentary flicker of surprise in his eyes was quickly replaced by warmth as he took the valet's hand. "I'm so sorry to have disturbed you all," Robert said, addressing the room once more. "Please forgive me." After he departed, the table remained silent, all eyes fixed on the newcomer. Bates shrugged slightly, looking around at their curious faces. "You never asked," he said simply. O'Brien caught Thomas's eye across the table. Their exchange was brief but laden with meaning. Neither was pleased by this development. In the kitchen, Mrs. Patmore and her staff were working at full speed, preparing the luncheon. The heat from the range had turned the room into a furnace, beads of sweat glistening on the cook's forehead as she barked orders. "Thomas, take that up," she commanded. The footman loaded a pie onto a tray with Daisy's help, the kitchen maid's eyes lingering on him a moment too long. "Leave that, Daisy," Mrs. Patmore snapped. "He's a grown man. I suppose he can lift a meat pie. Now put the apple tart into the low oven." Daisy smiled up at Thomas as he hurried out. Mrs. Patmore noticed a bowl on the sideboard and frowned. "And take that away," she instructed Daisy. "Mr. Lynch shouldn't have left it there." "What is it?" Daisy asked, peering at the white crystalline substance. "Salt of sorrel. I asked him for some to clean the brass pots," Mrs. Patmore explained. "But there's no time until the luncheon, so put it somewhere careful. It's poison." Daisy picked up the bowl, surveying the many waiting dishes with a thoughtful expression. "It seems a lot of food when you think they're all in mourning. Nothing makes you hungrier or more tired than grief," Mrs. Patmore said, her tone softening slightly. "When my sister died, God rest her soul, I ate my way through 4 platefuls of sandwiches at one sitting and slept round the clock." "Did it make you feel better?" Daisy asked. "Not much," Mrs. Patmore admitted, "but it passed the time." As Daisy took a step toward the scullery, Mrs. Patmore let out an exclamation. "Oh, my lord, what was this chopped egg supposed to be sprinkled on?" She held up a bowl of egg from the table, looking expectantly at Daisy. "Was it the chicken?" Daisy suggested hesitantly. "It was. Take it upstairs now." Daisy's eyes widened in alarm. "I can't go in the dining room." "I should think not," Mrs. Patmore agreed emphatically. "Find Thomas or William. Tell them what to do." When Daisy still hesitated, Mrs. Patmore's patience wore thin. "For heaven's sake, get a move on before they get back from church." Chapter 7. Memorial and Mourning. Outside Downton Church, people in black were emerging from the memorial service. Among them was a sober-looking lawyer, George Murray, walking alongside Robert. "Well, we've given them a memorial in London and a memorial here," Robert remarked. "I don't know what else we can do." "I think it's gone off pretty well, all things considered," Murray replied. "I prefer memorials to funerals. They're less dispiriting." "We could hardly hold a funeral without the bodies," Robert pointed out, his tone somber. It was right to bury Mr. Crawley in Canada, Murray said. In fact, I hear the Canadians are making quite a thing of the Titanic cemetery. Robert shook his head slightly. It seems strange to have buried James without Patrick. They may still find some trace of him. After 3 months? Robert's expression was skeptical. I doubt it. No, I'm afraid Patrick was food for the fishes long ago. He sighed heavily, the weight of the tragedy evident in every line of his face. I'm surprised at the number they found, Murray commented. You'd think the sea would have taken more of them. They didn't all drown, apparently, Robert replied, his voice dropping. They froze to death in their life jackets. Hundreds of corpses, men, women, and children, bobbing on the surface of the ocean. He shook his head again, the horror of the image too much to contemplate further. As they approached the house, walking across the manicured grounds, Robert turned the conversation to more practical matters. So, Murray, what have you to tell me about the lucky Mr. Crawley? Nothing too terrible, I hope. I've only made a few inquiries, but... No, there's not much to alarm you, Murray assured him. Matthew Crawley is a solicitor, based in Manchester. Manchester? Robert repeated, unable to mask his dismay. Manchester, Murray confirmed. His special field is company law. Really? Robert's tone suggested this information did little to reassure him. His mother is alive, and he lives with her. His father, obviously, is not. He was a doctor. I know, Robert nodded. It does seem odd that my third cousin should be a doctor. His unconscious prejudice was evident, causing slight offense to the lawyer. There are worse professions, Murray replied stiffly. Indeed, Robert agreed, though his tone lacked conviction. At the base of the service stair, Daisy waited anxiously until she spotted William coming down. Do me a favor, she pleaded. This should have been sprinkled on the chicken. But isn't there more to go up? William asked, his fair brow furrowing. Please. It won't take a moment. Give it here, William conceded, taking the bowl from her outstretched hands. As he turned to go back up, Daisy's shoulders sagged with relief. In the gardens, Robert and Murray continued their walk toward the house entrance. We ought to talk about the business of the entail, Murray suggested. Shall we do it after luncheon? Robert proposed, clearly reluctant to face the topic immediately. Can we tackle it now? There's not much to be said on the subject. Something in Murray's tone told Robert these words weren't a good sign. His expression grew more serious as they continued walking. As you know, on your death, the heir to the title inherits everything except for the sums set aside for your daughters and your widow, Murray stated. Yes, Robert acknowledged. Owing to the terms of her settlement, this will include the bulk of your wife's fortune. Robert sighed. It has been our sole topic of conversation since the day the ship went down. Of course it must seem horribly unjust to Lady Grantham, Murray said sympathetically, but that is how the law stands. Is there really no way to detach her money from the estate? Robert asked, his frustration evident. Even to me, it seems absurd. Your father tied the knot pretty tight, Murray replied. I'd say it's unbreakable. I see. The consolation must be that if you did extract the Levinson money, Downton would collapse. You mean it could only be achieved by massive selling? It would be impossible for your heirs to remain here, Murray confirmed. A bitter thought struck Robert. He turned to Murray with a wry smile. I can hardly question that, since I could not have stayed here if I hadn't got hold of the Levinson money in the first place. His emotions had broken through his usual reserve, revealing more than he'd intended. As they reached the house, Robert strode inside, leaving the lawyer to make his own way in. Behind them, Mary, Edith, and Sybil walked in silence. Edith made a point of wiping her eyes, prompting a sharp response from Mary. Really? Do you have to put on such an exhibition? She's not, Sybil defended her sister. I was supposed to be engaged to him, for heaven's sake, not you, Mary continued, and I can control myself. Then you should be ashamed, Edith replied, hurt and anger flashing in her eyes. Without waiting for a response, she walked quickly into the house, leaving her sisters behind. Daisy returned to the kitchen, still holding a bowl, her expression troubled. Come on, girl, get a move on, Mrs. Patmore urged, passing her with a hot serving dish. She paused, eyeing the bowl in Daisy's hands. Oh, and don't tell me you've not sent up the egg. Daisy looked down at the bowl she was carrying and froze in horror. Without a word, she spun around and raced back the way she had come. At the base of the service stair, Daisy trembled with terror when Gwen appeared. Oh God, help me. Please, God, help me, she pleaded. What on earth's the matter? Gwen asked, alarmed by the kitchen maid's distress. Just run upstairs to the dining room and find William, I beg you. I can't do that now. You've got to, Daisy insisted, her voice rising in panic. I'll be hanged if you don't. What? As Daisy moaned with fear, they heard a familiar voice from the stairs. Daisy? Is that you? William appeared around the bend, holding a bowl. Is it the chicken in a sauce, or the plain chicken with sliced oranges? Daisy nearly collapsed with relief. Oh, thank you, blessed and merciful Lord. Thank you. She rushed up to him and swapped the bowls. The chicken in the sauce. A bemused William nodded and returned upstairs as Daisy clutched her hands together in fervent gratitude. I'll never do anything sinful again. I swear it. Not till I die, she vowed, hurrying back to the kitchen and leaving a puzzled Gwen behind. Chapter 8. Legal Matters. In the hall, Robert stood with Murray as other guests began to file past them, nodding and smiling sadly as they made their way to the dining room for luncheon. Lord Grantham says you're not staying after all, Cora inquired of the lawyer, a note of surprise in her voice. You're very kind, Lady Grantham, but I must get back to London, Murray replied with a slight bow. But you'll stay for luncheon? She pressed. Thank you, but no. I'll eat on the train, he declined politely. In fact, if you'd be so good as to ask for the motor to be brought round. Cora frowned slightly. I thought you wanted the afternoon to talk things through. I think we've said everything we have to say, Murray replied carefully. Haven't we, my lord? He looked to Robert for confirmation, a subtle tension passing between the men. For the time being, yes, Robert agreed. Thank you, Murray. You've given me a good deal to think about. Cora studied her husband's face, searching for some hint of hope in his expression. The girls lingered to one side, equally curious. "Mary, try to get everyone into the dining room," Cora instructed, turning to her daughters. "And Edith, make sure old Lord Minturn sits down." Chapter 9. Upstairs and Downstairs. In Carson's pantry, the butler was engaged in the delicate work of decanting port. He had stretched gauze across a silver funnel and positioned a candle behind the flow of wine as he poured, watching with satisfaction as the liquid pooled clear and ruby bright. Mrs. Hughes stood nearby, observing his meticulous process. "They've all gone, then?" she asked. "They have, thank the Lord," Carson replied, his relief evident. "What about the lawyer?" "He was the first away. Didn't even stay for the luncheon," Carson informed her, his disapproval barely concealed. Mrs. Hughes sighed. "I wish they'd make their minds up. Gwen's put clean sheets on the blue room bed. Now she'll just have to strip it again." "Can't you leave it for the next guest?" Carson suggested. "Only if you don't tell," she replied with a hint of mischief. They shared a brief laugh, a moment of camaraderie between two people who had worked side by side for so many years. "So, has it all been settled?" Mrs. Hughes inquired, returning to the matter at hand. "No, I don't know that anything's been settled," Carson answered, his brow furrowing. "There's a fellow in Manchester with claims to the title, I gather, but it's all a long way from settled." "You mustn't take it personally," Mrs. Hughes advised gently. "I do take it personally, Mrs. Hughes," Carson replied with unexpected fervor. "I can't stand by and watch our family threatened with the loss of all they hold dear." "They're not our family," she reminded him, her tone gentle but firm. "They're all the family I've got." Carson's voice rose sharply, surprising them both. "I beg your pardon," he added more quietly, regaining his composure. Mrs. Hughes regarded him thoughtfully. "Do you ever wish you'd gone another way?" He looked at her, puzzled by her meaning. She shrugged. "Worked in a shop or a factory? Had a wife and children?" "Do you?" Carson asked, deflecting the question back to her. "I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes." Her voice held a wistfulness she rarely allowed herself to express. A knock at the door interrupted their moment of candor. Gwen appeared in the doorway. "Williams laid tea in the library, but her ladyship hasn't come down," she reported. "Oh, she'll be tired," Mrs. Hughes reasoned. "Take a tray up to her bedroom." "Is Thomas back?" Carson inquired. "Not yet, Mr. Carson," Gwen replied before departing. Carson looked to Mrs. Hughes, seeking understanding. "He asked to run down to the village. I didn't see why not." "I suppose they do realize this is a job, and not just the chance to put their feet up," Mrs. Hughes remarked with a hint of exasperation. Both sighed, sharing in the weight of their responsibilities. In the library, Robert stood alone by the fire, staring into the flames, his thoughts clearly far away. The door opened softly, and Edith entered, closing it behind her. "Are you all right, Papa?" she asked, concern evident in her gentle voice. "I suppose so," Robert replied wearily. "If being all right is compatible with feeling terribly, terribly sad." "Me too," Edith whispered. He opened his arms and embraced her, finding comfort in his middle daughter's empathy. "We loved Patrick, didn't we?" he said softly. "Oh, Papa," Edith replied, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. She cried against his shoulder, her grief genuine and unrestrained. Robert patted her back soothingly, his own eyes shadowed with sorrow. "Well, well, life goes on," he said at last, helping her regain her composure. Edith wiped away her tears, taking a deep breath. "What did Mr. Murray have to say?" "Only that I have some very difficult decisions ahead," Robert admitted. "You must do what you think right," Edith assured him. "I may not have an option." "No, I only mean—" Edith hesitated, then pressed on. "You should do what you feel is your duty, not just what's best for Mary." Realizing how revealing her words were, she quickly added, "Or Sybil, or me. We'll manage." "Of course you will," Robert agreed, though he had not missed the brief glimpse into his daughter's feelings regarding her elder sister. In Cora's bedroom, O'Brien helped her mistress into a relaxing tea gown as Gwen departed, having delivered the tea tray. "It's iniquitous," O'Brien declared, her fingers deftly fastening the delicate hooks of the gown. "They can't expect you to sit by silent as your fortune is stolen away." "Can't they?" Cora replied, her tone resigned. "His lordship would never let it happen," O'Brien insisted, watching her mistress carefully. Cora declined to comment on this sensitive topic. She stretched out on a daybed, taking up a book from the bedside table. O'Brien poured the tea, the delicate china cup clinking softly against its saucer. "How's Bates working out?" Cora asked, changing the subject. "Well," O'Brien began, her hesitation deliberate. "I don't like to say." Cora looked up from her book, her interest piqued by the lady's maid's reluctance. "Only it seems unkind to criticize a man for an affliction, milady," O'Brien continued, her voice dripping with false sympathy. When Cora made no comment, O'Brien pressed her case. "Even if it means he can't do his job." This final comment caught Cora's attention, her expression shifting as she considered the implications of O'Brien's words. Chapter 10, Bonds of Service. In the library, Robert sat at his desk, pen in hand, though he seemed more preoccupied with his thoughts than with whatever he was writing. Pharaoh lay contentedly by the fire, the only sound in the room the occasional crackle of burning logs. The door opened, and Bates appeared. "Mr. Carson said you wanted me, my lord," he said. "Yes, Bates," Robert replied, looking up from his papers. "I thought I'd have a bath before I change tonight. I'll come up before the gong." "Very good, my lord." Bates turned to leave, but Robert stopped him. "So, how are you settling in?" "Very well, I think," Bates answered, "unless your lordship feels differently." "No complaints?" Robert asked, his tone casual, but his eyes searching. "If I had any, I should take them to Mr. Carson, my lord. Not you." Robert chuckled appreciatively at being put in his place. "You're probably right." Still, something troubled him. "And the house hasn't worn you out, with the endless stairs and everything?" "I like the house," Bates replied simply. "I like it as a place to work." Robert nodded, emboldened by their exchange. "What happened?" "It's only the old wound," Bates explained, his voice matter of fact. "After I left the army, I'd a spot of bother, and just when I'd got through that, about a year ago, my knee started playing up." With a wry laugh, he gestured with his stick. "A bit of shrapnel was left in or something, and it moved. But it's fine. It's not a problem." Robert's troubled expression revealed his concern, though he tried to lighten the moment We've seen some times, haven't we, Bates? We have, my lord, Bates agreed, the simple words carrying the weight of shared experiences neither man cared to discuss openly. And you'd let me know if you felt it was all too much for you? Robert asked, a shadow of worry crossing his features. I would, Bates assured him, but it won't be. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, the bond between them transcending their roles as master and servant. In the park, Thomas walked along the drive toward the house, his tall figure silhouetted against the afternoon sky. The grandeur of the estate spread out before him. Ancient trees, sweeping lawns, and at its heart, the magnificent house itself. Yet his expression remained unimpressed, as though he viewed it all as nothing more than the backdrop to his own ambitions. As he entered the kitchen courtyard, O'Brien's voice called out to him, "And where have you been?" She sat on a low window ledge, a cigarette held between her thin fingers. Wisps of smoke curled around her severe features. "The village," Thomas replied, "to send a telegram, if you must know." "Ooh, pardon me for living," she retorted, though her tone suggested no real offense. She offered him a cigarette, which he accepted. Despite their barbed exchanges, these two were clearly allies in the complex hierarchy of the servants' hall. "Well, Murray didn't stay long," O'Brien remarked. "Does her ladyship know how they left it?" Thomas asked, leaning against the wall beside her. "Number they talked it all through on the way back from the church." Thomas took a long drag on his cigarette. "If I was still his valet, I'd get it out of him." "Bates won't say a word," O'Brien predicted, rolling her eyes. "He will not," Thomas agreed. "I'd bet you a tanner he's a spy in the other direction." O'Brien shuddered with distaste. Thomas glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. "I wanted that job," he admitted. "We were all right together, his lordship and me." "Then be sure to get your foot in the door when Bates is gone," O'Brien advised with quiet determination. Thomas raised an eyebrow at her assumption. "We can't get rid of him just because he talks behind our backs." "There's more than one way to skin a cat," O'Brien replied with a knowing wink that promised trouble to come. Chapter 11. Sisters at Odds. In Mary's bedroom, Anna was dressing Mary's hair for dinner, as Edith and Sybil looked on. All three sisters were dressed in black evening clothes, the somber attire at odds with the elegance of their surroundings. Perhaps she misunderstood, Anna suggested, her fingers working deftly through Mary's dark tresses. "No, it was quite plain," Mary replied. "O'Brien told her Bates can't do the job properly. Why was he taken on? He was Lord Grantham's Batman when he was fighting the Boers," Anna explained, securing a pin in place. "I know that," Mary said dismissively, "but even so." Sybil, ever the romantic, smiled softly. "I think it's romantic." "I don't," Mary countered, her expression hardening. "How can a valet do his work if he's lame?" "He's not very lame," Anna defended, putting the finishing touches to Mary's elegant coiffure. "There." She gathered up a few items to take downstairs. "Anything else before I go down?" "No, that's it. Thank you." Mary dismissed her with practiced courtesy. As the maid departed, Mary examined her reflection in the glass, grimacing at her black skirt. "Oh, I hate black." It's not for long, Sybil reassured her. Mama says we can go into half mourning next month, and back to colors for September. It still seems a lot for a cousin, Mary remarked. But not for a fiancé, Edith interjected, her tone pointed. A momentary silence fell over the room. He wasn't really a fiancé, Mary said at last, her voice cool. No, Edith challenged. I thought that was what you call a man you're going to marry. Mary's eyes narrowed slightly. I was only going to marry him if nothing better turned up. Mary, what a horrid thing to say, Sybil exclaimed, shocked by her sister's callousness. Edith would have taken him, wouldn't you? Mary turned to her middle sister, her words deliberately provocative. Yes, I'd have taken him, Edith admitted, raw emotion breaking through her usual reserve. If you'd given me the chance, I'd have taken him like a shot. The uncomfortable atmosphere prompted Sybil to attempt to diffuse the tension. Might something better turn up? We'll have to wait and see, Mary replied enigmatically. We'll have to wait and see if he comes to the boil, Edith added, her words loaded with meaning. He will. Don't you worry. He hasn't yet. Who? Who hasn't? Sybil asked, confusion evident in her young face. Mary ignored her youngest sister, focusing her attention on Edith. Things are different for me now. How do you know? Edith pressed. Has Papa told you things are different? Suppose he can't make them different. He can and he will, Mary asserted confidently. It's not like when it was all going to Patrick. Papa won't give everything to a man we've never even heard of. And you're happy to catch him in that way? I don't care how I catch him, Mary declared, a flash of steely determination in her eyes. In what way? Who? What's changed? What things are different? Sybil asked, frustrated at being excluded from her sister's cryptic exchange. But Mary and Edith merely shared a knowing look, leaving their younger sister's questions unanswered. In the kitchen passage, Carson walked briskly along the corridor as Thomas attempted to catch his attention. I just think you should know it's not working, Mr. Carson, Thomas said, his tone deceptively concerned. It's been going on for 3 months now, and it's not working. Do you mean Mr. Bates is lazy? Carson asked, his pace slowing slightly. Not lazy exactly, Thomas clarified, but he just can't carry. He can hardly manage his lordship's cases. You saw how it was when they went up to London for the memorial. He can't help with the guests' luggage neither. And as for waiting at table, we can forget that. And what do you want me to do? Carson asked, his expression guarded. It's not for me to say, Thomas replied with false humility. But is it fair on William to have all the extra work? Carson made no immediate comment, but Thomas could see his point had landed. I don't believe you'd like to think the house was falling below the way things ought to be, he added, knowing exactly which buttons to push. I would not, Carson agreed, his pride in Downton's standards evident. That's all I'm saying. Carson sighed heavily, the weight of yet another concern settling on his shoulders. In Mary's bedroom, Sybil stood by the door, ready to go downstairs. I'm going down. Coming. In a moment, Mary replied, still seated at her dressing table. You go. Sybil hesitated, then crossed the room to stand beside her eldest sister. I know you're sad about Patrick, whatever you say. I know it. You're a darling, Mary said, with unexpected tenderness. taking her sister's hand and kissing it gently. "But you see, I'm not as sad as I should be, and that's what makes me sad." With a melancholy smile, she released Sybil's hand, a rare moment of vulnerability that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Sybil emerged from Mary's room and walked down the gallery toward the staircase. She paused when she spotted Edith standing motionless before a collection of framed photographs. "What's the matter?" Sybil asked. Edith started, then quickly composed herself. "Nothing." Sybil's gaze fell on the object of her sister's attention. Among a group of silver-framed photographs on a chest was one of a smiling young man, not handsome, but pleasant-looking. Patrick Crawley, whose death had altered all their futures. "Poor Patrick," Sybil murmured. "Yes, poor darling Patrick," Edith echoed, her voice suddenly warm and genuine as tears began to course down her cheeks. Sybil wrapped her arms around her sister. "You're the poor darling. I know how you'll miss him." "More than he'd miss me," Edith replied bitterly. "Nonsense. He was devoted to you." "Do you think so?" Edith asked, a flicker of hope in her tear-filled eyes. "Of course," Sybil assured her. "He loved us all, and we loved him." This wasn't what Edith had wanted to hear. Her expression hardened slightly. Not Mary. She never cared for him. Not really. "That isn't true," Sybil protested. "You heard her," Edith insisted. "She's more upset about wearing black than she is about him dying. I just hope—" "What?" "I hope one day she learns what it feels like to be unlucky." "Oh, dearest, you don't mean that," Sybil said, shocked by the venom in her sister's words. But as Edith dried her tears and straightened her shoulders, her expression suggested that she meant every word. Chapter 12. Difficult Decisions. In Robert's dressing room, the Earl stood in white tie, the pinnacle of evening formality. Bates brushed his tailcoat with meticulous care. "Thank you," Robert said. As Bates bent to pick up something from the floor, Robert instinctively moved to assist. "I'll do that." "No," Bates replied sharply. Realizing his tone, he softened. "No, thank you, my lord. I can do it." "I'm sure." "I hope so," Bates said earnestly. "I hope you are sure." Robert sighed, the weight of a difficult decision evident in his posture. "Bates, we have to be sensible. I won't be doing you a favor in the long run if it's too much for you. No matter what we've been through, it's got to work." "Of course it has, sir," Bates agreed, then quickly corrected himself. "I mean, my lord." The slip reminded Robert of their shared history, of bonds forged in circumstances far removed from the refined elegance of Downton. "Do you miss the army, Bates?" he asked quietly. "I miss a lot of things," Bates admitted. "But you have to keep moving, don't you?" "You do, indeed." "I'll show you, my lord," Bates promised with quiet determination. "I won't let you down. We've managed so far, haven't we?" His earnest plea moved Robert deeply. After a moment, the Earl nodded. "Yes, we have. Of course we have." In Cora's bedroom, the Countess was putting the finishing touches to her appearance when Robert entered. O'Brien gathered the discarded undergarments and slipped discreetly from the room. "You look very nice," Robert complimented his wife. "Thank you," Cora replied, watching him in her dressing table mirror. When Robert offered nothing more, she turned to face him. Did Murray make matters clearer? Yes, I'm afraid he did, Robert admitted, though he clearly had no intention of elaborating. Cora pinned a brooch to her gown, then casually remarked, "By the way, O'Brien says Bates is causing a lot of awkwardness downstairs. You may have to do something about it." "She's always making trouble," Robert dismissed. "Is that fair when she hasn't mentioned it before now?" "I don't know why you listen to her," Robert said, irritation creeping into his voice. "It is quite eccentric, even for you, to have a crippled valet," Cora observed. "Please don't use that word," Robert winced. "Did he tell you he couldn't walk when he made his application?" "Don't exaggerate. But doesn't it strike you as dishonest not to mention it?" "I knew he'd been wounded." "You never said?" "You know I don't care to talk about all that," Robert replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. Cora studied her husband's face, trying to understand. "Of course I understand what it must be like to have fought alongside someone in a war." "Oh? You understand that, do you?" Robert's sarcasm was biting. "Certainly I do," Cora persisted. "You must form the most tremendous bonds, even with a servant." "Really? Even with a servant?" Robert cut her off, his voice sharp. Cora bristled at his tone. "Oh, Robert, don't catch me out. I'm simply saying I fully see why you want to help him." "But—" She shrugged slightly, treading carefully. "Is this the right way, to employ him for a job he can't do, when he needs special treatment at every turn? Is it any wonder if the others' noses are put out?" "I just want to give him a chance," Robert said, though doubt had begun to creep into his voice. "I won't be long," Cora said, as Robert headed for the door. "I'm going down," he replied, leaving her to her thoughts. Chapter 13. Awkward Moments. In the drawing room, Violet stood by the window, her regal profile silhouetted against the evening light. She turned as Robert entered, shielding her eyes with an elegant black fan. "Mama, I'm sorry. Nobody told me you were here," Robert apologized, crossing the room to greet her. "Such a glare," Violet complained, gesturing toward the electric lights. "I feel as if I were on stage at the Gaiety." Robert smiled indulgently. "We're used to it. I do wish you'd let me install it in the Dower house. It's very convenient. The man who manages the generator could look after yours as well." "It's no good," Violet declared firmly. "I couldn't have electricity in the house. I wouldn't sleep a wink. All those vapors seeping about." "Even Cora won't have it in the bedrooms," Robert conceded. "She did wonder about the kitchens, but I couldn't see the point." Violet listened politely, though her mind was clearly on more pressing matters. "Before anyone joins us, I'm glad of this chance for a little talk. I gather Murray was here today." "News travels fast," Robert observed dryly. "Yes, I saw him, and he's not optimistic that there's anything we can do." "Well, I refuse to believe it," Violet declared, her spine straightening with determination. "Be that as it may, it's a fact. But to lose Cora's fortune too?" "Really, Mama," Robert interrupted with barely contained frustration. "You know as well as I do, Cora's fortune is not Cora's fortune anymore. Thanks to Papa, it's part of the estate, and the estate is entailed to my heir. That's the law, and that's all there is to it." "Robert, I don't mean to sound harsh." "You may not mean to, but I bet you will," he countered, knowing his mother all too well. 24 years ago you married Cora against my wishes for her money," Violet stated bluntly. "Give it away now, and what was the point of your peculiar marriage in the first place? If I told you she'd made me very happy, would that stretch belief?" Robert asked, a hint of vulnerability beneath his defensive tone. "It's not why you chose her, above all those girls who could have filled my shoes so easily. Marriage is like life. Things change." "They haven't changed for me," Violet replied pointedly. "If you must know, when I think of my motives for pursuing Cora, I'm ashamed," Robert admitted, his voice low. "There is no need to remind me of them." "Don't you care about Downton?" Violet demanded. Robert's composure broke. "What do you think? I have given my life to Downton. I was born here, and I hope to die here. I claim no career beyond the nurture of this house and the estate. It is my third parent and my fourth child. Do I care about it? Yes, I do care." He was uncomfortably aware that his voice had risen and that they were no longer alone. The door had been opened by Thomas, and Cora entered with her daughters. "I hope I don't hear sounds of disagreement," Cora remarked lightly. "Oh, is that what they call discussion in New York?" Violet countered, her barb delivered with precision. "I'm glad you're fighting," Mary declared. "I'm glad somebody's putting up a fight." "You're not really fighting Granny, are you, Papa?" Sybil asked, her young face concerned. "Your grandmother only wants to do what's right," Robert replied diplomatically, "and so do I." Carson appeared at the door, his imposing figure the embodiment of perfect service. "Dinner is served, milady." Robert offered his arm to Violet while Cora took Mary's. Edith and Sybil followed as the family processed into dinner, the ritual momentarily restoring order to a world that felt increasingly precarious. In the servants' hall, Gwen was laying the table for the servants' dinner. The other maids sat nearby, reading and sewing during this brief respite in their day. Bates sat quietly in a corner, absorbed in a book. "Does anyone else keep dreaming about the Titanic?" Daisy asked suddenly, looking up from her mending. "I can't get it out of my mind." "Not again," Gwen groaned. "Give it a rest." Anna glanced up from her work. "Daisy, it's been 3 months. It's time to let it go." "But all them people, freezing to death in the midnight icy water," Daisy persisted, her imagination clearly haunted by the tragedy. "Oh, you sound like a penny dreadful," O'Brien scoffed. "I expect you saw worse things in South Africa." "Eh, Mr. Bates?" Gwen suggested, turning to the valet. Bates looked up from his reading. "Not worse," he said quietly, "but pretty bad." "Did you enjoy the war?" Daisy asked with innocent curiosity. "I don't think anyone enjoys war," Bates replied thoughtfully. "But there are good memories too." "I'm sure there are," Anna agreed, her voice warm with understanding. "Mr. Bates, would you hand me that tray?" Gwen asked, pointing to a tray of forks near where he sat. He stood and reached for it, but as he took a step toward Gwen, his bad leg gave way. He stumbled, and the tray clattered to the floor, forks scattering across the stone tiles. "Blast," Bates muttered, frustration evident in the tightness of his jaw. "I'll do it," Anna said quickly, kneeling to gather the fallen cutlery. O'Brien watched the scene with thinly veiled satisfaction. I expect you've got some bad memories too, eh, Mr. Bates? Before he could respond, Carson appeared in the doorway. The ladies are out. We've given them coffee, and his lordship's taken his port to the library. Anna, Gwen, go up and help clear away. Daisy, tell Mrs. Patmore we'll eat in 15 minutes. The gathering dispersed, the moment of awkwardness temporarily forgotten in the renewed bustle of service. In the dining room, Thomas and William efficiently stacked plates and glasses onto trays as Anna and Gwen entered to help with the clearing. I keep forgetting, Gwen said, picking up a plate. Do these go next door or back to the kitchen? Those go back, Thomas instructed, but the dessert service and all the glasses stay in the upstairs pantry. Put it on here, William offered, holding out his tray. She placed the plate carefully, and William carried the loaded tray out of the room. In the small servery next to the dining room, Thomas set down his tray of dishes. The room contained sinks and cupboards for the best china and glass, a transitional space between the grand dining room and the functional kitchen below. He looked up to find O'Brien watching him from the doorway. What is it? He asked quietly. Her ladyship's told him she thinks Mr. Bates ought to go, O'Brien confided, her voice low. She said to me, if only his lordship had been content with Thomas. Did she really? Thomas's eyes lit up with interest. Anna entered with a tray, interrupting their conversation. What are you doing up here? It's a free country, O'Brien retorted. Anna began unloading glasses onto the side, carefully pouring a small amount of water into each one. Why do you always do that? O'Brien questioned. Stops the red wine marking before Daisy has a chance to wash up, Anna explained, her efficient movements speaking of years of practical experience. She glanced between the two conspirators. Well, I'm going for my dinner. You two can stay here plotting. In the servants' passage, Bates struggled to open a door while carrying boots. His stick made the simple task awkward, his frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. Let me, Anna offered, having come upon him unawares. There's no need, Bates replied stiffly. Anna's expression was gentle but firm. Mr. Bates, anyone can have their hands full. She held the door for him, and for a moment, his guard lowered. Thank you. We'd better get moving, or they'll start without us, Anna suggested, falling into step beside him. Just let them try, Bates replied with a soft chuckle, grateful for the simple kindness that asked nothing in return. At the Dower House, Cora sat across from Violet in the drawing room, watching as the Dowager Countess read a letter with narrowed eyes. So the young Duke of Crowborough is asking himself to stay, Violet remarked, looking up from the paper. And we know why, Cora replied meaningfully. You hope you know why, Violet corrected. That is not at all the same. What does Robert say? Not much, except Crowborough's had plenty of chances to speak before now, if he'd wanted to, but Robert's being so stubborn about everything at the moment. Violet raised an eyebrow questioningly. You've heard about his new valet? Cora asked. My maid told me, Violet confirmed. It's really too tiresome that he won't see sense. On that, or anything else. Amen, Cora agreed fervently. Violet studied her daughter-in-law carefully. You realize the Duke thinks that Mary's prospects have altered. I suppose so, Cora conceded. There's no suppose about it, Violet said firmly. She rose and glanced approvingly into a mirror, adjusting her hat. Of course, this is exactly the sort of opportunity that will come to Mary, if we can only get things settled in her favor. Is Robert coming round? Not yet, Cora sighed. To him, the risk is we'd succeed in saving my money, but not the estate. He feels he'd be betraying his duty if Downton was lost because of him. Well, I'm going to write to Murray, Violet declared. He won't say anything different. Well, we have to start somewhere, Violet insisted. Our duty is to Mary. Cora nodded, though she remained unconvinced of their chances of success. What do the other girls say? Violet inquired. Do they know about Crowborough? Not yet. Why? I used to think Edith had a soft spot for Patrick, Violet mused. It won't please her to see Mary a duchess. Oh no, Cora dismissed the idea. Edith liked Patrick, we all did. But there was no more to it than that. Violet gave her a pitying look as she handed back the letter. Well, give him a date for when Mary's out of mourning. No one wants to kiss a girl in black. Her practical approach to the business of marriage betrayed a lifetime of navigating the complex marriage market of the aristocracy, a game she had mastered long ago. In Mary's bedroom, the screen was filled with the image of Lady Mary Crawley, radiant in ravishing shades of pink and mauve and lilac. The somber black that had shrouded her for weeks had been replaced with colors that enhanced her natural beauty, bringing a glow to her pale skin and dark eyes. Do stop admiring yourself. Edith's voice cut through the moment. He's not marrying you for your looks. Mary continued to study her reflection as her sisters watched from nearby. Edith's expression held a mixture of envy and resentment, while Sybil's eyes shone with sisterly admiration. That's if he wants to marry you at all, Edith added, unable to resist the barb. He will, Mary replied with cool confidence. You look beautiful, Sybil offered sincerely. Mary's expression softened slightly. Thank you, Sybil, darling. She blew her youngest sister a casual kiss, the small gesture revealing the genuine affection she felt despite her studied indifference. Cora appeared in the doorway, elegant in a gown of deep blue. We should go down. They'll be back from the station any moment. Her daughters filed past her, but she stopped Mary with a gentle hand, removing a flower from her elaborately dressed hair. Let's not gild the lily, dear, she advised, her eyes critically assessing her eldest daughter's appearance. Mary said nothing, but as she turned to leave, her mother spoke again. And Mary tried to look surprised. The warning hung in the air between them, a reminder of the performance expected in the carefully choreographed drama that was about to unfold. In the servants' hall, Carson addressed his assembled staff, each standing at attention in freshly pressed uniforms, ready to receive the distinguished guest. Are you all ready? He asked, surveying them with a critical eye. Very well, we will go out to greet them. And me, Mr. Carson? Daisy inquired hesitantly, hovering at the edge of the group in her kitchen apron. No, Daisy, not you, Carson replied firmly, before turning to Bates. Can you manage, Mr. Bates? Or would you rather wait here? Bates had risen with the others, leaning slightly on his cane. I want to go, Mr. Carson. There is no obligation for the whole staff to be present, Carson reminded him, concern and hesitation evident in his tone. I'd like to be there, Bates insisted quietly. Carson nodded, accepting the valet's decision. Well, it's certainly a great day for Downton to welcome a duke under our roof. O'Brien rolled her eyes at Thomas, who seemed more interested in the impending arrival. He leaned toward William, his voice low but commanding. Remember to help me with the luggage. Don't go running off. I'll give you a hand, Bates offered. Thomas's smile was paper thin, his eyes cold. Oh, I couldn't ask that, Mr. Bates, not in your condition. The words, posed as consideration, landed like a slap. Bates moved away without responding, his face impassive. Thomas turned to Carson, his voice just loud enough to be overheard. How long do we have to put up with this, Mr. Carson? Just so I know. Outside, beneath a sky of perfect blue, the servants filed out of the kitchen court to the entrance. They formed a precise line, each knowing their place in the hierarchy that defined their world. Mrs. Patmore and her kitchen staff watched from behind a screen of bushes, curiosity overcoming protocol. Cora emerged with her daughters, their colorful gowns bright against the pale stone of the house. Pharaoh bounded across the gravel to greet Robert as he exited the car, followed by a most superior-looking young man, Philip, Duke of Crowborough. Welcome to Downton, Robert said warmly. This is so kind of you, Lady Grantham, the Duke replied, his aristocratic drawl perfectly modulated as he turned to Cora. Not at all, Duke. I'm delighted you could spare the time, Cora responded graciously. You know my daughter Mary, of course. Of course, Lady Mary. The Duke's eyes lingered on Mary's face, a secret smile passing between them that sent a flush of triumph to her cheeks. And Edith, Cora continued, but I don't believe you've met my youngest, Sybil. Lady Sybil. He took the girl's hand with a slight bow that brought a blush to her young face. Mary, seeing this, stepped forward to reclaim his attention. Come on in. You must be worn out. The Duke turned back to Cora, his manner apologetic. Lady Grantham, I've a confession to make which I hope won't cause too much bother. My man was taken ill just as I was leaving. Oh well, that won't be a problem, will it, Carson? Robert interjected smoothly. Certainly not, Carson assured them with dignity. I shall look after his grace, myself. I wouldn't dream of being such a nuisance, the Duke demurred. Surely, a footman. He paused, his gaze falling on Thomas. I remember this man. Didn't you serve me when I dined with Lady Grantham in London? I did, Your Grace, Thomas confirmed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. The Duke turned back to Robert and Carson with a satisfied smile. There we are. We will do very well together, won't we? Thomas, Your Grace, the footman supplied. Thomas. The Duke nodded before turning back to Mary, clearly ready to proceed into the house. The servants bowed and curtsied as the guest passed, a choreographed display of deference. In the midst of this ritual, O'Brien surreptitiously hooked Bates's stick with her foot. Taken unawares, he fell forward, landing heavily on the gravel. Bates, are you all right? Robert asked, concern evident in his voice. Perfectly, my lord. I apologize, Bates replied, his dignity intact, despite his humiliation. With the help of Anna and William, he struggled to his feet. The incident was over in moments, but the damage had been done. O'Brien was already retreating to the house, her face a mask of innocence. The footman hurried to collect the luggage, and the car drove away down the curved drive. "Hold still," Anna murmured, brushing the dust from Bates's coat with gentle hands. "That's better." She offered him a sympathetic smile, but her kindness seemed to wound rather than comfort. "Please don't feel sorry for me," he said softly. But the compassion in her eyes told him that she did, and perhaps always would. In the gallery upstairs, the Duke stood in the doorway of his bedroom, watching as Thomas unpacked his belongings. "Is it all straightforward?" he asked, his tone strangely familiar for addressing a servant. "Yes, thank you, Your Grace," Thomas replied, his own manner subtly different than his usual deferential approach to the family. Mary appeared in the gallery, having changed into a gown of pale lavender. She watched the exchange with interest, her presence drawing the Duke away from the bedroom. "What shall we do?" she asked. "What would you like to do?" He pretended to consider the question as they walked along the gallery. "I'd rather like to go exploring." "Certainly," Mary agreed eagerly. "Gardens or house?" "Oh, the house, I think. Gardens are all the same to me." "Very well. We can begin in the hall, which is one of the oldest." She started toward the staircase, but the Duke interrupted. "No, not all those drawing rooms and libraries." Mary paused, confused. "I'm not certain I understand." "What about the parts of the house which no one sees?" he suggested, his tone containing an undercurrent that Mary couldn't quite decipher. "The kitchens, you mean?" "Even the kitchens must be full of people at this time of day." "Well, what then?" Mary asked, increasingly puzzled by his unusual request. "I don't know," he mused. "The secret passages and the attics." Mary studied him, trying to understand his intentions. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "It seems a bit odd, but why not? I'll just tell Mama." "No, don't tell your Mama," he said quickly. "But there's nothing wrong in it." "No, indeed," he agreed. "I'm only worried the others might want to join us." The boldness of his suggestion thrilled her. Despite her cultivated sophistication, Mary was still young enough to be flattered by the attention of a handsome duke, especially one who sought her company alone, away from prying eyes. In the attics, William struggled up the stairs carrying the Duke's cases. Mrs. Hughes, on her rounds, observed him with disapproval. "Thomas should have done that. If he's so keen to be a valet," she remarked. "I don't mind," William assured her, his natural good nature evident despite his burden. He stopped before a door, but with both hands full, he couldn't manage the handle. "I'll do it," Mrs. Hughes offered, opening the door to a luggage room where cases were neatly stacked on both sides. She watched from the doorway as William carefully placed the Duke's belongings inside. In the morning room, Cora sat alone with Robert, who absently stroked Pharaoh's silky ears. "Mary's settling him in," she remarked, satisfaction evident in her voice. "Cora, don't let Mary make a fool of herself," Robert cautioned, concern darkening his features. His words troubled Cora, threatening her carefully constructed plans. "By the way, I'm going up to London next week," he added, changing the subject. "Do you want to open the house?" No, no. I'll take Bates and stay at the club. I won't be more than a day or two. Cora's interest was immediately piqued. I see. Are things progressing? What things? Robert asked, though his expression suggested he understood her meaning perfectly. He met her gaze steadily, refusing to give her the confirmation she sought. It's just a regimental dinner. His evasiveness frustrated her, channeling her irritation back to their earlier disagreement. It's a pity Bates spoilt the arrival this afternoon. He didn't spoil anything, Robert defended. He fell over. It was so undignified, Cora persisted. Carson hates that kind of thing. I don't care what Carson thinks, Robert replied firmly. Their conversation was interrupted by Carson's entrance. A message from the Dowager Countess, milady. She says she won't come to tea, but she'll join you for dinner. Cora and Robert exchanged a glance, both aware of what Violet's presence at dinner would mean. Carson, I hope you weren't embarrassed this afternoon, Robert said, changing the subject. I can assure you the Duke very much appreciated his welcome. I'm glad, Carson replied with dignity. Is Bates all right? Robert inquired. I think so, my lord. It must be so difficult for you. All the same, Cora interjected, unable to resist the opportunity to press her point. Carson acknowledged this with a slight bow before departing. Don't stir, Robert warned his wife, his patience clearly wearing thin. In the servants' attics, Mary and Crowborough moved through the narrow corridors, their laughter echoing in the unfamiliar space. Sunlight streamed through small windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air and casting long shadows across the wooden floorboards. Do you realize this is the first time we've ever been alone? Mary asked, a note of daring in her voice that belied her proper upbringing. Then you've forgotten when I pulled you into the conservatory at the Northbrooks, Crowborough replied with an intimate smile. How sad. No, I haven't, Mary countered. But it's not quite the same with 20 chaperones hiding behind every fern. And are you glad to be alone with me, milady? His tone was deliberately provocative, testing the boundaries of propriety. Mary hesitated, then answered with calculated boldness. Oh dear, if I answer truthfully, you'll think me very forward. She looked up, expecting, perhaps hoping for, a kiss, but the Duke continued opening doors along the corridor, his attention seemingly elsewhere. I don't think we should pry, Mary ventured, suddenly uncomfortable. It feels rather disrespectful. Oh, nonsense. Crowborough dismissed her concerns. It's your father's house, isn't it? You've a right to know what goes on in it. He came to a door at the end of the passage and paused expectantly. Where does this lead? He inquired, his hand on the knob. To the men's quarters, Mary explained, with the lock on the women's side. Only Mrs. Hughes is allowed to turn it. Mrs. Hughes and you, he suggested with a smile that invited conspiracy. He turned the key and went through, opening another door on the other side. And this? A footman, I imagine, Mary replied, increasingly bewildered by his interest in the servants' quarters. The Duke glanced at the name card on the door, William, before moving to the next one, marked Thomas. Without hesitation, he entered and began opening the drawers of a modest chest, rummaging through the footman's personal belongings. Should you do that? Mary asked, alarmed by his behavior. I'm making a study of the genus "Footman," he replied glibly. "I seek to know the creature's ways." Mary laughed, though her unease continued to grow. Suddenly, a noise in the corridor made her freeze. Someone's coming. Instead of coming out, Crowborough closed the door, leaving her stranded in the hallway. A moment later, Bates appeared around the corner, his stick tapping softly against the floor as he approached. "Can I help you, milady?" he asked, his expression carefully neutral. Mary felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "We were just exploring." The door opened, and Crowborough reappeared, his composure intact. "Were you looking for Thomas, your Grace?" Bates inquired. "No, as Lady Mary says, we've just been exploring," the Duke replied smoothly. "I don't know when I was last up here," Mary began, attempting to salvage the awkward situation. Bates opened the door by which they were standing, his gesture deliberately pointed. "Would you care to explore my room, milady?" Mary's embarrassment deepened. She was entirely in the wrong, and she knew it. This was grossly improper behavior, unworthy of her position and breeding. "Of course not, Bates. I'm sorry to have bothered you," she apologized with genuine contrition. "We're just going down." Under Bates's steady gaze, they retreated down the corridor. "Why did you apologize to that man?" Crowborough asked once they were out of earshot. "It's not his business what we do." "I always apologize when I'm in the wrong," Mary replied with quiet dignity. "It's a habit of mine." In the library, Robert stood with Carson before him, the butler's expression troubled as he delivered his report. "Who's complained?" "Thomas?" Robert asked, though he already suspected the answer. Carson, ever the soul of discretion, declined to name names. "The plain fact is, Mr. Bates, through no fault of his own, is not able to fulfill the extra duties expected of him. He can't lift, he can't serve at table, he's dropping things all over the place. On a night like tonight, he should act as a third footman. As it is, my lord, we may have to have a maid in the dining room." Robert couldn't help smiling at the horror evident in Carson's voice at this prospect. "Cheer up, Carson. There are worse things happening in the world." "Not worse than a maid serving a duke," Carson replied with complete sincerity. Robert wished this were a joke, but he knew better. The butler's devotion to proper service was absolute, a religion unto itself. "So you're quite determined?" Robert asked. "It is a hard decision, your lordship," Carson admitted gravely. "A very hard decision, but the honor of Downton is at stake." "Don't worry, Carson," Robert said, understanding all too well the weight of such decisions. "I know all about hard decisions when it comes to the honor of Downton." He knelt down to stroke Pharaoh, finding comfort in the dog's uncomplicated affection. In the luggage room, William carefully arranged the Duke's cases on the racks as Mrs. Hughes watched from the doorway. "You mustn't let Thomas take advantage," she cautioned. "He's only a footman, same as you." "It's all right, Mrs. Hughes," William assured her with a smile. "I like to keep busy. Takes your mind off things." "What things have you got to take your mind off?" she asked with motherly concern. When William offered no answer, her expression softened with understanding. "If you're feeling homesick, there's no shame in it." "No. It means you come from a happy home," she observed gently. "There's plenty of people here who'd envy that." "Yes, Mrs. Hughes," William acknowledged, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes before he returned to his work. She watched him for a moment longer, then quietly closed the door behind her as she left. In Robert's dressing room, the Earl was fully dressed for dinner. Bates moved about the room, tidying with methodical precision. "Will that be all, my lord?" he inquired. "Yes, that is, not exactly," Robert replied, his hesitation betraying his discomfort. Bates waited, puzzled by his employer's unusual manner. "Have you recovered from your fall this afternoon?" Robert asked. "I'm very sorry about that," Bates apologized. "I don't know what happened." "The thing is, Bates," Robert began, then faltered. Bates remained silent, already aware of what was coming. "I said I would give you a trial, and I have," Robert continued reluctantly. Still, Bates said nothing, which only increased Robert's discomfort. "If it were only up to me." He paused again, struggling with the words. "There's this question of a valet's extra duties." "You mean waiting at table when there's a large party?" Bates supplied, his voice steady. "That, and carrying things, and—" Robert trailed off, clearly hating what he was doing. "You do see that Carson cannot be expected to compromise the efficiency of his staff?" he asked finally. "I do, my lord." "Of course I do," Bates acknowledged, though desperation flashed briefly in his eyes. "Might I make a suggestion?" he ventured. "That when an extra footman is required, the cost could be taken out of my wages." "Absolutely not," Robert interrupted firmly. "I couldn't possibly allow that." "Because I'm very eager to stay, my lord," Bates pressed, his composure slipping. "Very eager indeed." His eyes filled with emotion that he quickly suppressed, pulling himself back from the brink of pleading. "I know you are," Robert said gently, "and I was eager that it should work. You see, it is unlikely that I'll find another position," Bates admitted, the simple statement containing volumes of unspoken hardship. "But surely in a smaller house, where less is expected of you." "It's not likely," Bates replied with quiet resignation. "I mean to help until you find something," Robert offered. "I couldn't take your money, my lord," Bates said firmly. "I can take wages for a job done, but that's all." When Robert offered no solution, only silence, Bates accepted his fate. "Very good, my lord. I'll go at once." "There's no need to rush out into the night," Robert said quickly. "Take the London train tomorrow. It leaves at 9. You'll have a month's wages, too." For a moment it seemed Bates might object, but Robert's tone brooked no argument. "That I insist on?" Bates nodded in acknowledgement and moved toward the door. "This is a bloody business, Bates," Robert said with genuine regret, "but I don't see any way round it." "I quite understand, my lord," Bates replied, his dignity intact as he departed, leaving Robert alone with his troubled conscience. Chapter 14. Family Discussions. In the dining room, the family, Violet and the Duke, were finishing dinner with a savory. Carson, Thomas, and William attended them with the practiced precision of a well-rehearsed dance, serving, removing, appearing, and vanishing with the fluid grace that defined great service. "I'm afraid we're rather a female party tonight, Duke," Cora observed with practiced charm. "But you know what it's like trying to balance numbers in the country. A single man outranks the Holy Grail." "No, I'm terribly flattered to be dining en famille," Crowborough replied smoothly. Edith, unable to contain herself, leaned forward. What were you and Mary doing up in the attics this afternoon? A momentary tension rippled around the table. Sybil intervened quickly. I expect Mary was just showing the Duke the house, weren't you? Mary shot her youngest sister a grateful look, recognizing the rescue for what it was. Violet, sharp as ever, noted Edith's attempt to make trouble and deflected with practiced ease. Are you a student of architecture? She asked the Duke. Absolutely, he replied without hesitation. Then I do hope you'll come and inspect my little cottage, Violet suggested dryly. It was designed by Wren. Ah, for the first Earl's sister, she added, the casual reference to her family's centuries-old lineage making its point. The attics? Robert interjected, his attention caught by the odd detail. Yes, Mary took the Duke up to the attics, Edith confirmed, her tone deliberately innocent while her intent was anything but. Whatever for? Robert asked, perplexed. Why was this, dear? Cora inquired, her eyes fixed on her eldest daughter. We were just looking around, Mary replied, her composure slightly strained. Looking around? Edith persisted. What is there to look at but servants' rooms? What was the real reason? Don't be such a chatterbox, Edith, Violet reprimanded her granddaughter. I think we'll go through, Cora announced, recognizing the need to separate the combatants before the situation deteriorated further. She rose and started to lead the way out. Edith, however, wasn't finished. I still don't understand. Will you hold your tongue? Mary hissed, her composure finally cracking. As the men stood to acknowledge the lady's departure, Carson closed the dining room door, cutting off Mary's harsh whisper. He brought the decanter of port over to Robert and offered both men cigars before retreating with the footman. Robert gestured to the Duke. Move up. Crowborough complied, accepting the port as Robert passed it to him. Did you find anything very interesting in my attics? Robert inquired, his tone carefully casual. Only your daughter, sir, Crowborough replied smoothly. And I'd taken her up there with me. The response earned a small smile from Robert, though his eyes remained watchful. Chapter 15. Honor and Duty. In the servants' hall, the evening meal was laid out and ready, but the staff had yet to sit down. Thomas and William stood nearby as Daisy lingered, her eyes following Thomas with barely disguised admiration. Mrs. Patmore watched from the doorway, her arms folded across her substantial bosom. How long do you think they'll be? Thomas complained. I'm starving. Have you settled the ladies? Carson inquired as he entered. Yes, Mr. Carson, Thomas confirmed. Then it won't be long once they go through. Do you think he'll speak out? Daisy asked eagerly. Do you think we'll have a duchess to wait on? Imagine that. You won't be waiting on her, whatever happens, Mrs. Patmore reminded her sharply. There is no reason why the eldest daughter and heiress of the Earl of Grantham should not wear a duchess's coronet with honor, Carson declared with conviction. Heiress, Mr. Carson? Mrs. Hughes questioned, her eyebrow raised. Has it been decided then? It will be, if there's any justice in the world, Carson replied firmly. He glanced up at the board, where the dining room bell remained still. We'll know soon enough. What are you doing, Anna? Mrs. Patmore asked, noticing the head housemaid preparing a tray of food. I thought I'd take something up to Mr. Bates, him not being well enough to come down. Anna explained. You don't mind, do you, Mrs. Hughes? I don't mind. Not this once, the housekeeper conceded. Take him whatever he might need, Carson added, betraying his discomfort with the situation. He turned to address the assembled staff, his expression grave. Mr. Bates is leaving without a stain on his character. I hope you all observe that in the manner of your parting. I don't see why he has to go, William protested. I don't mind doing a bit of extra. I'll take care of his lordship tonight, shall I, Mr. Carson? Thomas interrupted, eager to fill the vacancy. Not when you're looking after the Duke, you won't, Carson replied firmly. I'll see to his lordship myself. Thomas's annoyance was evident in the tight set of his jaw as he accepted the rebuke. Anna made her way up the stairs, tray balanced carefully in her hands. Outside Bates's door, which stood slightly ajar, she paused at the sound within. Peering around the edge, she saw Bates slumped forward, his head in his hands, shoulders shaking with silent grief. The vulnerability of this proud man, alone with his despair, pierced her heart. Silently, she retreated a few steps down the corridor. Mr. Bates, are you there? She called loudly, giving him time to compose himself. Drawing nearer, she knocked on the door. When it opened, Bates stood before her, his eyes red but dry, all traces of tears hastily wiped away. I brought something up, in case you were hungry, Anna explained, offering the tray. That's very kind, he replied, taking it from her. Neither of them moved, the silence between them laden with unspoken feelings. I'm ever so sorry you're going, Anna said finally, her voice soft with genuine regret. I'll be all right, Bates assured her, though they both knew the uncertainty that awaited him. Of course you will, she agreed loyally. There's always a place for a man like you. Her words were a gentle compliment, prompting a softening in his manner. Oh yes, something'll turn up. Tell us when you're fixed, Anna urged. Just drop us a line, else I'll worry. Well, we can't have that, Bates replied with a sad smile, though he made no promises. As the door closed between them, Anna lingered a moment longer, her expression troubled, before turning away down the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 16. Unwelcome Truths. In the dining room, the candles burned low, their flames reflecting in the polished surface of the table. Robert and Crowborough remained seated, cigar smoke swirling and coiling around them like spectral tendrils. Robert rose, signaling the end of their after-dinner ritual. We must go through and let the servants get in here, he said. I should be grateful if we could stay for just a minute more, Crowborough requested. I have something to ask you. Robert nodded and resumed his seat, curiosity evident in his expression. I was terribly sorry to hear about your cousins, the Duke began. You said, did you know them? Not well. I used to see Patrick Crawley at the Odd Thing. A tension settled between them, the Duke's hesitation betraying the calculation behind his sympathetic facade. I imagine it will mean some adjustments for all of you, he continued cautiously. To lose 2 heirs in one night. It's terrible. Indeed, it was terrible, Robert agreed, his tone giving nothing away. Awful, Crowborough nodded, but then again, it's an ill wind. He offered a half-smile that Robert did not return, making no effort to ease the younger man's evident discomfort. At least Lady Mary's prospects must have rather improved, Crowborough suggested. Have they? Haven't they? Robert poured himself another glass of port, studying the fortune hunter across the table with barely concealed distaste. The thought struck him. Was it right that Downton should be broken up and destroyed for this non-entity? The answer came to him with perfect clarity. It was not. I will not be coy and pretend I do not understand your meaning, Robert stated flatly, though you seem very informed on this family's private affairs. Crowborough remained silent, caught off guard by the Earl's directness. But you ought perhaps to know that I do not intend to fight the entail. Not any part of it. You can't be serious, the Duke replied, shock evident in his voice. It pains me to say it, but I am. You'll give up your entire estate? Your wife's money into the bargain, to a perfect stranger? Crowborough demanded incredulously. You won't even put up a fight? His indignation revealed the extent of his calculations. I hope he proves perfect, but I rather doubt it, Robert replied dryly. It is an odd thing to joke about. No odder than this conversation, Robert countered. So there you have it. But Mary will still have her settlement, which you won't find ungenerous. I'm sorry? Crowborough asked, confusion momentarily replacing his shock. I mean only that her portion on her marriage will be more than respectable, Robert explained pointedly. You'll be pleased, I promise. An expression of alarm crossed the Duke's face as he realized how transparent his intentions had been. Oh, heavens, I hope I haven't given the wrong impression. You know very well the impression you've given, Robert replied coldly. My dear Lord Grantham. Don't my dear Lord Grantham me, Robert interrupted sharply. You knew what you were doing when you came here. You've encouraged Mary, all of us, to think. Forgive me, but I came to express my sympathies and my friendship. Nothing more, Crowborough insisted smoothly. Lady Mary is a charming person. Whoever marries her will be a lucky man. He will not, however, be me. The two men regarded each other with mutual understanding, one contemptuous, the other calculating. I see, Robert said finally. And what was it that you asked me to stay behind to hear? Their eyes locked in silent challenge. I forget, Crowborough admitted, conceding defeat in this particular battle. Chapter 17. Secrets in the Attic. Robert walked through the hall without a backward glance, leaving the Duke standing alone. After a moment's hesitation, Crowborough approached the staircase, taking one of the candles from the table nearby to light his way through the dimly lit corridors. Aren't you coming into the drawing room? Mary's voice emerged from the shadows where she had been waiting, her elegant silhouette barely visible in the darkness. Crowborough's face betrayed momentary surprise before he composed himself. I'm tired. I think I'll just slip away. Please make my excuses. I'm afraid I've worn you out, Mary said, stepping forward into the pool of candlelight. Tomorrow we can just... I'm leaving in the morning, he interrupted, his voice flat and final. He stared at her, making no attempt to soften the blow. The sudden shift, from flirtation to rejection, hung between them like a physical presence. Good night, he said at last. Oh, you might tell that footman. Thomas, Mary supplied mechanically, her mind still processing what was happening. Thomas, you might tell him I've gone up. As he ascended the stairs, the light from his candle gradually fading, Edith emerged from a doorway. "So he slipped the hook," she observed, a smile playing on her lips. "At least I'm not fishing with no bait," Mary replied sharply, brushing past her sister toward the drawing room. Her words were cutting as ever, but the tears on her cheeks, hastily wiped away, betrayed the wound beneath her armor. In the Duke's bedroom, Thomas hung a dressing gown in the wardrobe with practiced efficiency. "I don't believe that," he exclaimed, his tone strikingly familiar, as though speaking to an equal rather than the aristocrat he served. "Well, believe what you like," Crowborough replied with a shrug. "He won't break the entail. The unknown cousin gets everything, and Mary's inheritance will be the same as it always was." "How was I to know?" Thomas asked defensively. "When the lawyer turned up, I thought—" "You couldn't have known, and you were right to send the telegram," the Duke assured him. "But it's not going to come off." "So what now?" Thomas asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "You know how I'm fixed," Crowborough sighed. "I must have an heiress if I have to go to New York to find one." "What about me?" Thomas demanded, the question revealing the true nature of their relationship. He knelt to remove the Duke's shoes, a servant's task imbued with unexpected intimacy. "You said you'd find me a job if I wanted to leave." "And do you?" Crowborough asked. "I want to be a valet. I'm sick of being a footman." "But I have a valet," the Duke pointed out. "I thought you were trying to get rid of the new one here." "I've done it," Thomas confirmed. "But I'm not sure Carson's going to let me take over." He approached the Duke, his voice softening. "And I want to be with you." Their embrace revealed the depth of their connection, a dangerous secret in a world that condemned such relationships. Yet the Duke's response was measured, detached. "I can't see it working. We don't seem to have the basis of a servant-master relationship." He kissed his fingers with casual indifference. Thomas's expression hardened. "You came here to be with me." "Among other reasons," Crowborough admitted. "But one swallow doesn't make a summer." "Aren't you forgetting something?" Thomas asked, his voice taking on a threatening edge. The Duke smiled, unfazed by the implicit blackmail. "What? Are you threatening me? Because of a youthful dalliance? A few weeks of madness in a London season? You wouldn't hold that against me, surely?" "I would if I have to," Thomas replied coldly. "Who'd believe a greedy footman against the word of a duke?" Crowborough challenged. "If you're not very careful, you'll end up behind bars." "I've got proof," Thomas countered. The Duke opened a drawer and removed a bundle of letters, waving them almost tauntingly. "You mean these?" Thomas lunged for them, but Crowborough was quicker. He threw the letters into the fire and held Thomas back with surprising strength as the papers curled and blackened in the flames. "I'm grateful," the Duke said, releasing him once the evidence was destroyed. "My mother's always telling me never to put anything in writing, and now, thanks to you, I never will again." "How did you get them, you bastard?" Thomas seethed, watching his leverage turn to ash. "Don't be a bad loser, Thomas. Go to bed," Crowborough advised coolly, "unless you want to stay." Thomas's withering glare was answer enough as he stormed out. The Duke watched him go without concern, already mentally moving on to his next conquest. Chapter 18. Farewell and Second Chances. In Mrs. Hughes's sitting room, the housekeeper sat by the fire when Carson looked in to say good night. "I think I'll turn in," he announced. "No big announcement, then?" Mrs. Hughes inquired. "No, nor likely to be. He's off on the 9 o'clock train." "He never is," she exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "And when we've had a turkey killed for tomorrow's dinner." "Thomas says he's packed already," Carson confirmed. "I wonder what she did wrong," Mrs. Hughes mused. "She did nothing wrong," Carson defended loyally, not from the way his lordship was talking. "So his grace turned out to be graceless?" she suggested, with gentle humor. Carson didn't find such wordplay amusing. "Good night, Mrs. Hughes." "Good night, Mr. Carson," she replied, watching him go with a knowing smile. In the quiet sanctuary of their bedroom, Robert and Cora lay side by side, the soft glow of the bedside lamps casting warm shadows across the elegant furnishings. "If you knew that was your decision, why put Mary through it?" Cora asked, her voice tinged with reproach. "I didn't know it was my decision, my final decision until tonight," Robert explained. "But I find I cannot ruin the estate and hollow out the title for the sake of Mary, even with a better man than that. I try to understand, I just can't." "Why should you?" Robert replied with sudden fervor. "Downton is in my blood and in my bones. It's not in yours, and I can no more be the cause of its destruction than I could betray my country." Cora's expression revealed a complex mixture of admiration and irritation at her husband's devotion to his ancestral home. "Besides, how was I to know he wouldn't take her without the money?" Robert added. "Don't pretend to be a child because it suits you," Cora chided. "Do you think she would have been happy with a fortune hunter?" "She might have been," Robert conceded. "I was," Cora replied simply. The admission of this unspoken truth brought Robert up short. After a moment, he sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand in his. "Have you been happy? Really? Have I made you happy?" "Yes," Cora answered, her voice softening. "That is, since you fell in love with me." A trace of mischief entered her expression, which, if I remember correctly, was about a year after we married. "Not a year," Robert objected gently. "Not as long as that." He raised her hand to his lips in a gesture of tenderness. After a moment, his expression grew serious again. "But it wouldn't have happened for Mary." "Why not?" "Because I'm so much nicer than the Duke of Crowborough," Robert replied with unexpected humor. "I'll be the judge of that," Cora countered, her eyes warm with affection. She lowered the lamp wick and blew it out, settling into the comfortable familiarity of their shared bed. "But don't think I'm going to let it rest, Robert. I haven't given up by any means. I must do what my conscience tells me," he insisted. "And so must I," Cora replied with equal determination. "And I don't want you to think I'll let it rest." Robert sighed as he extinguished his own lamp, plunging the room into darkness. For all their differences, they were well-matched adversaries and partners. Morning arrived with clear skies and birdsong. Carson crossed the hall just as Robert descended the stairs, Pharaoh at his heels. "Would it be acceptable for Bates to ride in front with Taylor?" Carson inquired. "Otherwise, it means getting the other car out. He and his Grace are catching the same train." "Perfectly acceptable," Robert decided. "And if his Grace doesn't like it, he can lump it." Carson's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile as he went to arrange the departure. Outside, beneath the grand portico, Crowborough stood with Cora, exchanging the formal pleasantries that masked their mutual dislike. "You've been so kind, Lady Grantham." "Thank you," he said smoothly. "Goodbye, Duke," Cora replied, her voice cold as she extended her hand with stiff formality. "You'll make my farewells to your delightful daughters," he requested. "They'd have been down if they'd known you were leaving so soon," she pointed out, the subtle rebuke clear in her tone. "Alas, something's come up, which has taken me quite by surprise," Crowborough offered as explanation. "Obviously," Cora replied, making no effort to hide her skepticism. Robert emerged from the house with Pharaoh trotting beside him. "Well, Grantham, this has been a highly enjoyable interlude," the Duke declared with forced cheerfulness. "Has it?" Robert countered. "And I feared it had proved a disappointment." "Not at all, not at all," Crowborough assured him. "A short stay in your lovely house has driven away my cares." He caught Thomas's eye as the footman secured the luggage, the brief exchange laden with meaning that only they understood. The other servants stood in attendance as Taylor, the chauffeur, waited by the open car door. "We ought to go, my lord," Taylor advised, "if His Grace is to catch the train." Robert walked over to where Bates stood near the car. "Goodbye, Bates, and good luck." "Good luck to you, my lord," Bates replied, dignity intact despite his circumstances. Crowborough entered the car, and Taylor shut the door behind him before taking his place behind the wheel. Bates joined him in the front, his meager possessions clutched on his lap. The car had barely begun to move when Robert suddenly called out, "Wait!" The vehicle halted. Robert ran forward, opening Bates's door and pulling the case from the valet's lap. "Get out, Bates," he commanded. From inside the car, Crowborough protested, "I don't want to be late." Robert ignored him completely, holding the door open expectantly. A shocked Carson hurried forward to close the car door after Bates exited, and Taylor drove away with the Duke. "Get back inside," Robert told Bates, his decision made, "and we'll say no more about it." Bates took his case and obeyed, relief and gratitude evident in every line of his face. From the steps, Cora observed this reversal with resignation before turning back into the house. Carson dispersed the other servants, though not before Thomas and O'Brien had exchanged looks of undisguised fury. Anna's face, by contrast, shone with quiet joy. "It wasn't right, Carson," Robert explained simply. "I just didn't think it was right." Carson nodded in understanding, recognizing that some bonds transcended the rigid hierarchies they all lived by. Chapter 19. The New Heir. A quiet, respectable house on the outskirts of the city, the Crawley home was a world away from the grandeur of Downton Abbey. It was neat, practical, and comfortably middle class, a home of industry, not inheritance. Inside the dining room, Matthew Crawley sat at the breakfast table, absorbed in the Times. A cup of tea sat untouched beside him, the Morning Post stacked neatly to his right. Across from him, his mother, Isabel Crawley, watched him with a knowing gaze. "You've barely touched your toast." Matthew glanced up absently. "I suppose I'm not very hungry." Isabel reached for the letter, resting beside his paper, her fingers grazing the wax seal. So, Lord Grantham has written. Matthew exhaled. He has. Isabel tilted her head, and Matthew set down his paper and rubbed his temples. It's exactly what we thought. With the death of his heir, He hesitated, still struggling to say it aloud. I am now next in line to inherit the estate. Isabel studied him carefully. And how do you feel about that? Matthew gave a short, humorless laugh. How do I feel? Well, it's absurd for a start. I've never even met these people, and now I'm expected to... What? Take over their lives? Their home? His mother smiled slightly. Our home now, Matthew. He ran a hand through his hair, leaning back in his chair. If you ask me, it's outdated. The idea that land and title must pass to a male heir rather than a daughter. It's ridiculous. Isabel arched a brow. Then you should fit right in. Matthew let out a low sigh. I don't want to be part of their world. Isabel studied her son, her expression softening. Perhaps it's not about what you want. Perhaps it's about duty. Matthew's jaw tightened. Duty to what? To a system I don't believe in. His mother's gaze did not waver. Duty to your future. Matthew fell silent, his mind racing. He had worked for everything in his life. He had studied, built a career, created a future of his own making. And now, with one letter, that future had been rewritten. Isabel poured herself another cup of tea, her voice gentle but firm. We should go, Matthew. He looked at her sharply. Go? To Downton. We should see it, meet them. Matthew scoffed. And what? Play the part of the grateful heir? Isabel smiled faintly. Or decide for yourself if it's truly something you can walk away from. Matthew exhaled heavily, rubbing a hand over his face. He had the sinking feeling that this was not going to end the way he wanted. Chapter 1. Arrival at Crawley House. A fine mist hung over the Yorkshire countryside as Taylor guided the motor car through the winding roads toward the village of Downton. Inside the vehicle, Matthew Crawley stared out the window, his expression betraying little of the reluctance that had pooled in his stomach since they'd left Manchester. Beside him, his mother Isabel sat with an air of determined optimism that only deepened his sense of foreboding. Here we are, ma'am, Taylor announced as the car turned through a stone gateway. This is Crawley House. For good or ill, Matthew muttered under his breath, earning a sharp look from his mother. As Taylor brought the car to a stop, Matthew leaned toward Isabel, lowering his voice. I'm still not sure we've done the right thing. Why are we here? Isabel's patience was wearing thin. For the 1,000th time, we're here because you will inherit a great position for which you are completely unprepared. Would you rather arrive in 20 years' time as an ignorant stranger? Before Matthew could respond, Taylor opened her door, and she stepped out into the misty afternoon. Matthew followed, joining her on the far side as Taylor began unstrapping their luggage from the back of the vehicle. I still don't see why I couldn't just refuse, Matthew persisted. His voice kept low. There is no mechanism for you to do so. Isabel's eyes flashed with exasperation. You will be an earl. You will inherit the estate. Of course you can throw it away when you have it. That's up to you. And do you approve? Matthew asked, studying his mother's face. Whether I approve is neither here nor there, she replied, straightening her hat. It will happen. A middle-aged man had emerged from the front door of Crawley House, but hung back when he noticed their conversation. He wore the formal attire of a butler, his posture rigid with practiced propriety. When Matthew finally turned toward him, the man seemed uncertain. "Can I help?" Matthew asked, his tone suggesting the man might be lost. "I'm Molesley, sir, your butler and valet," the man replied with a slight bow. Matthew's brow furrowed. "I thought we were to be looked after by Ellen and Mrs. Bird." "Lady Grantham employed me, sir," Molesley explained, his expression revealing nothing of his feelings about his new position. "Mr. Molesley, I'm afraid," Matthew began. Isabel stepped in smoothly. "May I introduce ourselves? I am Mrs. Crawley, and this is my son, Mr. Matthew Crawley. I'll just give Mr. Taylor a hand with the cases," Molesley offered, moving toward the car. "I can—" Matthew started to protest. "Thank you, Molesley," Isabel interjected firmly, cutting off her son's objection. As Molesley and Taylor began carrying their luggage inside, Matthew and Isabel followed at a slight distance. Matthew leaned closer to his mother, his voice barely audible. "I won't let them change me." Isabel glanced sideways at him. "Why would they want to?" "Mother," Matthew said with quiet intensity, "Lord Grantham has made the unwelcome discovery that his heir is a middle-class lawyer and the son of a middle-class doctor." "Upper middle class," Isabel corrected, miffed by his description. The entrance hall of Crawley House was smaller than Matthew had expected, yet still far grander than their Manchester home. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, illuminating the polished wood of the staircase and the tasteful furnishings. It was a house designed for comfort rather than ostentation, though it still spoke of a life far removed from the one they had known. As they stepped inside, Matthew took in their new surroundings with a mixture of appreciation and apprehension. Whatever awaited them in this strange new world, one thing was certain: their lives would never be the same again. Chapter 2. First Impressions. The drawing room of Crawley House surprised Isabel with its gentle elegance. Afternoon light streamed through the tall windows, catching dust motes that drifted lazily in the air. Ellen, their newly appointed housemaid, stood by attentively as Isabel admired the room. "Oh, Ellen, this is much better than I anticipated," Isabel remarked, running her fingers along the polished surface of a mahogany side table. "You've done wonderfully." Molesley appeared in the doorway, carrying Matthew's small leather attaché case. "Would you like this in here, ma'am, or taken up to your room?" "In here, thank you." Isabel surveyed their modest staff with curiosity. "So, are you the whole of our new household?" "There's a local girl, ma'am. Beth," Molesley explained. "She's to double as under housemaid and kitchen maid." "This is riddick," Matthew began, frustration evident in his voice. "May I offer some tea?" Molesley interrupted, either oblivious to Matthew's irritation or wisely choosing to ignore it. "That would be lovely," Isabel replied smoothly. She sensed her son's rising displeasure and added, "So, do you know Downton well?" "Very good, ma'am." Molesley nodded, finally taking his leave. The door had barely closed when Matthew rounded on his mother. "Well, he can go right now." "Why?" Isabel challenged, though she knew perfectly well what had sparked her son's indignation. "Because we do not need a butler or a valet," If it comes to that. Matthew paced the room, his lawyer's precision coming through in his argument. We've always managed perfectly well with a cook and a maid, and they cannot expect us. Isabel turned on him with unexpected severity. What they expect, Matthew, is that we won't know how to behave. So if you don't mind, I would rather not confirm their expectations. I have to be myself, Mother, Matthew insisted, his voice quieter but no less determined. I'll be no use to anyone if I can't be myself. And before they or you get any ideas, I will choose my own wife. Isabel blinked in surprise. What on earth do you mean? Well, they're clearly going to push one of the daughters at me. They'll have fixed on that when they heard I was a bachelor. Lady Mary Crawley. The voice from the doorway froze them both. A young woman stood there, dressed impeccably in a riding habit, her dark hair framing a face of striking beauty and cool composure. Her expression made it clear she had heard Matthew's last remark. I do hope I'm not interrupting, she said, her voice as smooth as cut glass. Lady Mary, Isabel stammered, flushing slightly. Cousin Mary, please. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Mamma has sent me down to welcome you and ask you to dine with us tonight. Unless you're too tired. We would be delighted, Isabel managed, painfully aware of the awkwardness filling the room. Good. Come at 8. Mary turned to leave, then paused. Won't you stay and have some tea? Oh no, Mary replied with deliberate emphasis. You're far too busy, and I wouldn't want to push in. The slight stress she placed on the word push confirmed Matthew's worst fears. She had indeed heard his unguarded comment. Without waiting for a response, she departed, leaving a tension in her wake. Matthew followed her outside, where the head groom Lynch was helping Mary onto her side saddle. He felt compelled to make amends, though the words caught in his throat. Lady Mary, I hope you didn't misunderstand me. I was only joking. She regarded him from her elevated position, her face a perfect mask of aristocratic disdain. Of course, and I agree. The whole thing is a complete joke. With that, she signaled to Lynch, and the 2 horses moved off down the drive. Matthew stood watching them go, the bitter taste of humiliation in his mouth. His new life at Downton had barely begun, and already he had managed to make an enemy of the Earl's eldest daughter. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees that lined the drive. Matthew turned back toward the house, his earlier reservations now solidified into grim certainty. This place, these people, they represented everything he had spent his life avoiding. Privilege without purpose, tradition without reason. Yet here he stood, implicated in their world by an accident of birth and the arcane laws of inheritance. As he reached the door, he glanced back once more at the receding figures of Mary and Lynch. Something about Lady Mary's cutting dismissal stirred a complex emotion in him, not just embarrassment, but a strange, reluctant curiosity. She had wounded his pride, yes, but she had also challenged him. And Matthew Crawley had never been one to back down from a challenge. Chapter 3. Below Stairs Discussions. The servants' hall at Downton Abbey hummed with the quiet energy of afternoon tea. Sunlight slanted through the high windows, casting long shadows across the wooden table where the staff had gathered. O'Brien meticulously cleaned a delicate silver bracelet, her thin fingers working with practiced precision, while Anna mended the trimming on a bodice, her needle flashing in and out of the fabric with swift, even stitches. Gwen was finishing a piece of bread and jam, and William sat nearby, watching Thomas read his newspaper with undisguised envy. Mr. Bates sipped his tea in thoughtful silence. "So, what do you think we'll make of them?" Thomas broke the silence, not looking up from his paper. O'Brien sniffed dismissively. "I shouldn't think much. She hasn't even got a lady's maid." "It's not a capital offense," Anna remarked, her tone mild but pointed. Bates set down his cup. "She's got a maid. Her name's Ellen. She came a day early." "She's not a lady's maid," O'Brien insisted, her lips pressing into a thin line. "She's a housemaid who fastens hooks and buttons when she has to. There's more to it than that, you know." A voice from the kitchen called for Daisy, but the kitchen maid ignored it, distracted by a cartoon Thomas was showing her in the newspaper. Her eyes crinkled with amusement as she leaned closer. "We'll want some very precise reporting when dinner's over," Anna said, glancing up from her sewing with undisguised curiosity. William fidgeted with a spoon. "Are we to treat him as the heir?" "Are we heck as like?" O'Brien scoffed. "A doctor's son from Manchester? He'll be lucky if he gets a civil word out of me." Anna's eyes gleamed with mischief. "We're all lucky if we get a civil word out of you." Before O'Brien could devise a suitably cutting retort, Carson appeared in the doorway, carrying a thick brown paper parcel. His imposing figure seemed to fill the frame as he surveyed the gathered staff with his customary gravity. "Gwen," he announced, his deep voice commanding immediate attention. "Parcel for you. Came by the evening post." "Thank you, Mr. Carson," Gwen replied, taking the package with poorly concealed excitement. Thomas glanced up from his newspaper. "Have you seen him yet, Mr. Carson?" "By them, I assume you mean the new family?" Carson's eyebrows rose a fraction. "In which case, no. I have that pleasure to look forward to." His tone made it abundantly clear what he thought of the newcomers. Without another word, he turned to leave, just as Mrs. Patmore appeared in the doorway, her face flushed from the heat of the kitchen. "Daisy!" The cook's voice cut through the calm of the servants' hall like a knife. "Did you hear me call? Or have you gone selectively deaf?" Daisy jumped to her feet, nearly knocking over her teacup. "No, Mrs. Patmore." "Then might I remind you we are preparing dinner for your future employer?" Mrs. Patmore's hands landed on her ample hips. "And if it goes wrong, I'll be telling them why." Daisy scurried out of the room just as the dressing gong sounded, its deep resonance prompting the others to rise from their seats and head for the stairs, their brief respite concluded. In Lady Mary's bedroom, Cora stood watching as her eldest daughter prepared for the evening. Both were already dressed for dinner, their elaborate gowns catching the golden light of the setting sun. "But why are they here at all?" Mary demanded, adjusting a pearl earring with precise movements. "When you're going to undo it." Mary turned to face her mother, exasperation evident in every line of her body. "But you'll still try." "Granny and I are willing to try." "And Papa is not?" Mary's disbelief was tinged with betrayal. The idea that her own father might accept this usurper was unthinkable. Cora moved closer, her silk skirts rustling softly against the carpet. "We'll bring him round, you'll see. We're trying to find a lawyer who'll take it on. Relief flickered across Mary's features, the first genuine emotion she had shown since entering the room. Her mother's reassurance had rekindled hope, however faint. Mary lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug. She's nice enough, but he's very full of himself. Why do you say that? For a moment, Mary considered telling her mother about Matthew's clumsy comment regarding marriage, but something held her back. Perhaps it was the memory of his embarrassment when she had caught him out, or perhaps it was simply too trivial to bother with. Just an impression, she said at last. Let's go down and you can decide for yourself. As they left the room, Mary's thoughts returned to the newcomer. Despite her outward disdain, she had to admit a certain curiosity about this middle-class lawyer who had somehow become her father's heir. His obvious discomfort with his new position was almost amusing, especially compared to the eager social climbers she usually encountered. But his presumption that she or her sisters would be thrown at him had stung more than she cared to admit. No, Mary decided as they descended the grand staircase. Matthew Crawley would soon learn that the daughters of Downton were not prizes to be claimed simply because of an archaic inheritance law, especially not by a man who couldn't even properly receive a guest in his own home. Chapter 4. An Uncomfortable Dinner. In the great hall of Downton Abbey, the family assembled in their evening finery, awaiting the arrival of their guests. Robert Crawley, Earl of Grantham, had gone to the outer hall to receive the newcomers, while Carson arranged the servants in a precise line, each standing at attention like soldiers on parade. The butler's rigid posture silently communicated his expectations for the evening ahead. The sound of the front door opening sent a subtle ripple of anticipation through the waiting household. Thomas held the inner glass door as Robert escorted Matthew and Isabel Crawley into the hall. "Hello again," Robert said warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you at last, Mrs. Crawley." "We're delighted to be here, aren't we, Matthew?" Isabel replied, her voice carrying a practiced brightness that her son failed to match. "Delighted," Matthew echoed, with considerably less enthusiasm. As they entered the great hall, the footmen returned to their places in line. Cora glided forward, her silk gown rustling softly as she moved to greet her guests. "Welcome to Downton," she said with a gracious smile. "Thank you. You've been so kind," Isabel replied, genuinely touched by the gesture, despite the underlying tensions. Matthew turned toward the line of servants, unable to hide his surprise at the formality of the reception. "What a reception committee," he remarked with an awkward laugh. His attempt at levity fell flat. No one responded, and the silence that followed felt interminable. Isabel, sensing her son's discomfort, quickly turned to Carson. "Yes, thank you." "This is Carson," Robert explained. "We'd all be lost without him." The butler's expression remained impassive, his face a mask of professional dignity that betrayed none of his private thoughts about the newcomers. "Thank you, Carson," Isabel said, "for making us feel so welcome." Matthew caught Mary's eye across the hall and briefly considered making a self-deprecating joke to ease the tension between them, but she pointedly looked away before he could speak. "Mama, may I present Matthew Crawley and Mrs. Crawley?" Robert said, guiding them toward a formidable-looking elderly woman. "My mother, Lady Grantham." Isabel stepped forward, extending her hand to the Dowager Countess. "What should we call each other?" We could always start with Mrs. Crawley and Lady Grantham, Violet replied, her voice dripping with glacial politeness. Cora, perceiving the gathering storm clouds, intervened swiftly. Come into the drawing room and we can make all the proper introductions. Thank you, Carson. Yes, Carson, Robert added, his exasperation with the butler's coolness barely concealed. Thank you for making them feel so welcome. As they moved toward the drawing room, Violet exchanged a knowing glance with Carson, a silent acknowledgement of their shared opposition to the interlopers. The dining room glowed with candlelight, silver and crystal gleaming against the rich damask tablecloth. The first course had just been served, with Thomas and William moving silently around the table. Despite the elegant surroundings, tension hung in the air like a fine mist. Do you think you'll enjoy village life? Robert asked, making a valiant attempt at conversation. It will be very quiet after life in a city. Even Manchester, Violet added, her voice suggesting she might have been referring to a particularly backward outpost of the empire, rather than one of England's great industrial centers. I'm sure I'll find something to keep me busy, Isabel responded with forced cheerfulness. You might like the hospital, Cora suggested. Her comment earned a sharp glance from Violet, whose grip on her soup spoon tightened imperceptibly. What sort of hospital is it? How many beds? Isabel inquired, her interest genuinely piqued. Well, it isn't really a hospital, Violet began dismissively. Don't let Dr. Clarkson hear you, Robert interrupted with a chuckle. He thinks it's second only to St. Thomas's. It's a cottage hospital, of course, but quite well equipped, Cora explained. Isabel leaned forward slightly. Who pays for it? Oh, good. Let's talk about money, Violet murmured, her distaste evident. Robert ignored his mother's snobbery and continued. My father gave the building and an endowment to run it. In a way, he set up his own memorial. But how splendid, Isabel remarked. And Mr. Lloyd George's new insurance measures will help, Robert added. Carson, who had been observing the dinner with his usual attentiveness, noticed William's sleeve coming apart at the shoulder seam. The slight imperfection in his footman's appearance caused his brow to furrow in quiet disapproval. Please don't speak that man's name, Violet interjected, her voice sharp. We are about to eat. During this exchange, Thomas had moved to Matthew's left with a serving dish. He paused, watching the newcomer with barely concealed contempt. I will hold it steady, and you can help yourself, sir, he said, the implication clear that Matthew wouldn't know how to be properly served by a footman. Isabel winced at the subtle insult, while Violet's lips curved in the faintest of smirks. Matthew, however, maintained his composure. Yes, I know. Thank you, he replied evenly. Mary gave him a gracious, if condescending, smile. You'll soon get used to the way things are done here. If you mean I am accustomed to a very different life from this, then that is true, Matthew replied simply, his straightforward response temporarily robbing Mary of her cutting retort. What will you do with your time? Sybil asked, seeking to diffuse the tension. I've got a job in Ripon, Matthew announced. I've said I'll start tomorrow. His statement landed like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of shock around the table. A job? Robert echoed, as if the word itself were foreign to him. In a partnership, Matthew continued, seemingly oblivious to the consternation he had caused. You might have heard of it. Harville and Carter. The lawyers. They need someone who understands industrial law, I'm glad to say, although I'm afraid most of it will be wills and conveyancing and other lowly activities. He smiled around the table, but his attempt at modesty did nothing to ease the awkwardness. You do know I mean to involve you in the running of the estate? Robert asked, his confusion evident. Oh, don't worry, Matthew assured him. There are plenty of hours in the day, and of course I'll have the weekends. We'll discuss this later, Robert said firmly. We mustn't bore the ladies. Violet stared at Matthew as if he had just suggested they all take up coal mining. What is a weekend? She inquired, her genuine bewilderment suggesting she had been transported to an alien planet where the normal rules of civilized society no longer applied. In the kitchen below, Mrs. Patmore orchestrated the dinner service with the precision and intensity of a battlefield commander. Steam rose from pots and pans as kitchen maids scurried to execute her orders, their faces flushed from heat and exertion. Why shouldn't he be a lawyer? Daisy asked, her innocent question earning a scathing look from O'Brien. Gentlemen don't work, silly. Not real gentlemen, the lady's maid declared with absolute certainty. Don't listen to her, Daisy, Anna advised. No, listen to me, Mrs. Patmore bellowed, her patience exhausted. And get those kidneys up to the servery before I knock you down and serve your brains as fritters. Yes, Mrs. Patmore, Daisy squeaked, hurrying away with the tray before the cook could make good on her threat. I wonder what that Mr. Molesley makes of them, Anna mused, returning to her earlier task. Mr. Bates, you know Mr. Molesley, don't you? William asked. Bates nodded, his expression thoughtful. I do. We were footmen together, in a house near Stafford, before the South African War. Thomas sneered. Poor old Molesley. I pity the man who's taken that job. Then why did you apply for it? Bates inquired mildly. Caught off guard, Thomas recovered quickly. I thought it might help me to get away from you, Mr. Bates. He glanced around at the others, satisfied with his retort. And I didn't know then that Mr. Crawley wasn't a gentleman. Might I ask who is serving the savory? Mrs. Hughes's voice cut through the chatter as she appeared in the doorway. Thomas and William hurried out, the conversation abruptly terminated by her timely intervention. Chapter 5. The Village Hospital. The morning air carried a hint of frost as Isabel Crawley made her way through Downton Village. The previous night's dinner had left her with mixed feelings about their new position in the community, but the sight of the cottage hospital ahead rekindled her sense of purpose. Here, at least, was something familiar, something where her experience and knowledge might prove valuable. Dr. Richard Clarkson greeted her in the small entrance hall, his expression betraying mild surprise at her early visit. It's kind of you to take an interest, he remarked as he led her through to a simple ward. I'm afraid it's a case of the war horse and the drum, Isabel replied with a self-deprecating smile. You know my late husband was a doctor. I do. Clarkson nodded. I'm familiar with Dr. Crawley's work on the symptoms of infection in children. Pride straightened Isabel's spine. My father was also in medicine, and my brother is Dr. Edward Turnbull. Even I studied nursing during the South African War. As they walked between the rows of beds, Isabel noted the hospital's modest but clean facilities with an appraising eye. They approached a bed that had been screened off, just as a young woman was being helped away by a nurse. Isabel tilted her head questioningly. Clarkson lowered his voice. Very distressing. A young farmer, John Drake, a tenant of Lord Grantham's. He came in today. It's dropsy, I'm afraid. May I see him? Isabel asked. Clarkson hesitated, clearly surprised by her request, but moved back the screens. On the bed lay a young man of about 30, his skin a sickly gray, his legs swollen to an alarming size. He looked up as they approached, his eyes sunken in his gaunt face. I hope you're not too uncomfortable, Mr. Drake, Isabel said gently. The patient tried to respond, but his words emerged as muffled wheezes that quickly deteriorated into violent coughing. When he pulled the handkerchief from his mouth, Isabel saw it was thick with blood. Her medical training took over immediately, assessing symptoms and considering possible treatments. Outside the hospital, she turned to Dr. Clarkson. Is the dropsy of the liver or the heart? Everything points to the heart, he replied. There is a good deal of fluid around it. You mean an effusion? Isabel corrected automatically. A flicker of irritation crossed Clarkson's face. Forgive me. I keep forgetting I am talking to a medical expert. Isabel chose to ignore the touch of irony in his tone. What will happen to his wife? She may try to keep the farm on, Clarkson sighed. Grantham is not a harsh landlord, but her children are young. What can I do to help? Isabel asked, her mind already churning with possibilities. When Clarkson hesitated, she pressed on. If I'm to live in this village, I must have an occupation. Please, let me be useful. Clarkson studied her for a moment, weighing his options. It will take a lot to keep him comfortable, he conceded finally. If you could look in from time to time and relieve my nurses, I should be very grateful. Isabel nodded, satisfied with this small victory, though her thoughts were already running ahead to more ambitious interventions. As they parted ways, she couldn't help but compare the sleepy village practices of this country doctor with the innovative techniques she had witnessed her husband employ in Manchester. Perhaps there was more she could offer here than merely relieving the nurses. Meanwhile, at Crawley House, Molesley stood at the window of Matthew's dressing room, staring out at the garden with an air of defeated resignation. The sound of Bates's cane on the wooden floor announced the valet's arrival before he appeared in the doorway. Very tidy, I must say, Bates remarked, looking around the immaculate room. That's how he leaves it, Molesley replied glumly. Bates raised an eyebrow. He chooses his clothes himself. He puts them out at night and hangs the ones he's worn. Molesley's shoulders sagged with the confession. I get to take the linen down to the laundry, but that's about all. That's all? Bates couldn't quite hide his surprise. I'll do this, he says, and I'll take the other, and I'll tie that, and I'm just stood there like a chump watching a man get dressed. Molesley's frustration bubbled over. To be honest, Mr. Bates, I don't see the point of it. Don't tell Thomas, Bates advised with a conspiratorial smile. He's jealous enough already. He glanced around the room again. What about the butlering? Molesley shook his head. The food's on the sideboard, and he keeps the wine on the table so he can pour it himself. It's like an all-day breakfast. The despondency in Molesley's voice spoke volumes. For a man whose entire sense of purpose was defined by his service, Matthew's self-sufficiency was more than an inconvenience. It was an existential threat. In the gardens of Downton Abbey, Robert walked alongside his mother, their breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. "I thought you didn't like him," Robert remarked, continuing a conversation about Matthew. "Well, so what?" Violet replied with characteristic bluntness. "I have plenty of friends I don't like. Would you want Mary to marry one of them? Why do you always have to pretend to be nicer than the rest of us?" Violet demanded, fixing her son with a penetrating gaze. "Perhaps I am," Robert suggested mildly. Violet dismissed this with a wave of her gloved hand. "Then pity your wife whose fortune must go to this odd young man, with his weekends and jobs. If Mary were to marry him, then all would be resolved." They reached the house, where Thomas stood at attention, his face an expressionless mask that revealed nothing of his eavesdropping. Robert led his mother inside, mulling over her suggestion. The idea wasn't new to him. Indeed, it seemed the most elegant solution to their predicament, but he knew his eldest daughter well enough to anticipate her resistance. Upstairs, in the small bedroom she shared with Gwen, Anna entered to find her roommate hurriedly stuffing papers into a folder. "What have you got there?" Anna asked, beginning to undress for the night. "Nothing," Gwen replied too quickly. "What kind of nothing?" Anna teased. "You haven't got an admirer." "I might have," Gwen said defensively. "Why shouldn't I?" "Don't tell Mrs. Hughes, or she'll bring the vicar round to have you exorcised," Anna joked as she changed into her nightdress. Gwen followed suit, washing with the jug and basin on their small table. "How are we supposed to find husbands if we're never allowed to see any men?" "Perhaps she thinks the stork brings them," Anna replied dryly. She paused, studying Gwen's evasive expression. "What's he like?" Gwen looked puzzled until Anna nodded at the folder. "Oh, he's all right." "Don't trust me then," Anna said, a hint of hurt in her voice. As they climbed into their beds, Anna's thoughts turned to the upstairs drama. Lady Mary's in for a surprise. Thomas was in the library when old Violet came in from the garden. Seems they want to fix her up with Mr. Crawley. "Well, it makes sense," Gwen observed reasonably. "And she was going to marry Mr. Patrick." Anna stared up at the ceiling, considering this. Would she have, though? When it came to it, that's the question. She blew out the candle, leaving them in darkness as they contemplated the romantic machinations taking place above their heads. Chapter 6. Matters of Inheritance. Cora's bedroom was bathed in the soft glow of lamplight as she sat at her dressing table, watching her husband prepare for bed. Despite the late hour, Robert's mind remained preoccupied with the evening's events, his brow furrowed in consternation. But if he must work, it should be politics, Robert insisted, pacing the plush carpet. He could build on it when he goes to the Lords. He trained for the law, Cora pointed out, her American practicality surfacing as she brushed her dark hair with long, even strokes. "Well, I don't know what the local people will make of it," Robert sighed, his aristocratic sensibilities clearly troubled by the notion of his heir engaging in paid employment. Cora set down her brush and turned to face her husband. "I can't see why he has the right to your estates or to my money, but I refuse to condemn him for wanting an honest job." "Really, Cora," Robert replied with mild exasperation. "Just because you dislike my mother, there's no need to turn into Mark Twain." He blew out his lamp and settled under the covers, effectively ending the conversation. Cora remained seated for a moment longer, her reflection in the mirror revealing the complex emotions that flickered across her face. For all her outward composure, the American heiress who had saved Downton with her fortune was acutely aware of the irony in her situation. The money that had preserved this bastion of aristocratic privilege would now pass to a distant cousin with no appreciation for the world it sustained. The following morning found Anna in Crawley House, where Bates had arrived to visit Molesley. The camaraderie between the valets, one employed, one effectively redundant, reflected the peculiar hierarchy of service that bound them together, despite their different households. "Nothing is out of place," Bates observed, leaning on his stick as he surveyed Matthew's immaculate dressing room. Molesley's dejected expression spoke volumes. Standing at the window, he stared out at the garden with the air of a man contemplating his own obsolescence. "That's how he leaves it." The conversation was interrupted by Matthew's unexpected return. He entered the house briskly, shrugging off his coat before Molesley could step forward to assist him. His mother appeared in the hallway, a letter clutched in her hand. "There you are, dear. I was hoping you'd be home in time." "In time for what?" Matthew asked, noting the warning in her eyes. "I have been paid the compliment of a visit." In the drawing room, they found Violet and Cora seated like a pair of elegant conspirators. The Dowager Countess, resplendent in a magnificent hat, smiled with practiced civility as Matthew entered. "Good afternoon, Cousin Matthew," Cora greeted him warmly. "We were just saying how charming this room is now." "It always seemed rather dark when my mother-in-law lived here," Violet remarked with a dry chuckle. "But then she made everything dark." Molesley approached with a plate of sandwiches. "Sir?" "No, thank you," Matthew declined. "A cup of tea, sir?" Molesley persisted. "It's all right. I'll help myself." Matthew moved toward the tea table, oblivious to the pained expression that crossed Molesley's face at this further rejection of his services. Violet, watching the exchange with shrewd eyes, took pity on the butler. "So, Molesley, how does it feel to be home again? Your father must be glad you're back." "He is, your ladyship," Molesley replied, visibly grateful for her acknowledgement. "Might I give you this cup?" Violet extended her empty teacup. "Then we really must be going." As they prepared to depart, Cora gave Isabel a meaningful look. "You'll think about it?" Isabel nodded non-committally as they followed Violet out into the hall. Outside, Matthew walked the Dowager Countess to her waiting car, while Isabel had already climbed inside. "I'm sorry Mary was rather sharp this evening," Violet remarked, her tone suggesting that she was not sorry in the slightest. "I doubt that Cousin Mary and I are destined to be close friends," Matthew replied with resignation. Violet's expression softened marginally. "I don't blame her. Her father's home and her mother's fortune are to be passed to you. It's very harsh." "Of course, in Spain or Portugal, Mary would be her father's heir," Violet observed, watching Matthew's reaction carefully. He nodded, but offered no argument, which seemed to intrigue her. "What would you say if the entail were set aside in Mary's favor?" "I should try to accept it with as good a grace as I could muster," Matthew answered honestly. Violet considered this response with newfound interest. "Would you? Good evening, Taylor." "Good evening, milady," the chauffeur replied, standing by the open door. As Violet climbed into the car, followed by Matthew, her mind was already turning over this new information. Perhaps there was more to this Manchester lawyer than she had initially supposed. Back at Downton, in the servants' hall, the staff had gathered for their own tea. Anna was attempting to remove a stubborn stain from a shirt, while O'Brien held forth on the subject of the new heir. "He's only a third cousin." O'Brien sniffed disdainfully. "What does that mean? I might be third cousin to the king." "Or a trapeze artist," Bates suggested with quiet humor. "Or a mass murderer," Anna added, her eyes twinkling. "All right," O'Brien snapped, unamused by their teasing. Anna held up the shirt, showing a mysterious mark to Gwen. "What do you think that is?" "I don't know. Milk?" Gwen ventured. Anna sniffed at the stain. "I'll try it with some water and see what happens." She stood and left with the shirt, heading for the kitchen. The quiet of the kitchens provided a welcome respite as she worked at the stain with a damp cloth. Her concentration was broken by an unexpected noise from one of the larders. Moving cautiously toward the door, she discovered Carson filling a bag with food, fruit, meat, and bread spilling out, as he dropped it in surprise at her appearance. "I thought no one was here," the butler stammered, hastily gathering the items back into the bag. "Can I help, Mr. Carson?" Anna offered, perplexed by the unusual sight of the dignified butler engaged in what appeared to be theft. No, thank you, Anna." Carson's agitation was obvious as he clutched the bag and hurried away, leaving Anna standing in bewildered silence. Chapter 7. The Butler's Secret. Anna stood frozen in the kitchen, the damp cloth still clutched in her hand as Carson's footsteps receded down the corridor. Her mind raced with questions. Why would Mr. Carson, of all people, the embodiment of propriety at Downton, be sneaking food from the larder? It wasn't merely unusual. It was entirely out of character for the man who meticulously enforced every rule and standard in the house. The memory of Carson's flustered expression nagged at her. He had looked not just embarrassed, but deeply uncomfortable, almost guilty. Anna returned to the shirt she'd been cleaning, but her thoughts remained fixed on the peculiar encounter. Whatever was happening, it was clear that Carson was involved in something he wished to keep hidden, and that knowledge settled uneasily in her stomach. Meanwhile, at the village hospital, Isabel sat with John Drake, sponging his swollen legs, which wept straw-colored fluid. The farmer's condition had deteriorated further, his labored breathing punctuating the quiet ward. When Dr. Clarkson appeared on his rounds, Isabel straightened her back and addressed him with professional determination. "May I borrow your stethoscope, doctor? Just for a moment?" Clarkson's eyebrows rose slightly, but he handed over the instrument. Isabel turned to her patient. "May I?" she asked softly. Drake nodded weakly, and she placed the stethoscope on his chest, listening carefully before gesturing for the doctor to step aside with her. "I must compliment you, Mrs. Crawley," Clarkson said, his tone measured. "When you made your offer, I thought you might be a great lady nurse, and faint at the sight of blood, but I see you're made of sterner stuff." "It's definitely the heart," Isabel replied, ignoring the backhanded compliment. "It's almost too quiet to hear at all." "I'm afraid so," Clarkson agreed gravely. "I've been thinking about the treatments that are available," Isabel ventured, her words carefully chosen. A flicker of resistance crossed Clarkson's face. "Mrs. Crawley, I appreciate your thoroughness, But you're unwilling to try it, she finished for him, her voice level but insistent. Considerable success has been achieved in the last few years by draining the pericardial sac of excess fluid and administering adrenaline. Injection of adrenaline is a comparatively new procedure, Clarkson interjected, the set of his jaw betraying his growing discomfort with her suggestions. It was a while ago now, but I saw my husband do it, and it worked, Isabel pressed, unwilling to back down when a man's life hung in the balance. Please, Mrs. Crawley, Clarkson's voice hardened. Don't force me to be uncivil. We would be setting an impossible precedent when every villager could demand the latest fad in treatment for each new cut and graze. Isabel drew herself up to her full height, her eyes flashing. I would remind you we are not talking of a cut or a graze, but of the loss of a man's life and the ruin of his family. Of course, Clarkson conceded with strained politeness. And I don't mean to be flippant, but I beg you to see that it is not reasonable. The word hung between them like a challenge. Isabel's face remained impassive, but her mind was already formulating a plan. Reasonable or not, she would not stand by and watch a man die without attempting every possible intervention. At Downton, Cora had descended to the servants' hall, an unusual occurrence that sent ripples of unease through the gathered staff. Her unexpected arrival interrupted O'Brien's diatribe against the new heir. O'Brien? Cora's voice cut through the lady's maid's complaints. The staff scrambled to their feet, O'Brien rising more slowly than the others, her face a mask of defiance. Were you discussing Mr. Crawley? Cora asked, her normally gentle voice carrying an edge. Yes, milady, O'Brien admitted without a hint of contrition. Is it your place to do so? I've got my opinions, milady, same as anybody. Mrs. Hughes appeared in the doorway, flustered by Cora's presence below stairs. Can I help your ladyship? This is the button we're missing from my new evening coat, Cora explained, extending her palm to reveal a small, ornate button. I found it lying on the gravel. Mrs. Hughes took the button, clearly puzzled by the tension in the room. But I was shocked at the talk I heard as I came in, Cora continued, her gaze fixed on O'Brien. Mr. Crawley is his lordship's cousin and heir. You will therefore please accord him the respect he's entitled to. But you don't like him yourself, milady, O'Brien shot back boldly. You never wanted him to come here. I remember distinctly. You're sailing perilously close to the wind, O'Brien, Cora warned, her voice dropping dangerously low. If we're to be friends, you will not speak in that way again about the Crawleys or any member of Lord Grantham's family. Now I'm going up to rest. Wake me at the dressing gong. O'Brien gave a slight nod, her eyes burning with barely suppressed resentment as Cora departed. The Countess's admonishment had effectively silenced the room, but the moment she was out of earshot, Thomas broke the spell. I don't think that's fair. Not here in the servants' hall. I agree, O'Brien nodded vigorously. If she was a real lady, she wouldn't have come down here. She'd have rung for me and given me the button. That's all. This isn't her territory, Thomas continued, emboldened by O'Brien's support. We can say what we like down here. Who says? Mrs. Hughes challenged, her Scottish accent sharpening with displeasure. The law and Parliament, Thomas replied with smug certainty. There is such a thing as free speech. Not when I'm in charge, Mrs. Hughes retorted, her patience visibly wearing thin. Don't push your luck, Thomas. Now, tea's over. Back to work. She handed the button to O'Brien with a pointed look. You'd better take this. As the others dispersed, O'Brien remained with Anna and Bates, her bitter laugh breaking the silence. Friends? Who does she think she's fooling? We're not friends. No? Anna raised an eyebrow. No. O'Brien's voice hardened. And you're not friends with the girls neither. We're servants, you and me, and they pay us to do as we're told. That's all. She stalked out, leaving Anna and Bates exchanging troubled glances. The incident had highlighted the delicate balance between upstairs and downstairs, a balance that seemed increasingly precarious as change swept through Downton. In the dressing room at Crawley House, Matthew struggled with his white tie, his irritation mounting with each failed attempt. Molesley hovered nearby, desperate to be of use. May I? The valet began tentatively. I can manage. Matthew cut him off. Where have I put my cufflinks? Molesley darted forward with a pair. I thought these would make a change, sir. I want my usual ones, Matthew insisted, his tone sharper than intended. A flash of hurt crossed Molesley's face as Matthew retrieved his preferred links and inserted them himself. The tension in the room was thick, neither man comfortable with their forced intimacy. I know I'm a disappointment to you, Molesley, Matthew said finally, his voice softening, but it's no good. I'll never get used to being dressed like a doll. I'm only trying to help, sir, Molesley replied quietly. Of course. Matthew's conscience pricked him. And if I've offended you, I apologize. But surely you have better things to do. This is my job, sir. The simple statement carried the weight of Molesley's entire identity, his purpose in life distilled into those 5 words. Well, it seems a very silly occupation for a grown man, Matthew remarked, shrugging on his tailcoat. He moved toward the door but paused, struck by the dejection evident in Molesley's stance. Look, I'm sorry if I... The words wouldn't come. How could he explain that his resistance wasn't personal, but a rejection of a way of life that felt alien to everything he believed about a man's worth and independence? Instead, he simply repeated, I'm sorry, before leaving Molesley alone with his thoughts. Chapter 8. Medical Confrontation. The following day dawned crisp and clear, the morning light casting long shadows across Downton Village. Isabel Crawley sat in her drawing room, sealing an envelope with determined precision. Her mind had been occupied all night with thoughts of John Drake, his labored breathing and gray complexion haunting her dreams. She knew what needed to be done, and if Dr. Clarkson wouldn't act, she would have to take matters into her own hands. When Molesley entered, she looked up with unusual intensity. I have an errand for you, and it will be quite an imposition. Very good, ma'am, Molesley replied, seeming almost grateful for a task of substance. Tomorrow, I want you to travel to Manchester, to this address, she said, extending the sealed envelope, and to put this letter into the hands of Dr. Gordon. He will give you a package in return. There was something almost defiant in her tone, as if she were challenging an invisible opponent. Molesley took the envelope with a slight bow, not quite understanding the significance of his mission, but recognizing the gravity with which Mrs. Crawley regarded it. At the Dower House, Violet's drawing room had become the staging ground for a different sort of battle. Dr. Clarkson stood before her, his hat clutched uncomfortably in his hands as she delivered her verdict on Isabel's interference. "I don't want to exaggerate," Clarkson explained cautiously. "She's been very generous in many ways." "Generous? To instruct you in your own practice?" Violet's voice dripped with disdain. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the arm of her chair, betraying her irritation. "She may even have a point," Clarkson admitted reluctantly, "but it does not seem to me realistic." "Nor is it," Violet interrupted, her eyes flashing. "Put an end to her meddling. I am your president, and I say, get rid of her." "What does Lord Grantham think?" Clarkson asked, seeking some authority to counterbalance the dowager's demands. Violet paused, considering how best to suggest her son's agreement without actually claiming it. "He's as shocked as I am that she's attempting to teach you to suck eggs. Tell her you don't need her help." "Won't that be awkward?" Clarkson ventured, his discomfort evident. "I gather she's planning to stay in the village for the foreseeable future." "No one can foresee the future, Doctor," Violet replied with chilling certainty. "Not you, not I, and certainly not Mrs. Crawley." Meanwhile, Robert and Matthew had ventured into the park, surveying Downton Abbey from a distant hill. The great house gleamed in the morning light, its honey-colored stone and imposing silhouette presenting a picture of timeless stability against the rolling Yorkshire landscape. "You do not love the place yet," Robert observed, studying Matthew's expression. "Well, obviously it's—" Matthew began diplomatically. "No," Robert interrupted with gentle understanding. "You don't love it. You see a million bricks that may crumble, 1,000 gutters and pipes that may block and leak, lead that will shrink, and stone that will crack in the frost." "But you don't," Matthew replied, intrigued by the Earl's perspective. "I see my life's work." The simple statement carried the weight of generations, of a sacred trust that had been passed down through centuries of Crawleys. "Was it ever in danger?" Matthew asked, genuinely curious about the history that had shaped his reluctant inheritance. Robert gazed toward the house, memories etched in the lines around his eyes. "Many times. My dear Papa thought the balloon would go up in the 1880s. "What saved it?" Robert turned to Matthew, his expression thoughtful. "Cora," he answered simply. "I often wonder what the good Isaiah Levinson would have thought when he built that first emporium in Cincinnati, if he knew that the fruits of his toil would save a seat of unearned privilege. For the benefit of a man who does not share his blood," Matthew added quietly. Robert chose not to answer, the unspoken reality of their situation hanging between them like a veil. "So, it's safe now," Matthew said, seeking to move past the awkward moment. "It is healthy," Robert corrected him. "Nothing in life is safe." They walked toward the house together, these two men bound by law and circumstance to a shared future. Neither had chosen. Despite their differences, a tentative understanding had begun to form, a recognition that both were trying to navigate unfamiliar waters with as much dignity as they could muster. Back in the village hospital, Isabel returned to find John Drake's condition worsening by the hour. His wife sat beside him, her face etched with worry as she watched her husband struggle for each breath. The weight of impending widowhood and the uncertain future of their farm hung heavily upon her thin shoulders. Isabel pulled Dr. Clarkson aside, her voice low but urgent. "We must act now. I have sent for adrenaline from Manchester. My contact will have it to us by tomorrow. Mrs. Crawley, Clarkson's exasperation was evident. I've already explained my position. Your position will be standing over this man's grave if we don't intervene. Isabel cut him off sharply. I've seen this before. Without drainage and stimulation, his heart will fail within days, perhaps hours. Clarkson removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. The Dowager Countess has made her views quite clear. The Dowager Countess is not watching a man die by inches, Isabel retorted, nor will she be the one to tell his children their father is gone when we might have saved him. Her words struck their mark. Clarkson glanced over at Mrs. Drake, who sat clutching her husband's hand, whispering words of comfort that seemed to bring him little ease. Doctor, Isabel pressed, her voice softening. I am not suggesting this treatment on a whim. My husband performed it successfully on multiple occasions. It is no longer experimental. It is proven. Would you really deny a dying man his chance at life because of hospital politics? Clarkson's professional integrity warred with his ingrained deference to the established order. Finally, he sighed, a decision crystallizing in his eyes. Have your contact bring the adrenaline. I make no promises, but I will consider the procedure. Isabel nodded, relief washing over her features. It wasn't a commitment, but it was a step in the right direction. As she moved back to Drake's bedside, she took Mrs. Drake's hand in her own. We're going to try something, she said quietly. Something that might help. Hope flickered across Mrs. Drake's tired face, a dangerous, precious thing that Isabel knew she must now justify. She only prayed that Molesley would return from Manchester in time, and that Clarkson's courage would not falter when the moment came. Chapter 9. Unwelcome Visitor. The servants' hall at Downton hummed with subdued activity as Anna cleaned a pair of satin ball slippers with breadcrumbs, her deft fingers working methodically over the delicate fabric. The usual chatter that filled the room had been replaced by an unusual quiet, broken only by the occasional scrape of a chair or clink of crockery. The absence of the footman had created a strange vacuum in the daily rhythm of downstairs life. Bates entered, carrying a hunting coat, his eyes scanning the near-empty hall. Where is everyone? Anna glanced up from her work. They've gone down to the village. Some traveling salesmen set up at the pub for the afternoon. He settled into a chair opposite her and began cleaning the brass buttons on the coat, using a split card to protect the fabric beneath. Alone at last, he remarked lightly. Something in his tone brought a hint of color to Anna's cheeks, though she kept her eyes fixed on her task. Bates noticed her reaction and quickly steered the conversation to safer ground. We shouldn't be without both footmen. Does Mr. Carson know? Mrs. Hughes does, Anna assured him. She's gone with them. They won't be long. Bates nodded at the slipper in her hands. So, you see to the girls, and you're supposed to be head housemaid. You should put in for a raise. What do you mean, supposed to be? Anna challenged, mock indignation in her voice. He laughed, the sound rich and warm in the quiet room. There was something comfortable in their banter, a gentle understanding that had developed between them over the months since his arrival. Their moment of companionable silence was interrupted by the unexpected sound of the front doorbell. What's that? Bates's head turned toward the noise. Anna rose quickly to check the bellboard. It's the front door. Their eyes met in mutual surprise, You'll have to answer it. Mr. Carson wouldn't like a maid answering the front door. He'd be afraid they'd think it was a doctor's surgery, Bates quipped, already rising from his chair. Better you than me, Anna replied with a small smile, watching as he made his way toward the main hall, his gait uneven but determined. Outside, a man of about 50 stood on the doorstep, his clothes suggesting a traveling salesman, or perhaps a clerk fallen on hard times. Charles Grigg's face bore the marks of hard living, lines etched by drink and disappointment, eyes that had seen better days, but hadn't lost their calculating gleam. He pulled the bell again impatiently, just as Bates opened the heavy door. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir," Bates said with professional courtesy. Grigg's eyes flicked to the cane in Bates's hand. "So that's why it took you so long." Bates stiffened almost imperceptibly at the sneering remark, but maintained his composure. "May I help you?" "I'm here to see Lord Grantham," Grigg announced, shifting his weight with an air of importance. "Is he expecting you?" "No," Grigg admitted, "but he'll be very interested in what I have to tell him. His lordship is not at home, but if you will leave your name, How do you know?" Bates asked, his curiosity piqued. "Because Charlie Carson's the butler round here," Grigg replied with smug confidence. A bell of alarm rang in Bates's mind. This man knew Carson by his first name, a familiarity that suggested a connection beyond the ordinary. "Does your business concern him?" "It might do," Grigg answered evasively. "If you will excuse me for one moment, sir." Bates walked over to Anna, who had quietly appeared in the hallway, having overheard the exchange. He lowered his voice. "Fetch Mr. Carson as fast as you can. Use the front door." She nodded and hurried off without question. Bates turned back to find that Grigg had invited himself into the hall and was now standing with an air of entitlement that set Bates's teeth on edge. "If you'd like to follow me, sir." Bates gestured toward the service stair. "Oh, no," Grigg smirked. "If you think you're tucking me away somewhere, you've got another thing coming." "But you'll be more comfortable, sir." "Sorry, chum." Grigg dismissed him and strode purposefully to the left, entering the library as if he owned the place. Bates followed, his mind racing. Whoever this man was, his presence boded ill for Carson. The stranger had the look of someone with secrets to sell, and in Bates's experience, such men rarely brought anything but trouble. In the library, Grigg strolled through the smaller room into the main library, surveying the elegant furnishings and valuable books with an assessing eye. He took up a position before the chimney-piece, striking a pose of casual ownership. "Oh, I'll not mind waiting here," he announced, running a finger along the marble mantelpiece. "Bates?" Lady Sybil's voice came from the archway dividing the two libraries. Dressed in her riding habit, she stared at the stranger with undisguised curiosity. "This gentleman is an acquaintance of Mr. Carson, milady," Bates explained carefully. "What is he doing in here?" Her voice carried a note of concern rather than accusation. "He says he has urgent business with his lordship." "Urgent," Grigg emphasized with a nod. "I've sent for Mr. Carson to come at once," Bates added, his eyes conveying a silent message that Sybil immediately understood. "Then I'll stay with you," she decided, "in case explanations are needed." Bates gave her a grateful look. Lady Sybil's presence would at least ensure that the situation remained civil until Carson arrived. Though what would happen then, he couldn't begin to guess. One thing was certain. Whatever connection existed between Carson and this rough-looking stranger, it was about to be exposed. Outside in the park, Robert was walking back toward the house when he spotted Anna racing down the drive, waving frantically at Carson in the distance. Something in her urgency sent a ripple of unease through him, and he quickened his pace. By the time he reached the house and entered through the front door, he could hear voices from the library, one of them unfamiliar and decidedly out of place in the refined surroundings of Downton Abbey. "How long are you expecting me to wait?" Grigg's voice carried into the hall. "I'm a very busy man, you know." "If you could just be patient for a little longer, sir," Bates replied, his tone tightly controlled. Robert entered the library, taking in the scene with a single glance. Bates standing awkwardly near the door, Lady Sybil perched on the edge of a chair, and a stranger lounging against his favorite fireplace as if entertaining guests. "May I ask who this is?" Robert inquired with deceptive mildness. "And what precisely is going on?" Before anyone could respond, the sound of running feet heralded Carson's arrival. The butler burst into the room, his usual dignified demeanor shattered by alarm. "Mr. Bates, what are you—" Carson stopped abruptly at the sight of Lord Grantham. "I am sorry, your lordship." The moment Carson's eyes fell on Grigg, something profound and painful passed across his face. A mixture of recognition, shock, and what appeared to be deep shame. "Mr. Bates, you may go now," Carson said with forced calm. "Please stay where you are," Robert countermanded. "Nobody's going anywhere." He turned to Carson, his expression grave. "Do I take it you know this man?" "Don't try and deny it," Grigg taunted. "No, I won't deny it," Carson replied with quiet dignity. "I do know him, my lord, but not what he is doing in the library. I tried to stick him downstairs, out of sight, Mr. Carson," Bates explained, "but he wouldn't come." A flicker of gratitude crossed Carson's face. "Thank you. That was thoughtful." "But who is he?" Robert pressed, his patience wearing thin. "Will you tell him, or shall I?" Grigg asked, clearly relishing the moment. Carson straightened his shoulders, as if preparing to face a firing squad. "His name is Charles Grigg. We worked together at one time." "Oh, I'm a little more than that, aren't I, Charlie?" Grigg's grin widened. "We're like brothers, him and me." "We are not like brothers," Carson's voice hardened. Chapter 10. The Butler's Past Revealed. Anna stood in the doorway, watching the scene unfold with mounting concern. Carson's face had gone deathly pale, his normally stoic expression crumbling under the weight of whatever revelation was about to come. She had never seen him so completely undone, not even during the most challenging moments at Downton. "We were an act, on the halls," Grigg announced, his voice filled with malicious delight. "You were on the stage?" Robert stared at Carson, genuine astonishment written across his features. "Carson, is this true?" "It is, my lord," Carson admitted, the words seeming to cost him physically. Grigg reached into his pocket and pulled out a dog-eared flyer. "The Cheerful Charlies, that's what they called us." He unfolded the paper with a flourish, revealing a faded image of two young men in garish costumes, their faces contorted in exaggerated grins. "We did quite well." "Until you couldn't keep your hands out of the till," Carson added bitterly. The silence that followed was oppressive. Anna glanced at Bates, whose face reflected her own discomfort at witnessing this deeply personal exposure. "Would you like us to go, Mr. Carson?" she asked quietly. "You know it now," Carson replied, his voice hollow. "You might as well bear witness to my shame." "Not shame," Bates began. "Shame." The word exploded from Carson with unexpected force, silencing everyone in the room, even Robert and Sybil. He took a deep breath, visibly struggling to regain his composure. He turned up in the village with no warning some days ago, on the run, asking for somewhere to hide, and of course, for money. "God in heaven," Robert murmured, the pieces beginning to fall into place. "He's wanted for some petty crime, of which he is certainly guilty," Carson continued, his disgust evident. "Steady on," Grigg protested weakly. "He threatened to expose my past, to make me a laughingstock in this house, and in my vanity and pride, I gave him what he wanted." "You did not," Grigg contradicted. "I put him in an empty cottage and fed him from the kitchens," Carson confessed, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his admission. "I couldn't buy food in the village. It would raise too many questions. I stole. I am a thief." He nodded toward Anna. She saw it. "I'd never," Anna began, horrified that her discovery had led to this moment. "And now my disgrace is complete," Carson concluded, his voice hollow. "My lord, you have my resignation." He stood like a tragic figure awaiting judgment, his entire being seemingly diminished by the exposure of his past. The transformation was so profound that Anna had to fight back tears at the sight of this proud man brought so low. "Really, Carson," Robert replied with unexpected gentleness. "There's no need to be quite so melodramatic. You're not playing Sidney Carton." "Why did you give up the theater?" Sybil asked, her genuine curiosity cutting through the tension. "He was arrested for theft and sent down," Carson explained, unable to look at any of them. "I was innocent," Grigg insisted, though no one seemed inclined to believe him. "After that, I decided on a change of career and chose service." The simple statement carried the weight of decades, a life rebuilt from the ashes of disgrace, defined by dignity and propriety that now seemed threatened by this unwelcome reminder of the past. Robert turned to face Grigg, who remained defiantly unrepentant. "So, why have you come here? If he's done everything you asked of him." "Because he hasn't," Grigg replied with a sullen shrug. "He wouldn't give me any money." "If I had, how could I prevent his returning to Downton once it was spent?" Carson asked, his reasoning still sound despite his distress. Robert's expression hardened as he approached Grigg. There was something coldly impressive in his demeanor, a reminder that beneath his usual affability lay the authority of generations. "My dear Mr. Grigg." "Oh, nice to see someone round here's got some manners," Grigg interrupted with a smirk. "Hold your tongue," Carson thundered. "I'll tell you what is going to happen," Robert continued, unruffled. "When I have given you £20, you will leave Downton immediately, and will never set eyes on you again." "I'll have to see about that," Grigg replied, though his confidence was visibly wavering. "If you return to the area, I will personally ensure your conviction for theft and blackmail." "Just a minute." will serve from 5 to 10 years in His Majesty's custody, Robert concluded with absolute certainty. Grigg's face contorted with fury at finding himself outmaneuvered. "You think you're such a big man, don't you? Just because you're a lord, you think you can do what you like with me." "I think it because it is true," Robert replied simply. He reached into his wallet and extracted 2 large white 10-pound notes. Grigg hesitated, his eyes fixed on the money, then snatched them with barely disguised resentment. "You'll not always be in charge, you know," he spat, unable to resist a parting shot. "The day is coming when your lot will have to toe the line, just like everyone else." "Perhaps," Robert acknowledged with a faint smile, "but happily for Carson, that day has not come yet." Grigg cast one last venomous glance at Carson before stalking out. Bates and Anna exchanged a look of relief and followed him to ensure his departure. Carson remained rooted to the spot, his posture rigid with tension. "I take it my resignation has not been accepted?" he asked stiffly. "My dear fellow, we all have chapters we would rather keep unpublished," Robert replied, with unexpected warmth. Carson made to leave, but Robert's curiosity got the better of him. "To be honest, Carson, I'm rather impressed. Did you really sing and dance and everything, in front of an audience?" "I did," Carson confirmed, his expression still mortified. "Do you ever miss it?" "Not in the least, my lord." The disdain in Carson's voice was unmistakable as he turned to go, his dignity somewhat restored by Lord Grantham's easy acceptance of his past. Sybil was left holding the flyer, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Robert took it from her with a conspiratorial wink and slipped it into his pocket. A small memento of the day they discovered that their austere butler had once lived a life so dramatically different from the one they knew. Later that evening, Anna found Bates in the servants' hall during a brief tea break before the dressing gong. The events of the afternoon had left them both pensive, the unexpected revelation about Carson casting their own secrets into sharp relief. "Poor Mr. Carson," Anna sighed, stirring her tea absently. "We'll have to treat him like a god for a month to calm his nerves." "He'll be afraid this'll change the way we think of him," Bates observed quietly. "Then we mustn't let it." "Oh, but it will," Bates replied, a strange sadness in his eyes. "The cheerful Charlies." He gave her a look, and despite herself, Anna couldn't help laughing at the incongruity. For all his talk of dignity, we know his story now. "And admire him more because of it," Anna insisted. "Maybe, but it will change how we think of him. It always does." Something in his tone caught her attention, a deeper meaning that suggested they were no longer talking just about Carson. The realization that Bates, too, carried secrets he feared would alter how others perceived him created an unexpected intimacy between them. "I don't see why," Anna said softly. "I shouldn't care what I found out about you. Whatever it was, it wouldn't alter my opinion one bit." "But it would," Bates replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "It certainly would." The moment hung between them, fraught with unspoken confidences and quiet admissions. Before either could pursue the conversation further, a crash from the kitchen shattered the mood. They looked at each other, the connection temporarily broken. "Blimey," Bates remarked dryly. "No more surprises, please." They found Daisy in the kitchen, picking up the pieces of a large china bowl, her face a mask of misery as Mrs. Patmore towered over her. Stupid girl. Who's going to pay for it? Can you tell me that? The cook demanded, her face flushed with anger. I didn't do nothing, honest. Daisy protested weakly. Honest? The day you're honest will be the day Queen Mary takes up polo. She put it down wrong on the table and it just fell. Daisy sniffled, hurrying past Anna and Bates with the broken pieces clutched to her chest. The scourge of tyranny is never far away, Bates murmured, earning a reluctant smile from Anna as they turned back toward the servants' hall. As Carson retreated to the sanctuary of his pantry that evening, his mind reeled with the day's events. The exposure of his theatrical past, a history he had buried beneath years of exemplary service, had left him feeling strangely vulnerable. He placed the silver from dinner carefully into his safe, examining a candlestick with excessive scrutiny. Look at that scratch, he muttered as Mrs. Hughes entered. I'll have to get it sorted out when they're up in London. She peered at the candlestick he held out. You can hardly see it. But I'll know it's there, Carson replied, the minor imperfection somehow symbolic of the larger flaw that had been revealed in his carefully constructed life. Are you all right now? Mrs. Hughes asked perceptively. Only you seemed a little upset earlier. I'm sorry about that. He caught himself, reluctant to confide his humiliation even to her. I'm a bit tired. And no wonder, she replied kindly. Did the dinner go well? Well enough, he nodded, lighting his pipe. Although they won't make a match between them, if that's what they're thinking. Lady Mary doesn't like him? Mrs. Hughes asked with mild curiosity. Why should she like the man she's been passed over for? Carson's loyalty to the eldest Crawley daughter colored his perspective. And why has she been? That's what I'd like to know. It's the law, Mrs. Hughes reminded him gently. Carson's expression hardened. Then it's a wicked law. His words hung in the air between them, revealing more about his devotion to Lady Mary than any declaration could have done. In her, he saw the embodiment of Downton's tradition and grace, everything he had dedicated his life to preserving. And in that moment, Mrs. Hughes understood that Carson's real shame lay not in his theatrical past, but in his fear that he might somehow fail those he had sworn to serve. Chapter 11. A Life Saved. Violet and Cora sat in the drawing room of the Dower House, afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. The Dowager Countess's fingers drummed impatiently on the arm of her chair as she outlined their increasingly limited options regarding the inheritance. We're running out of options, Violet declared, frustration evident in her voice. The lawyers I write to only huff and puff. They echo Murray and say nothing can be done. Or they don't want the bother of opposing him, Cora added, her American practicality cutting through the uncertainty. Precisely. Cora sighed, adjusting her gloves. I wish Mary wasn't so confident that it could all be put right. Meanwhile, we have to watch that dreadful woman parade about the village as if she owned it, Violet continued, her disdain for Isabel Crawley barely concealed. I think she means well, Cora offered diplomatically. Violet's eyebrows rose in disbelief. Meaning well is not enough. Poor Dr. Clarkson. What has he done to deserve that termagant? I'm afraid he's in for an uncomfortable afternoon, Cora remarked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Why? On my way here, I saw her go into the hospital. She looked extremely determined. Violet rose from her chair with unexpected energy, not as determined as I am. At the village hospital, Isabel stood before Dr. Clarkson, her hand extended with a small vial. I have the adrenaline here in my hand. Will you really deny the man his chance of life? Clarkson's face betrayed his inner conflict. I just wish it was a treatment I was more familiar with. And will that serve as your excuse when he dies? Isabel pressed, her voice quiet but unyielding. The doctor studied her for a long moment, the weight of his responsibility evident in the lines of his face. Finally, he nodded, went to the door, and called for a nurse. Can you prepare Mr. Drake for his procedure, please? Thank you, nurse. I will need a needle, an empty syringe, and another standing ready filled with this. He handed over the adrenaline, glancing back at Isabel with a mixture of resignation and professional curiosity. Well, Mrs. Crawley, I have a feeling we will sink or swim together. John Drake sat propped against pillows, his skin grayer than ever, his swollen legs painful evidence of his deteriorating condition. His wife clutched his hand, terror evident in her eyes as she listened to Dr. Clarkson explain the procedure. Mr. Drake, your heart is not functioning properly, and as a result, your pericardial sac is full of fluid. We call this tamponade. I am proposing, first, to withdraw the fluid, and then to inject the adrenaline to stimulate the heart and restore normal activity. Is it dangerous, doctor? Mrs. Drake asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I cannot tell you it is not, Clarkson admitted. The draining may stop the heart, and the adrenaline may not be able to restart it. Mrs. Drake, Isabel interjected gently. The choice is simple. If your husband endures this procedure, he may live. If he does not, he will die. The woman trembled, torn between hope and fear. Before she could respond, a commotion erupted beyond the screens. Let me pass. I must see the doctor at once. Violet's commanding voice penetrated the quiet ward. Your ladyship, Clarkson acknowledged as she swept around the screens, her imposing figure seeming to fill the small space. Just as I thought, Violet declared, taking in the scene with a single glance. Please, Dr. Clarkson, tell me you will not permit this amateur to influence your professional opinion. Amateur? Isabel repeated, color rising in her cheeks. Mrs. Drake looked between the two formidable women, confusion adding to her distress. Your ladyship, my dear woman, do not allow them to bully you, Violet advised, her voice softening as she addressed the farmer's wife. They'll not disturb the peace of your husband's last hours. Not if I can help it. Something in Violet's certainty had the opposite effect than intended. Mrs. Drake's face hardened with sudden resolve. But that's just it, milady. I don't want them to be his last hours. Not if there's a chance. She nodded toward Clarkson. Please, doctor, do what you must. The nurse moved forward with a pad of chloroform, holding it to Drake's face. Clarkson felt along the man's ribs, his fingers searching for the precise location before pushing the needle with the attached syringe into Drake's chest. As president of this hospital, Violet announced, her voice rising, I must warn you that I shall bring this to the attention of the board at the first opportunity. Steady, Clarkson murmured, ignoring her as he focused on the delicate procedure. Mrs. Drake wept quietly, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles showed white. Nice and steady. Clarkson pulled on the syringe, drawing a yellowish liquid into the chamber. For a terrible moment, Drake appeared lifeless, his chest still. "Have you no pity?" Violet demanded, her voice betraying genuine concern despite her opposition. "Adrenaline. Quickly, quickly." His heart stopped. Clarkson ordered, urgency replacing his usual measured tone. The nurse handed him the second syringe, which he attached to the needle still embedded in Drake's chest. "Ready?" The room seemed to hold its collective breath. Clarkson drove the plunger home, forcing the adrenaline into the pericardial sac. For an agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then, miraculously, color flooded back into Drake's ashen face. The nurse removed the chloroform pad as Clarkson pressed his stethoscope to the patient's chest, listening intently. He nodded to Isabel and the nurse, relief evident in his expression. Drake's eyes fluttered open, clarity returning to his gaze. "Oh, my dear," he whispered, his voice stronger than it had been in days. Mrs. Drake sobbed with relief, pressing her husband's hand to her cheek. As the patient's breathing steadied, Isabel turned to face Violet, whose expression of outrage had been replaced by something far more complex: shock, reluctant admiration, and the discomfort of being proven wrong. "I believe the patient will need rest now," Isabel said quietly, her triumph tempered by professional decorum. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion elsewhere." Violet drew herself up, dignity reasserting itself in every line of her body. "This is not over, Mrs. Crawley. Not by any means." She swept from the ward, her back ramrod straight, leaving Isabel and Clarkson to exchange a look of shared relief and vindication. Later that afternoon, Dr. Clarkson found himself in the library at Downton, reporting the day's events to Robert and Matthew. The younger man listened with undisguised admiration for his mother's intervention, while Robert seemed both impressed and mildly concerned by the implications. "You don't have to worry," Robert assured the doctor. "She may be president, but I'm the patron, and you're quite safe with me." "My mother was right then?" Matthew asked. "The man's life was saved?" "I like to think we were both right," Clarkson replied diplomatically. "But I'm not sure Lady Grantham will be so easily convinced." "Then we must strengthen the argument," Robert decided, a plan already forming in his mind. "Cousin Isabel wants something to do. Very well, let's make her chairman of the board. She'd like that, wouldn't she?" "Certainly she would," Matthew confirmed, surprised but pleased by the suggestion. "Then my mother will have to listen to her," Robert concluded with satisfaction. Clarkson looked bewildered by this unexpected turn. "But I thought you were—" "You thought I didn't want Mrs. Crawley involved?" Robert guessed. "So I was led to believe. Doctor, Mama has many virtues, but not all," Robert explained with gentle irony. "Which of us does?" Matthew added, earning an appreciative glance from his cousin. "She's been the absolute ruler there for long enough," Robert continued. "It's time for some loyal opposition." "If you're quite certain, my lord," Clarkson hesitated, then thought better of whatever he had been about to say. "What were you going to say?" Robert prompted. Clarkson smiled faintly. "At the risk of being impertinent, on your own head be it." The following day, Robert and Matthew stood together outside Downton, discussing plans for the estate as Thomas held Matthew's bicycle. The air between them had shifted subtly since their conversation on the hill, a new understanding beginning to take root. "About your scheme for restoring the estate cottages," Robert began. "You don't mind my interfering?" Matthew asked, still uncertain of his place. dear fellow. I brought you here to interfere," Robert replied with unexpected warmth. "In fact, why don't you stay for dinner and we'll talk about it? We'll send down to Molesley for your clothes." "Better not. My mother's expecting me," Matthew declined. "But in fact, I've been meaning to speak to you about Molesley." "Oh, would you find me ungrateful if I dispensed with his services?" Robert's expression registered surprise. "Why? Has he displeased you in some way?" "Not at all," Matthew assured him. "It's simply that he's superfluous to our style of living." "Is that quite fair?" Robert challenged gently. "To deprive a man of his livelihood when he's done nothing wrong?" "Well, I wouldn't quite put it. Your mother derives satisfaction from her work at the hospital, I think? Some sense of self-worth?" "Certainly," Matthew acknowledged. "Would you really deny the same to poor old Molesley?" Matthew felt his argument slipping away. Robert continued, his tone mild but firm. "And when you are master here, is the butler to be dismissed, or the footman? How many maids or kitchen staff will be allowed to stay, or must everyone be driven out?" The question hung in the air, unanswerable. Matthew recognized the trap his own principles had led him into, the contradiction between his desire for simplicity and the reality that this simplicity would come at the cost of others' livelihoods. "We all have different parts to play, Matthew," Robert concluded, "and we must all be allowed to play them." The lesson was delivered with kindness, but its impact was profound. Matthew gazed across the grounds of Downton, seeing for the first time not just an outdated system of privilege, but a complex ecosystem in which each person, from lord to scullery maid, played a vital role. His resistance to Molesley's service suddenly seemed not principled, but selfish, a rejection that denied another man his purpose. It was a humbling realization, and one that would alter his approach to his unwanted inheritance in ways he had not anticipated. Chapter 12. New Roles at the Hospital. The day of the ceremony dawned bright and clear, a generous autumn sun casting long shadows across the village green. The hospital's small assembly hall had been transformed for the occasion, with chairs arranged in neat rows and a dais erected at the far end. Local dignitaries mingled with villagers, all curious to witness the unusual event that had set tongues wagging throughout Downton. Outside Crawley House, Matthew stood in his dressing room, submitting with newfound patience to Molesley's ministrations as the valet helped him into his morning coat. "Cufflinks, sir?" Molesley inquired, offering a selection for inspection. "Those are a dull option for such an occasion," Matthew observed thoughtfully. "Don't you agree?" Molesley stared at him, momentarily stunned by this unexpected solicitation of his opinion. "Might I suggest the crested pair? They seem more appropriate, if you don't mind my saying." "They're a bit fiddly," Matthew admitted. "I wonder if you could help me." "Certainly, sir," Molesley replied, unable to hide his pleasure as he deftly secured the cufflinks in place. He held the coat open with a flourish, a subtle shift in his manner, suggesting a man reclaiming his purpose. "I see you got that mark out of the sleeve," Matthew remarked, noticing the immaculate condition of the garment. "How did you do it?" "Oh, I tried it with this, and I tried it with that, until it yielded," Molesley answered with quiet pride. "Very well done." "Thank you, sir." The valet's face broke into a smile that transformed his usually solemn features. As they made their way to the hospital, the streets of Downton Village were unusually busy, with villagers and staff from the great house all converging on the modest building that had become the center of an unexpected power struggle. Carson and Mrs. Hughes walked together, the butler still carrying himself with heightened formality, following the exposure of his theatrical past. "If you're going to the ceremony, I thought we might walk together," Carson suggested, his tone carefully casual. "Certainly I'm going," Mrs. Hughes replied with undisguised enthusiasm. "I want to see the old bat's face when they announce it. I must try not to look too cheerful." Catching his expression, she added, "Or shouldn't I talk like that in your presence?" "Do you find me very ridiculous, Mrs. Hughes?" Carson asked suddenly, his voice uncharacteristically vulnerable. "What? Am I a joke, putting on airs and graces I've no right to?" "What's brought this on?" she asked, her Scottish accent sharpening with concern. "Nothing. Except at times I wonder if I'm just a sad old fool." Mrs. Hughes had been adjusting her hat in a shop window, but now she turned to face him fully, her expression softening. "Mr. Carson, you are a man of integrity and honor who raises the tone of this household by being part of it. So no more of that, please." She patted his arm gently. "Now, wait while I fetch my coat." As she hurried off, Carson remained where she had left him, her words settling around him like a balm. Perhaps his past did not define him after all, or at least not in the way he had feared. Inside the hospital, excitement mounted as the appointed hour approached. Violet, Isabel, and Dr. Clarkson took their places on the dais, presenting a tableau of forced civility that belied the tension simmering beneath. The audience below them included familiar faces from both the village and the great house, servants and gentry alike, drawn by curiosity and a shared desire to witness what promised to be a fascinating clash of wills. John Drake sat in a wheelchair near the front, his transformation nothing short of miraculous. Though still thin, color had returned to his face, and his legs had regained their normal proportions. His wife stood proudly beside him, gratitude evident in every glance she cast toward Isabel. In the gallery, the three Crawley sisters made their entrance, drawing admiring glances from various quarters. Mary, elegant in a tailored walking suit, surveyed the gathering with practiced indifference. "Has the car been brought round?" Edith inquired, adjusting her hat. "We should go. It's almost 3. "I bet Granny wears black," Sybil whispered, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Why must we all go to the hospital?" Edith complained. Mary's lips curved in a knowing smile. "I'm afraid Papa wants to teach Granny a lesson. Poor Granny. A month ago, these people were strangers. Now she must share power with the mother, and I must marry the son." "You won't marry him, though, will you?" Edith asked, a hint of something beyond casual curiosity in her voice. "What? Marry a sea monster?" Mary replied scornfully. The sisters dissolved into laughter, drawing disapproving glances from several nearby matrons. "We shouldn't laugh," Sybil admonished, though her own eyes twinkled with suppressed mirth. "That was so unkind." "But he must marry someone," Edith persisted. Mary caught sight of her sister's expression, her own eyes narrowing slightly. "Edith? What are you thinking?" "You know I don't dislike him as much as you do," Edith admitted. "Perhaps you don't dislike him at all," Mary suggested, a new awareness dawning. Perhaps I don't. Something about this simple acknowledgement struck a discordant note in Mary, though she affected indifference. Well, it's nothing to me. I've bigger fish to fry. What fish? Sybil asked eagerly. Are we talking about E.N.? Edith interjected. How do you know that? Mary demanded, suspicion flaring. Have you been poking around in my things? Of course not, Edith replied too quickly. Come on, who is he? Sybil pleaded. It's not fair if you both know. You won't be any the wiser, but his name is Evelyn Napier, Mary relented. The Honorable Evelyn Napier, Edith elaborated with a slight smirk. Son and heir to Viscount Branksome. Mary's eyes gleamed with something between determination and defiance. Who wants an old sea monster when they can have Perseus? As they took their seats, Mary's gaze swept the room, landing briefly on Matthew. Their eyes met across the crowded space, and for a moment, something indefinable passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the complex web of expectations and resistance that bound them together, despite their mutual antipathy. At the front of the hall, Dr. Clarkson stepped forward to address the gathering. The murmur of conversation died away as he cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this happy event. The investiture of our first chairwoman, Mrs. Reginald Crawley, who has graciously agreed to share the duties of our beloved president, the Dowager Countess of Grantham. Violet sat ramrod straight, her expression betraying nothing of her inner fury. Beside her, Isabel's face wore a smile of triumph, carefully tempered by public decorum. Our little hospital must surely grow and thrive, Clarkson continued. With two such doughty champions united as they are by the strongest ties of all, family and friendship. The irony of his final words was lost on no one, least of all the two women in question, who glared at each other with thinly disguised loathing. Robert caught Cora's eye across the room, his expression both amused and slightly guilty. She tilted her head questioningly. "Why are you doing this?" she mouthed. "And why so many witnesses? Is it just to punish your mother?" "Not punish," he replied quietly. "I'd say it was to teach her a lesson." As applause filled the hall, the dynamics of Downton shifted once more. Old alliances reformed, new ones tentatively emerged, and the intricate dance of power and position continued its eternal rhythm. The great house stood as it always had, solid and unchanging against the Yorkshire sky, while inside its walls and within the village it dominated, the winds of change blew ever stronger. For Matthew Crawley, reluctant heir to this complex world, the past weeks had brought unexpected lessons, in humility, in understanding, and in the recognition that tradition and progress need not always stand opposed. As he joined in the polite applause, his gaze moved from his mother's triumphant face to the magnificent edifice of Downton, visible through the hospital windows. Perhaps there was a place for him here after all, not as a replacement for what had come before, but as part of its ongoing story. And for Mary Crawley, watching with guarded eyes as her grandmother endured this public diminishment, the future remained uncertain but full of possibility. Perseus might yet appear on the horizon, rescuing her from the fate that seemed increasingly inevitable. But something in her had shifted since Matthew's arrival, a recognition that the sea monster, as she had so cruelly labeled him, possessed qualities she had not initially perceived, not that she would ever admit as much, even to herself. The ceremony concluded with refreshments served in the hospital garden. As the attendees dispersed into small conversational groups, the social hierarchies reasserted themselves, the Crawleys and their circle, the professional classes represented by Dr. Clarkson and the local solicitor. The servants gathered discreetly near the gate. Yet boundaries that had once seemed impermeable now showed signs of flexibility, with Isabel moving comfortably between groups, and even Carson unbending enough to accept a glass of punch from Mrs. Hughes, with something approaching a smile. Change had come to Downton, as it inevitably would. The only question remaining was whether this proud household would bend with the winds of transformation or break beneath their gathering force. For now, at least, the ancient walls stood firm, sheltering within them the complex lives of those who called Downton home. Upstairs and down, aristocrat and servant, traditionalist and reformer, all bound together in the great tapestry of a world on the cusp of irrevocable change. Chapter 1. The Curious Package. The morning light bathed Downton Abbey's imposing facade in a gentle golden glow. John Bates emerged from the kitchen courtyard, his limp more pronounced after a night of poor sleep. Despite the discomfort, he maintained as brisk a pace as his injury would allow, breathing in the crisp morning air as he made his way toward the village. The gravel crunched beneath his cane as he walked, his mind preoccupied with the errand at hand. It wasn't often he found reason to venture into the village during his precious few hours of freedom, but today's mission carried weight beyond the simple retrieval of a package. For weeks he had waited, hoping that this small parcel might change everything. Downton Village's post office sat nestled between the bakery and the haberdasher's shop, its red-painted door standing out against the weathered stone buildings. The village was coming to life around him, shopkeepers sweeping their steps, housewives with baskets tucked under their arms, the occasional automobile rumbling through and leaving dust in its wake. The bell above the door announced his arrival with a cheerful jingle that belied the gravity of his purpose. The postmistress looked up from sorting letters, recognition lighting her features. "There you are, Mr. Bates," she said, reaching beneath her counter. "It's in. Came this morning." She handed over what appeared to be a catalogue, a 1913 edition of Exchange and Mart. Bates took it with carefully concealed eagerness, his expression giving away nothing of the hope that had built within him for weeks. "They said it would," he replied, his voice level despite the tumult of emotions beneath the surface. "But that isn't quite the same thing." His fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around the rolled magazine. This was it, the possibility of normalcy, of shedding the burden that marked him as different, that threatened his position at Downton. The weight of the thin publication in his hands felt enormous. As he turned to leave, he nearly collided with Gwen Dawson at the door. The young housemaid clutched a package to her chest, her cheeks flushing with a peculiar combination of surprise and what appeared to be guilt. Her eyes darted to his face, then away, then back again, the unmistakable look of someone harboring a secret. "Hello," Bates said, his observant eyes noting her discomfort. "I could have posted that for you." Gwen pulled the package closer, as though protecting it from his gaze. "I prefer to do it myself," she replied, her Scottish lilt more pronounced in her nervous state. Something about her demeanor sparked Bates's curiosity. What could a housemaid possibly have to post that required such secrecy? But he understood the value of privacy better than most. Everyone had parts of themselves they preferred to keep hidden. "I'll wait outside," he offered, stepping back to allow her space. The spring air felt fresher after the stuffiness of the post office. Bates tucked the magazine into his coat pocket and leaned on his cane, gazing down the high street. Villagers nodded respectfully as they passed the valet from the great house. He returned their acknowledgments with the dignified restraint expected of someone in his position. Minutes later, Gwen emerged, visibly relieved to have completed her errand. They fell into step together for the walk back to Downton, an unlikely pair, the limping valet and the young housemaid, each carrying their secrets like additional weight upon their shoulders. "I've got a secret, too," Bates said suddenly, breaking the silence between them. He smiled, patting his coat where the rolled magazine rested. Gwen tensed beside him, clearly uncomfortable with any suggestion that he had discerned her mystery. She offered only a nod in response. "You're all in for a surprise," he continued, his usual reserve giving way to uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "A nice one, I hope," she replied cautiously. Bates smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Very nice, yes. Very, very nice." They continued their walk back to the Abbey, the grand house growing larger with each step, its many windows reflecting the morning sun like watchful eyes. Two servants returning to their duties, each nursing private hopes that might, in their different ways, offer escape from the limitations life had placed upon them. Neither spoke again until they reached the servants' entrance, where they would once more assume their proper places in the rigid hierarchy of Downton. For now, the world outside, with all its possibilities and promises of change, would have to wait. Chapter 2. Invitations and Ambitions. The servants' quarters hummed with the quiet industry of morning duties. Anna Smith, head housemaid, stood precariously on a wooden chair in the cramped bedroom she shared with Gwen, investigating the contents of the cupboard top. Her fingers brushed against something heavy, an unexpected obstacle to her tidying. Stretching on tiptoe, she attempted to shift what felt like a solid wooden box. The weight of it surprised her, and she strained, nearly losing her balance just as the door creaked open. "What are you doing?" Gwen's voice came from the doorway, startling Anna so thoroughly she almost tumbled from her perch. She steadied herself, one hand gripping the cupboard edge. "If you must know, I'm trying to find some space on top of the cupboard to make life easier," Anna replied, noting how Gwen's posture relaxed slightly at this explanation. The relief, however, was short-lived. "So what's in it, then?" Anna asked, patting the mysterious box. "What?" Gwen's face betrayed her unease. "A bleedin' great packing case that weighs a ton. That's what." Anna wasn't typically one to pry, but the secrecy surrounding this box, coupled with Gwen's earlier furtiveness at the post office, as reported by Mr. Bates, had piqued her curiosity beyond restraint. Gwen shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "Can't you just leave it?" "No, I can't," Anna said firmly. "And you'll tell me right now." She paused, seeing Gwen's reluctance. "Unless you want me to ask Mrs. Hughes about it." The threat of involving the housekeeper worked immediately. Gwen's shoulders slumped in defeat as she motioned for Anna to descend from the chair. Meanwhile, in the meticulously maintained gardens, sunshine filtered through the spring blossoms as Lady Mary Crawley sat alone on a stone bench, absorbed in reading a letter. Her dark hair gleamed in the light, contrasting with the pale blue of her morning dress. Her mother, Cora, Countess of Grantham, approached along the gravel path, her silk skirts rustling gently against the manicured grass. "Anything interesting?" Cora inquired, her American accent still detectable despite her decades in England. Mary looked up, her expression carefully composed, as she folded the letter and slipped it into her pocket. "Not particularly," she replied with practiced nonchalance. "It's from Evelyn Napier. You met him with the Delderfields last November at Doncaster races." Cora's interest visibly heightened. "Is that Lord Branksom's boy?" "It is," Mary confirmed, her tone giving away nothing of her thoughts on the matter. "Do you like him?" Cora asked, settling beside her daughter on the bench, her eyes studying Mary's face for any flicker of emotion. Mary considered the question with characteristic detachment. "I don't dislike him." This lukewarm assessment didn't deter Cora, who persisted. "And what's he writing about?" "Nothing much," Mary said, smoothing her skirt. "He's out with the York and Ainsty next week, and the meet is at Downton, so he wants some tea when he's here." "Where's he staying?" "With friends." Cora's matchmaking instincts were fully engaged now, her mind already calculating possibilities. Mary's lips curled into a small smile. "He says he's found a pub that caters for hunting." "Oh, we can improve on that," Cora said immediately. "He must come here. He can send the horses up early if he wants." Mary saw through her mother's transparent maneuvering. "He'll know why you're asking him." "I can't think what you mean," Cora replied with feigned innocence. "His mother's a friend of mine. She'll be pleased at the idea." "Not very pleased. She's dead," Mary countered, a hint of sharpness entering her voice. If Cora was fazed by this oversight, she didn't show it. "All the more reason, then," she said smoothly. "You can write a note, too, and put it in with mine." Mary's eyebrow arched delicately. "Shall I tell him about your friendship with his late mother?" "I'm sure you of all people can compose a letter to a young man without any help from me," Cora replied, rising from the bench with a rustle of silk and lace. She departed with a satisfied smile, leaving Mary to contemplate the latest piece in her mother's ongoing marriage campaign. Back in the servants' quarters, Anna stared in astonishment at the gleaming typewriter now revealed on their small table. Its metallic keys and polished frame seemed utterly incongruous in the humble setting of their shared bedroom. "How much did it cost?" she asked, unable to hide her amazement. Gwen's fingers traced the edge of the machine with reverence. "Every penny I'd saved. Almost." "And is this the mystery lover?" Anna teased gently. Gwen's raised eyebrow acknowledged the truth, a flicker of pride breaking through her apprehension. "I've been taking a correspondence course in typing and shorthand. That's what was in the envelopes." "Are you any good?" Anna asked. For the first time since this conversation began, genuine confidence brightened Gwen's features. "Yes, I am actually," she admitted, allowing herself a small smile. "But what's it for?" Anna pressed, still puzzled by the purpose behind such an expensive purchase. Gwen took a deep breath, as though preparing to jump from a great height. "Because I want to be a secretary." "What?" The single word captured all of Anna's surprise. "I'm bored with being in service," Gwen explained, the words tumbling out now that her secret was revealed. I'm not saying it's wrong or anything like that, but I'm bored with it. It's not for me. I want to join a business and earn some money and not, she hesitated, not be a servant. Anna was still processing this revelation when the door burst open without warning. Lady O'Brien, her ladyship's maid, stood in the doorway, her sharp eyes taking in the scene. The two younger women instinctively moved closer together, using their bodies to shield the typewriter from view. Her ladyship wants the fawn skirt that Lady Mary never wears, O'Brien announced. The seamstress is going to fit it to Lady Sybil, but I can't find it. I'll come in a minute, Anna replied, desperately aware that she couldn't move without revealing Gwen's secret. They're waiting now, O'Brien insisted, her tone brooking no argument. 1 minute, Anna persisted. I'm just changing my cap and apron. O'Brien's suspicious gaze lingered on them both before she departed, clearly unsatisfied. The moment the door closed, Anna hurriedly exchanged her morning cap and apron for the more elaborate afternoon versions, Gwen following suit. Have you told anyone? Anna asked as they prepared themselves. What did your parents say? I can't tell them till I've got a job, Gwen admitted, pinning her cap in place. Dad'll think I'm a fool to leave a good place, and Mum'll say I'm getting above myself. She looked at Anna defiantly. But I don't believe that. Anna studied her friend's face, the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw, and felt a surge of admiration. Nor do I, she said firmly, squeezing Gwen's hand before hurrying off to her duties, leaving the young housemaid with her dreams and her typewriter, both carefully hidden from the world that might not understand. Chapter 3. Dreams Beyond Service. The library at Downton Abbey was a sanctuary of mahogany and leather, where centuries of knowledge lined the walls in leather-bound volumes. The late morning light streamed through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air, as Violet Crawley, Dowager Countess of Grantham, settled herself into an armchair opposite her son and daughter-in-law. Robert Crawley, Earl of Grantham, barely looked up from his newspaper, the rustle of pages forming a gentle backdrop to the conversation about to unfold. Cora sat with perfect posture on the adjacent sofa, her hands folded neatly in her lap, an air of quiet satisfaction surrounding her. It's not of my doing, Cora began, her tone suggesting the opposite. It's all Mary's own work, but I think we should encourage it. Branksom's a dull dog, but I don't suppose that matters, Robert replied, turning a page of his newspaper with practiced indifference. Did you know his wife had died? Cora asked, her eyes sliding toward Violet. Robert's response was dismissive. He only ever talks about racing. Violet, never one to waste time on pleasantries when strategy was required, leaned forward slightly, her cane planted firmly between her feet. Cora's right. Mary won't take Matthew Crawley, so we need to get her settled before the bloom is quite gone off the rose. Her words, though blunt, carried the weight of practical wisdom. At her age, Violet had witnessed enough young women linger too long on the marriage market, their prospects diminishing with each passing season. Is the family an old one? Cora inquired, the question essential to her American sensibilities about British nobility. Violet couldn't resist a small barb. Older than yours, I imagine. Old enough, Robert interceded before his mother and wife could engage in their usual sparring. And there's plenty of money, Cora pressed, pragmatic as always. Really? Violet's interest was piqued despite herself. Robert folded his newspaper with a crisp snap. "Mama, you've already looked him up in the stud books and made inquiries about the fortune. Don't pretend otherwise." Violet drew herself up, her spine straightening as she assumed an expression of aristocratic dignity that had served her well for decades. Robert smiled at his mother's predictable reaction. "Are you afraid someone will think you American if you speak openly?" he teased gently. "I doubt it would come to that," Violet replied, the very idea clearly horrifying to her. "Shall I ring for tea?" Cora suggested, sensing the need to redirect the conversation. Robert checked the clock on the chimney-piece and rose to his feet. "Not for me. I'm meeting Cripps at 5. Bramley wants to move one of the feeding pens, and he needs a decision. I'll see you at dinner." With a perfunctory nod to both women, he departed, leaving them to continue their matrimonial plotting without him. Cora turned to her mother-in-law, noting the dissatisfaction lingering in Violet's expression. "You don't seem very pleased." "I'm pleased," Violet insisted, though her tone lacked conviction. "It isn't brilliant, but I'm pleased." "So?" Cora prompted, sensing there was more. Violet tapped her cane lightly against the carpet. "I don't want Robert to use a marriage as an excuse to stop fighting for Mary's inheritance." "It won't make any difference," Cora replied with certainty. "You can't be sure," Violet countered. "She'll be well set up, with a reasonable position. She won't be hungry." Cora's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. "It won't make a difference. I don't think he has the slightest intention of fighting as it is. The price of saving Downton is to accept Matthew Crawley as his heir, and as far as he's concerned, that's that." "What about you?" Violet asked, studying her daughter-in-law's face. "I don't dislike Matthew," Cora admitted after a moment's consideration. "In fact, I rather admire him." "And is that sufficient reason to give him your money?" Violet pressed, her voice sharp. "Of course not, but—" Cora began, only to be cut off. "Then there's no more to be said," Violet declared with finality. "Are we having tea? Or not?" Cora rose to pull the bell rope, accepting that there would never be more than an armed truce between them. Their shared concern for the family's future, and Mary's place in it, was perhaps the only true common ground they would ever find. In the village, Lady Edith Crawley walked with determined steps toward the home where Matthew Crawley and his mother had taken up residence. The middle Crawley daughter had spent the morning crafting what she hoped appeared to be a casual visit, her heart quickening as she spotted Matthew approaching on his bicycle. He slowed to a stop beside her, surprisingly windswept and appealing in his working attire. "I'd offer you a lift if I could," he said, with a warm smile that never failed to make Edith's chest tighten with hope. "It was you I was coming to see," she replied, pleased by the fortunate timing of their meeting. "Then your timing is matchless," Matthew said, dismounting. "I'm just off the train." Edith fell into step beside him as he wheeled the bicycle along the path, gathering her courage for the carefully rehearsed suggestion. "The other day at dinner, Cousin Isabel was saying you wanted to see some of the local churches." "She's right, I do," Matthew confirmed enthusiastically. "I want to know more about the county generally, if I'm to live here." Edith took a deep breath. "Well, I thought I might show you a few of the nearer ones," she offered, trying to sound casual. "We could take a picnic and make an outing of it." "That's very kind," Matthew replied, his tone revealing neither particular excitement nor reluctance. Nonsense. I'll enjoy it, Edith assured him quickly. It's too long since I played the tourist. It would have to be a Saturday, Matthew said practically. The churches work on Sunday, and I work all the weekdays. Then Saturday it is, Edith declared, trying to contain her delight at his acceptance. I'll get Lynch to sort out the governess cart, and I'll pick you up at about 11. As they reached the gate of Crawley House, Edith savored her small victory. Matthew had agreed to spend time with her, alone, away from Mary's cutting remarks and superior beauty. Perhaps, just perhaps, if Mary was determined to reject him, Edith might finally have a chance to shine. In the servants' hall, curiosity had gathered Thomas, William, and Daisy around Gwen's typewriter, like children examining an exotic animal. The machine gleamed under the electric lights, its mechanical presence a stark contrast to the centuries-old traditions that governed life below stairs. "How does it work?" Daisy asked, her eyes wide with wonder. William leaned forward, pressing a key with exaggerated confidence. "Easy. You just press the letters, and they print on the paper." "Not that easy," Thomas observed with his usual supercilious tone. "You've smudged it." "I have not," William protested, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Get back, please." Mr. Carson's authoritative voice cut through their fascination. The butler had arrived with Mrs. Hughes and O'Brien, their expressions varying from stern disapproval to vindictive satisfaction. "They were trying to hide it, so I knew it was wrong," O'Brien announced, clearly pleased with her role in the discovery. "Where's Gwen now?" Carson inquired, his bushy eyebrows drawn together in concern. "Doing the dining room with Anna," Thomas supplied readily. "They'll be finished soon." "Then I'll wait," Carson decided, his expression suggesting he was preparing for a confrontation of some significance. Mrs. Hughes stepped forward, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her irritation. "With all due respect, Mr. Carson, Gwen is under my jurisdiction." "Indeed she is, Mrs. Hughes," Carson acknowledged with a slight bow, "and I have no intention of usurping your authority. I merely want to get to the bottom of it." William, caught in the crossfire of authority, ventured a tentative defense. "Why shouldn't Gwen have a typewriter if she wants one?" "Mind your own business," Thomas snapped, his loyalties clearly not with his fellow footmen. "What's that doing here?" Gwen's voice came from the doorway, her face draining of color as she took in the scene, her prized possession exposed, surrounded by the very people she had sought to keep it from. "Ah, Gwen, come in," Mrs. Hughes said, her tone deceptively mild. "Why's that down here?" Gwen demanded, distress evident in every line of her body. "Who's been in my room? They had no right." Mrs. Hughes stepped forward, her authority crystallizing in the set of her shoulders and the firmness of her voice. "Now, see here. In the first place, none of the rooms in this house belong to you, and in the second, I am in charge of your welfare, and that gives me every right." "This is you, isn't it?" Anna accused O'Brien, who maintained a smug silence. Her mission accomplished. Carson cleared his throat, bringing the focus back to the matter at hand. "All we want to know is why Gwen wants a typewriter and why she feels the need to keep it secret." "She wants to keep it private, not secret," Anna clarified firmly. "There's a difference." "Amen," came a quiet voice from the doorway. Mr. Bates had joined the impromptu tribunal, his presence offering silent support to the beleaguered housemaid. Gwen squared her shoulders, finding courage in the support of Anna and Mr. Bates. I've done nothing to be ashamed of. I've bought a typewriter, and I've taken a postal course in shorthand. I'm not aware that either of these actions is illegal. Will you tell us why? Mrs. Hughes pressed, preferably without any more cheek. Because I want to leave service, Gwen admitted, her voice steady despite the collective intake of breath her words provoked. I want to be a secretary. O'Brien's face twisted with scorn. What's wrong with being in service? Nothing's wrong with it, Gwen replied evenly. And there's nothing wrong with mending roads neither, but it's not what I want to do. I should remind you there are plenty of young girls who'd be glad of a position in this house, Carson admonished, his patrician features set in lines of disapproval. And when I hand in my notice, I shall be happy to think one of them will be taking my place, Gwen countered, her determination evident beneath her respectful tone. O'Brien's eyes narrowed dangerously. What makes you think we'll wait until then? Are you hiring and sacking now, Miss O'Brien? Anna interjected sharply. I thought that lay with Mr. Carson and Mrs. Hughes. Carson raised a hand, silencing the brewing conflict. Enough of this. I'm going to ring the dressing gong, and we'll have no more talk of it tonight. Can I have my machine back now? Gwen asked, her voice smaller but still resolute. Very well, Carson conceded after a moment's hesitation. But I wish I was sure you know what you're doing. Gwen made no answer, but carefully lifted her typewriter and left the room, dignity intact despite the ordeal. The other servants dispersed, leaving Anna and Bates alone in the suddenly quiet hall. You spoke up well in there, Bates observed, his eyes warm with approval. She is taking a risk, though, Anna acknowledged. Mr. Carson's right. Maybe, Bates allowed, but it's her risk to take. As they walked toward the service staircase, Anna ventured, Anything planned? For your half-day tomorrow? I might take a train into Leeds, Bates replied, his tone deliberately casual. What for? Anna asked, curiosity piqued. No reason in particular, he said, quickening his pace slightly. Come on, we'd better get moving, or they'll be dressing themselves, and we can't have that. They might find out they can manage without us. His laughter as he started up the stairs carried a note of irony that wasn't lost on Anna. In a house divided by rigid hierarchies, the idea of independence, whether for a housemaid, dreaming of office work, or for the aristocrats they served, remained a radical notion, threatening to the established order they all existed within. Chapter 4. A Measure of Pain. The soft glow of candlelight illuminated Lady Mary's bedroom, giving the elegant furnishings a warm, intimate atmosphere. Edith, already dressed for dinner, lingered by the vanity, while Anna worked with practiced efficiency on Mary's hair, her fingers deftly weaving dark strands into an intricate style, befitting the evening ahead. Which churches will you show him? Anna inquired, sliding a pin into place. Edith pretended to consider the question as though she hadn't already spent hours planning the itinerary. I can't decide. Kirby, possibly. Or perhaps Easingwold. Mary met her sister's eyes in the mirror, her expression coolly knowing. You don't think you're being a bit obvious? Coming from you, that's rich, Edith replied, bristling at Mary's effortless ability to make her feel foolish with just a few words. The low rustle of silk announced their mother's arrival. Cora entered the room holding a cream-colored envelope, an expectant smile playing on her lips. There was a letter from Mr. Napier in the Evening Post, she announced, her tone deliberately casual, though her eyes betrayed her eagerness. Mary turned slightly, careful not to disrupt Anna's work. Did he accept? Not yet, Cora replied, a hint of disappointment coloring her voice. Maybe he thought it too obvious, Edith suggested, unable to resist the small retaliation. Cora's slight frown revealed her displeasure at Edith's remark, as much as at Mary's. Apparently, he'll have a friend with him, she continued, redirecting the conversation. They're traveling straight to the meet from London, and they're planning to stay at the Worsley Arms that night. Who is this friend? Mary asked, her interest finally engaged. Cora squinted slightly at the letter in her hand. An attaché at the Turkish embassy, a Mr. Kamal Pamuk. He's the son of one of the Sultan's ministers, and he's here for the Albanian talks. What's that? Mary asked, revealing her indifference to current affairs. Edith seized the opportunity to display her superior knowledge. To create an independent Albania. Don't you read the papers? I'm too busy living a life, Mary replied dismissively. Cora stepped in before the sisters' bickering could escalate. Since Turkey's signature is vital, Mr. Napier's been given the job of keeping him happy until the conference begins, and Mr. Pamuk is eager to try an English hunt. So that's that then, Edith concluded, a note of finality in her voice. Not at all, Cora countered, her expression brightening with a new idea. I shall invite this Mr. Pamuk to stay here as well. Who knows? A little hospitality in an English house may make all the difference to the outcome. You hope, Edith muttered, seeing through her mother's transparent matchmaking. Cora turned her attention to her eldest daughter. And Mary, you will ride out with them. Mary's protest was immediate. Oh, Mama, must I? My boots are at the mender's, and I haven't ridden for weeks. Anna, please see that Lady Mary is fully equipped to go hunting, Cora instructed, her tone making it clear the matter was settled. Yes, your ladyship, Anna replied, her eyes meeting Mary's in the mirror, with a hint of sympathy. Cora departed, leaving the sisters to their preparations. Anna continued her work on Mary's hair, her mind turning to the challenge of organizing riding attire by morning, while Edith lingered, savoring the rare moment of having witnessed Mary being maneuvered against her will. The streets of Leeds bustled with midday activity as John Bates made his way through the commercial district, consulting the folded Exchange and Mart magazine in his hand. He checked the address once more before entering a rather unassuming shop, its windows displaying an unusual array of medical implements. Inside, the shop had a distinct medicinal odor, carbolic acid and leather predominated, and the walls were lined with various orthopedic devices. Artificial limbs and crutches hung on display like macabre decorations in a shop of last resort for the desperate. A man looked up from a workbench in the corner, his hands stained with polish and metal filings. Yes? He inquired, his tone suggesting Bates was interrupting important work. I saw this advertisement, Bates said, indicating the magazine, for a limp corrector. The man's expression remained impassive. Yes. What does it do exactly? Bates asked, though the answer seemed obvious. It corrects limps, the man replied flatly, waiting for Bates to get to the point. Bates squared his shoulders slightly, refusing to be intimidated. Does it work? The man's eyebrows rose a fraction. Well, as I make it and I advertise it, is it likely I'd say no? Bates studied the man for a moment, weighing his options. The journey here had been difficult enough. He might as well see the device that promised salvation. Could I see one? Without a word, the man disappeared into a back room, leaving Bates to examine the other implements on display. Each one looked more torturous than the last. Steel braces with leather straps, wooden splints, and various corrective boots. Instruments designed to force the human body into normalcy through pain and persistence. Here we are, the man announced, returning with a wooden box. He removed what appeared to be a kind of caliper with iron struts and straps and an adjustable foot platform at the bottom. The contraption looked medieval, more an instrument of torture than healing. You adjust this to the right height to minimize your limp, the man explained, demonstrating the mechanism. You tighten these gradually, as tight as you can stand, and as the leg straightens, the foot lowers to the floor. You'll need special shoes. He glanced at Bates's legs. What size are you? And which leg is affected? 10. And it's the right, Bates replied, his mouth suddenly dry as he stared at the device. The man nodded and went to fetch a box of shoes, while Bates continued to examine the brace. Each metal joint and leather strap promised agony, a different kind of pain than the one he already endured, but pain nonetheless. The question was whether this new suffering might lead to freedom. How long does it take? Bates asked when the man returned. How long is a piece of string? Came the unhelpful reply. But it really works? Bates pressed, needing reassurance before committing himself to what would clearly be an ordeal. The man's expression softened slightly, perhaps recognizing the desperation behind the question. I'm not saying it's easy, and you can't slack, every day, all day, if you mean business. Bates stared at the vicious implement, biting his lip as he contemplated what it would mean. The constant pain, the secrecy, the hope that might prove false. Yet the promise of walking normally again, of shedding the visible reminder of his injury, of securing his position at Downton beyond question. All right, he said finally, his decision made. How much? The golden light of evening softened the edges of Crawley House as dusk settled over the village. Inside the drawing room, Isabel Crawley sat reading a letter by the warm glow of a table lamp, her practical nature evident in the efficient way she processed its contents. She asks if we can both dine on Saturday, she informed her son, who was reviewing legal documents at a small desk by the window. There are 2 young men staying, so you won't be so outnumbered for once. Matthew looked up, his pen poised mid-signature. What men? Isabel squinted at the letter. A Turkish diplomat called, something I can't read, and Lord Branksom's charming son. Who's to be flung at Mary, presumably? Matthew's lips quirked in amusement. When it comes to Cousin Mary, she is quite capable of doing her own flinging, I assure you. He returned to his document, adding, Must we go? I've got the whole day with Edith. I could use a night off. I think we should, Isabel replied, setting the letter aside and opening another envelope. Without looking up from her correspondence, she added casually, And you're all set to go church visiting? Apparently, Matthew replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. I didn't seem to have much option. I'm afraid it's my fault, Isabel admitted. She asked what your interests were, and I just blurted it all out. I hope you're not annoyed. Not at all, Matthew assured her, though his enthusiasm was clearly tempered. Why should I be? No reason, Isabel replied, though her knowing smile suggested she understood more about Edith's intentions than her son did. The silence that settled between them was comfortable, a testament to their close relationship. Yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of unspoken understanding that their new position in this family brought with it complexities neither had anticipated when they'd left Manchester behind. Dawn light filtered weakly through the corridor windows as Anna carried a complete riding outfit toward the blue room. Lady Mary's riding habit, boots, top hat, and veil were precariously balanced in her arms as she spotted Gwen in the hallway. "Ah, open the door of the blue room, can you?" she requested. "I'm going to lay it out in there. Then when she gets up, it's ready." Gwen obliged silently, pushing open the door to a handsome, spare bedroom kept in readiness for guests. Anna bustled in, still chattering as she spread the things out on the bed. "I couldn't find her breeches anywhere, so I asked Mr. Bates, and he looked among his lordship's riding clothes. There they were." Still, Gwen maintained her silence, an unusual state for the normally cheerful housemaid. Anna continued her preparations, mentally checking items off her list. "I only hope to God I've got everything. Hat, I'll do here. Gloves and crop are in the hall." A small sob broke the quiet, causing Anna to turn sharply. Gwen stood by the doorway, tears streaming down her face. "Gwen?" Anna asked, instantly concerned. "Whatever's the matter?" Gwen just shook her head, crying in earnest now, unable to articulate the source of her distress. "Come on. You can tell me," Anna encouraged gently. "Has someone been teasing you?" Again, Gwen shook her head but continued crying. The sound of footsteps in the corridor heralded Bates's arrival. He paused in the doorway, a tweed suit draped over his arm, his expression shifting to concern as he took in the scene. "What's up?" he asked quietly. "She's upset," Anna explained, though that much was obvious. Gwen struggled to compose herself. "Oh, I'm just being silly. You should get that brushed," she added, gesturing to the tweed suit. "He won't be up for another half an hour," Bates replied, his voice kind. "Now, what is it?" "I suppose I've just realized that it's not going to happen," Gwen admitted, fresh tears threatening. "What isn't?" Bates prompted. "Oh, none of it," Gwen said, despair evident in every word. "I'm not going to be a secretary. I'm not going to leave service. I doubt I'll leave here before I'm 60. "What's all this?" Anna asked, moving closer to her friend. "You saw their faces, and they're right," Gwen continued, gesturing helplessly. "Oh, look at me. Can you see me in an office, sitting in the boardroom, taking down dictation?" "Why shouldn't you?" Anna countered firmly. Gwen's tears had stopped, replaced by a hollow resignation that was somehow more disturbing. "Because I'm the daughter of a farmhand, and I'm lucky to be a maid. I was born with nothing, and I'll die with nothing." "Don't talk like that," Bates admonished gently. "Why not?" Gwen challenged. "Because it's not true," Bates replied, his voice steady and certain. "Because you can change your life if you want to." "Really?" Gwen asked, a flicker of hope returning to her eyes. "Yes," Bates assured her. "Sometimes you have to be hard on yourself, But you can change it completely. I know. A grimace of pain crossed his face so quickly it might have been imagined, but Anna caught it immediately. Mr. Bates, are you all right? She asked, her concern shifting targets. Take her upstairs. Dry her off, Bates directed, already turning away. Anna and Gwen left the blue room together, heading in the opposite direction from Bates, who made for the service stairs. As he reached the landing, Anna glanced back to see him falter, gripping the banister tightly. He took a heavy step onto the landing and let out an involuntary cry of pain that echoed in the enclosed stairwell. Mr. Bates, what's the matter? Mrs. Hughes's voice called from below as she ascended the stairs. Nothing. Not a thing. I'm fine, Bates insisted, straightening with visible effort. Let me help you down to the next landing, Mrs. Hughes offered, now close enough to see his ashen complexion. I am perfectly all right, thank you, Mrs. Hughes, Bates maintained, his pride evident in the rigid set of his shoulders. Mrs. Hughes was not so easily dissuaded. Are you sure? You're as white as a sheet. That's my wonderful complexion, inherited from my Irish mother, he replied with forced lightness, continuing his descent with careful, measured steps. Mrs. Hughes watched him go, her eyes narrowed with concern and suspicion. Whatever was troubling Mr. Bates clearly went beyond his usual injury, but experience had taught her that some secrets revealed themselves only when their keepers were ready. Until then, she could only watch and wait, and hope that whatever burden he carried wouldn't prove too heavy to bear alone. Chapter 5. Distinguished Guests. The kitchen at Downton Abbey erupted into a whirlwind of activity as the meat day arrived. Mrs. Patmore stood amid the chaos like a general commanding troops, her face flushed from the heat of the ovens and the exertion of orchestrating the morning's preparations. Take it, don't dawdle, she bellowed, as Thomas and William rushed in with empty trays, which Daisy hurriedly reloaded with freshly cleaned glasses. Steam rose from a large tureen as Mrs. Patmore ladled stirrup cup, a hot, spiced concoction traditionally offered to riders before the hunt. Kitchen maids sliced fruit cake at remarkable speed, their knives flashing in the morning light, streaming through the windows. The footman grabbed the laden trays and hurried away from the frantic workspace, transforming from harried servants to dignified representatives of the house the moment they passed through the door. Outside, the front lawn of Downton had been transformed into a vibrant tableau of horses, riders, and spectators. Hunting pink coats punctuated the scene with splashes of vivid color against the muted winter landscape. The air buzzed with conversation and anticipation, filled with the jingling of bridles and the occasional whinny of an impatient mount. Robert, Cora, and Sybil walked among the assembled hunters, exchanging pleasantries with neighbors and acquaintances. Thomas and William, now the picture of composed servitude, moved smoothly through the crowd, carrying trays of stirrup cup and slices of cake, their every movement overseen by Carson's watchful eye. Lady Mary sat astride her mount with perfect posture, looking magnificent in a riding habit that accentuated her slender figure. Despite her earlier reluctance, she appeared every inch the accomplished horsewoman, her expression revealing nothing of the inconvenience this obligation had caused her. Lynch, the head groom, sat mounted beside her, scanning the growing crowd. "Can you see them, milady?" he inquired, aware of whom she was expected to escort. Mary's eyes swept the gathering. "Not yet." "Oh, Wait a minute. Here's Mr. Napier. A pleasant-looking man approached on horseback, his expression brightening as he caught sight of Mary. Evelyn Napier trotted over, the picture of gentlemanly charm as he reined in beside her. I was beginning to give up on you, Mary remarked, her tone suggesting mild inconvenience rather than genuine concern. We're moving off. We were fools not to accept your mother's invitation and send the horses down early, Evelyn explained apologetically. As it is, my groom only got here an hour or two ago, and my mount's as jumpy as a deb at her first ball. Mary's lips curved into a subtle smile. What about Mr. Pamuk? I gather if he takes a tumble, you'll be endangering world peace. Not only that, Evelyn replied with good humor. His father's a bigwig at the Ottoman court, so if I don't get him home safe and sound, I know I'll be beheaded by proxy. Isn't it a risk to take him hunting? Mary asked, genuine curiosity breaking through her cultivated indifference. Don't worry about Kamal, Evelyn assured her. He knows what he's doing on a horse. Where is he? Mary inquired, glancing around with increasing interest. Evelyn's expression held a hint of amused resignation. Fussing. He's rather a dandy. You should have heard him ask about the clothes for what he persists in calling a noble house. Mary's eyebrow arched delicately. I can see him now, a funny little foreigner with a wide, toothy grin and hair reeking of pomade. I wouldn't quite say that, Evelyn responded with a knowing smile. Here he is now. Mary turned in her saddle, and the carefully composed mask of aristocratic indifference she wore slipped momentarily. Riding toward them was a man whose appearance defied every expectation she had formed. Kamal Pamuk possessed a striking, almost hypnotic handsomeness that caught Mary entirely off guard. His features were perfectly proportioned, his bearing aristocratic without effort, his entire presence exuding a magnetic charm that was palpable even at a distance. As he approached, he stood in his stirrups and doffed his silk hat with a fluid grace that spoke of both confidence and breeding. Lady Mary Crawley, I presume? He inquired, his accent lending an exotic cadence to the words. You presume right, Mary replied, suddenly conscious of her own appearance in a way that was entirely unfamiliar to her. Sorry to be so disheveled, Kamal apologized, though he looked anything but. We've been on a train since dawn, and we had to change in a shed. Mary met his gaze directly, her composure returning. You don't look disheveled to me. I think we're going, Evelyn interjected, noting that the hunt was beginning to move off. Mary turned to Lynch. Lynch, you don't have to stay with me. His lordship asked me to, the groom replied, dutifully maintaining his position. It's a waste of your day, Mary insisted. Help Mr. Napier's man get their things back to the house. His lordship said, Lynch began, his reluctance evident. Don't worry, Evelyn interrupted. I'll look after her. Kamal moved his horse closer, his eyes never leaving Mary's face. We'll make it our business to keep her from harm. I promise. Before Lynch could raise further objections, they had moved off to join the main group, leaving the groom to watch their departure with a mixture of concern and resignation. In the quiet sanctuary of Carson's pantry, the butler supervised Thomas and William as they meticulously polished silver. The rhythmic motion of cloths against metal provided a soothing counterpoint to the excitement of the hunt preparations outside. You can dress Mr. Pamuk, Thomas, Carson instructed, methodically inspecting a recently polished serving spoon. Mr. Napier's chap will bring the luggage over this morning, so you've time to get sorted out. Thomas's hands paused in their work. Why doesn't he have his own man? Mr. Napier's valet was to see to both, but it's a lot to ask when they won't be here before 6, Carson explained, placing the spoon on a tray with its fellows. Thomas's expression conveyed skepticism. I thought he was supposed to be in England to prevent a war. Not single-handedly, Carson replied dryly. Even so, Thomas persisted. He can't be up to much if he doesn't have his own valet. William glanced up from his polishing. It might be different if you're a Turk. I've heard lots of things are different when you're a Turk. The younger footman's comment held no malice, merely naive curiosity, but Thomas's expression shifted subtly, a calculating look entering his eyes. That's a thought. Get into the pattern, Thomas, Carson admonished, noticing the footman's distraction. You're not polishing an apple. Thomas returned to his work, but his mind had clearly wandered to other possibilities that had nothing to do with silver polishing and everything to do with the exotic visitor who had just arrived at Downton. The hunt moved across the winter landscape like a vibrant, living entity. Horses and riders flowed over hills and across fields, the red coats of the huntsmen standing out against the muted browns and greens of the countryside. The baying of hounds carried on the crisp air, accompanied by the thunder of hooves and occasional calls between riders. Mary galloped alongside the main group, her initial reluctance now forgotten in the exhilaration of the chase. The cold air stung her cheeks, bringing high color to her normally pale complexion. She rode with the natural grace of someone who had been on horseback since childhood, her body moving in perfect rhythm with her mount. Pulling up at the crest of a hill, she spotted Kamal silhouetted against the winter sky, his figure as striking on horseback as it had been on first meeting. He turned as she approached, as though he had been waiting specifically for her. I hope the day is living up to your expectations, Mary remarked, bringing her horse alongside his. It is exceeding them in every way, Kamal replied, his gaze conveying that he wasn't referring only to the hunt. Mary felt an unfamiliar warmth rise within her at the unmistakable admiration in his eyes. Where's Mr. Napier? She asked, seeking to redirect the conversation to safer ground. He's gone over the bridge. Look. Kamal pointed to a group of riders, including Napier in the distance, following the road that curved around a stream. And what about you? He continued, turning back to Mary with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. Will you follow him? Or come over the jump with me? Mary glanced at the stream, then back to Kamal. The challenge in his eyes was impossible to resist. Oh, I was never much one for going round by the road. You believe in living dangerously, then? He asked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Mary replied, meeting his gaze steadily. What did the Frenchman say? L'audace, toujours l'audace. His smile broadened at this, revealing perfect teeth and a genuine warmth that made him even more handsome. They were kindred spirits in that moment, two souls recognizing in each other a similar appetite for life's more thrilling aspects. Stay by me and we'll take it together, he suggested, his eyes never leaving hers. With a shared nod, they set off down the slope toward the stream. Mary felt a surge of adrenaline as they approached the obstacle, her horse gathering itself beneath her. The moment of suspension as they soared over the water felt like freedom itself. A perfect instant of flight before the satisfying thud of hooves reconnecting with earth on the far bank. They rode on, side by side, deeper into the hunt and deeper into a connection that seemed to transcend their brief acquaintance. Mary found herself laughing with genuine pleasure, a sound that surprised even her with its authenticity. In this moment, with the wind in her hair and this extraordinary man at her side, she felt truly alive in a way that the confined formality of her daily life rarely permitted. While Mary experienced the unexpected thrill of the hunt, Edith's carefully orchestrated outing with Matthew had taken them to a quiet country church. The cool, hushed interior offered a stark contrast to the excitement of the hunting field, its stone walls bearing witness to centuries of quiet worship. Edith stood in the nave, watching as Matthew examined the architectural details with genuine interest. She had prepared diligently for this outing, researching the history of each church they would visit, determined to impress him with her knowledge and attention to detail. "I wish we could talk a little more about you," she ventured, seeking to steer the conversation toward personal matters. What was it like, growing up in Manchester? But Matthew didn't even seem to hear her question, his attention entirely focused on the building around them. "Does it say anything about the Lady Chapel screen?" he asked, squinting at a particular feature. Edith suppressed a sigh and sat down, opening the small brochure she had brought along. "The screen dates from the early 16th century, she recited. "The pomegranates commemorate Queen Catherine of Aragon, and the fleurs de lis represent the Virgin Mary." "Two women who had a lot to put up with," Matthew remarked, studying the intricate woodwork. "The side aisles were added in the 14th century by Bishop Richard de Warenne," Edith continued, determined to maintain the conversation despite Matthew's divided attention. "Yes, you can see that in the treatment of the stone," he agreed, running his hand along a nearby pillar. Edith attempted to inject a more personal note into their architectural discussion. "It's wonderful to think of all those men and women worshipping together through the centuries, isn't it? Dreaming and hoping, much as we do, I suppose." Matthew nodded absent-mindedly, clearly more interested in the building than in her attempts at connection. "Is the screen a Cromwell casualty?" "I dare say," Edith replied, her enthusiasm waning. "I wonder how Mary's getting on," Matthew said suddenly, his thoughts apparently straying to the hunt and to her sister. No comment could have been less welcome. Edith's expression tightened imperceptibly. "All right, I should think. Why?" "I just wondered," Matthew shrugged. "Will she stay with the hunt the whole day?" "Oh, you know Mary," Edith replied, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from her voice. "She likes to be in at the death." An uncomfortable silence descended between them. Edith's carefully laid plans were unraveling, not through any specific failure on her part, but simply because Matthew's interest lay elsewhere, potentially with Mary, despite her sister's consistent coldness toward him. "Where shall we go next?" Matthew asked eventually, seemingly oblivious to her disappointment. "Not home?" Edith suggested hopefully, her feet already aching in her walking boots. "Oh, not yet," Matthew replied enthusiastically. "We've time for one more at least before we lose the light." "I underestimated your enthusiasm," Edith remarked, unable to completely hide her dismay as she rose to her feet. With a resigned sigh, she followed him out to the governess cart, mentally adjusting her expectations for the day. The romantic outing she had envisioned was proving to be nothing more than an architectural tour, with her role reduced to that of a reluctant guide rather than a potential companion. As dusk settled over the landscape, 3 riders ambled down the drive toward Downton Abbey. The great house stood illuminated against the darkening sky, windows blazing with welcoming light. Mary, Evelyn, and Kamal approached at a leisurely pace, their mounts and themselves spattered with mud from the day's exertions. The hunt had been exhilarating but exhausting, and now the prospect of warm baths and comfortable surroundings beckoned. Despite the physical fatigue, Mary felt oddly energized, aware of Kamal's presence beside her in a way that made her usual composure difficult to maintain. The day had been a revelation in more ways than one, revealing not only an unexpected connection with the Turkish diplomat, but also aspects of herself she had scarcely acknowledged before. As they drew nearer to the house, Mary found herself both anticipating and dreading the constraints of propriety that awaited them within its walls, after a day of relative freedom in each other's company. The night ahead promised to be interesting indeed, though in ways none of them could yet foresee. Chapter 6. Church Bells and Hidden Desires. The grand entrance hall of Downton Abbey bustled with activity as the hunters returned. Napier, spattered in mud from head to toe like the others, struggled with his second boot at the bootjack positioned in the outer hall. Mary and Kamal proceeded in stockinged feet across the drugget squares that Carson had prudently laid out to protect the priceless carpets from the worst of the hunting mud. Thomas, ever alert to opportunities for advancement through service to the aristocracy, whispered to Carson, "Is that one mine?" with a nod toward the handsome Turkish visitor. Robert and Cora had arrived to greet their returning daughter and guests, their expressions warmly welcoming despite the disheveled state of the hunting party. "Home is the hunter, home from the hill," Robert quoted with good humor. "Heavens, you have been in the wars." Carson stood ready with Thomas as Napier's valet began removing his master's mud-caked coat. Anna moved quietly to attend to Mary, her practiced hands already assessing what would be required to salvage the riding habit. "Papa, this is Mr. Pamuk," Mary said, making the introduction with a composure that betrayed nothing of the day's exhilaration. "My father, Lord Grantham." "How do you do, my lord?" Kamal greeted Robert with perfect English manners, his exotic accent adding a distinctive note to the practiced pleasantries. "Did you have a good day?" Robert inquired, the standard question for returning hunters. "Couldn't have been better," Kamal replied, his eyes briefly finding Mary's with a meaning only they shared. Carson guided Thomas forward to make his formal introduction. "This is Thomas, sir. He will be looking after you." "Oh, I thought," Kamal began, glancing toward Evelyn with slight confusion. Evelyn merely shrugged as he heard Mary introduce him to her mother. "You remember Mr. Napier?" "Of course," Cora replied graciously. "How are you?" "It's so kind of you to have us, Lady Grantham," Evelyn responded with genuine appreciation. "And this is Mr. Pamuk," Mary added, completing the introductions. "How do you do?" Cora's eyes widened almost imperceptibly as she took in the extraordinary good looks of their Turkish guest. He stood in his shirt sleeves, having used the bootjack and surrendered his coat to Thomas, and the effect was striking enough to momentarily fluster even the usually composed Countess. Robert observed his wife's reaction with barely concealed amusement. "Now, what would you like?" Something to eat? Baths first, then eggs in our rooms, Mary suggested decisively. Once we've shed our outer garments. Anna, who had been standing by with a boot pull since Mary's entrance, continued assisting her with the mud-caked riding clothes. Your cases are upstairs, sir. If you'd like to follow me, Thomas said to Kamal, pride evident in his bearing as he prepared to attend to their distinguished guest. As Thomas led Kamal past the half-open door to the servants' passage, he couldn't resist a triumphant glance toward O'Brien, Gwen, and Anna, who were all surreptitiously observing the visitor. His look of delight to O'Brien spoke volumes about his satisfaction with the assignment. Behind the door, the women quickly pulled back as Carson approached. He doesn't look Turkish at all, Gwen whispered, her eyes wide with fascination. Well, he doesn't look like any Englishman I've ever met. Worse luck, Anna replied, genuine appreciation in her voice. I think he's beautiful. The door opened fully to reveal Carson, his expression stern. Is there some crisis of which I am unaware? No, Mr. Carson, O'Brien replied smoothly. I cannot think of another reason why you should congregate here, the butler continued, his bushy eyebrows drawn together in disapproval. No, Mr. Carson, Anna echoed, properly contrite. With one last lingering glance in the direction of the departing guests, the women turned and headed back toward the kitchens, their brief moment of indulgence in gossip curtailed, but not forgotten. In the peace of his dressing room, Lord Grantham stood as Bates assisted him with his evening attire. The practiced routine of dressing for dinner provided a moment of calm reflection after the day's excitement. Have you seen our visitor? Robert asked conversationally. Quite a treat for the ladies. Indeed, my lord, Bates replied with appropriate discretion. Are they settled in all right? Robert continued, adjusting his cufflinks. Bates nodded as he held out Robert's white waistcoat. I believe so. Mr. Napier's valet seems a competent fellow, and Thomas knows what he's doing. Why doesn't the gorgeous Turk have his own chap? Robert wondered aloud, slipping his arms into the waistcoat. Apparently, his man speaks no English, so Mr. Pamuk decided to leave him in London, Bates explained as he began fastening the waistcoat. Probably very wise, Robert agreed. I hope Thomas doesn't mind. You know Thomas, my lord, Bates remarked with subtle irony. He has to have a grumble, but I gather he cheered up when he saw the gentleman. Robert made no comment, but exchanged a knowing look with Bates that conveyed their mutual understanding of Thomas's nature. As Bates adjusted a strap on the back of the waistcoat, he winced involuntarily, a momentary grimace of pain crossing his features. Bates? Robert noticed immediately, concern evident in his voice. Is anything wrong? Nothing at all, my lord, Bates assured him quickly, his composure regained. Is that strap too tight? He adjusted the band on the back of the white waistcoat, deflecting attention from himself back to his duties. In another wing of the house, Thomas stood in Kamal Pamuk's bedroom, assisting the Turkish diplomat with his own evening attire. The footman's usual sullen demeanor had been replaced by an eager attentiveness that bordered on fawning, his eyes frequently lingering on the guest's handsome features. Shall I adjust it, sir? Thomas offered, stepping forward to tighten the band around the back of Kamal's waistcoat. His hands lingered slightly longer than necessary, a subtle action that didn't escape Kamal's notice. Now I'm relying on you to see that I go downstairs properly dressed, Kamal said, his tone light, but not encouraging. I'm a stranger to England and English ways. Don't worry, sir, Thomas assured him, his voice taking on a suggestive quality. I've got sharp eyes for anything out of order. This seemed to amuse Kamal, who smiled warmly at the footman. Then I put myself entirely in your hands. You do right, sir, Thomas replied, misinterpreting the friendly response as encouragement of his unspoken intentions. He handed Kamal a white bow tie, emboldened by what he perceived as reciprocal interest. I should love to visit Turkey. Kamal looked slightly surprised by the personal remark, but maintained his friendly demeanor. It's a wonderful country. He began to tie his bow tie, but fumbled with the unfamiliar style. My man always does this. Can you? Thomas stepped in eagerly, taking over the tie with practiced fingers. The two men stood close, face to face, as Thomas worked. For the footman, the proximity was intoxicating, the scent of expensive cologne and the warmth of another man's breath filling his senses. I'm very attracted to the Turkish culture, Thomas murmured, his meaning thinly veiled beneath the innocent words. Then I hope your chance will come to sample it, Kamal replied diplomatically. Tragically misreading the situation, Thomas lifted his hand from the completed tie to Kamal's cheek in a gesture of unmistakable intimacy. I hope so too. Kamal moved away sharply, his expression transforming from friendly to coldly furious in an instant. You forget yourself. Thomas's face drained of color as he realized his catastrophic misjudgment. I'm sorry, sir. I thought. That will teach you not to believe what the English say about foreigners, Kamal interrupted, his voice hard with controlled anger. He stood very still, staring at the servant with contempt and simmering rage. I ought to report you, he continued, the threat hanging in the air between them. I think you must have mistaken, Thomas began, a note of desperation entering his voice. I mistook nothing, Kamal cut him off, but I will make you an offer. Thomas waited in tense silence, his career and reputation hanging in the balance. Later tonight, I may need your help with the geography of the house, Kamal said, his tone shifting to something more calculated. I'll know more when you help me undress. I'm not sure yet, but I may wish to pay someone a visit. If that is the case, you'll help me, and I will say nothing about your behavior. The geography? Thomas asked, confusion momentarily overriding his relief at not being immediately exposed. Kamal didn't elaborate further, leaving Thomas suspended between gratitude for the reprieve and the bitter sting of rejection, and perhaps a touch of jealousy as he contemplated the nature of the visit Kamal might have in mind. The dining room at Downton glowed with candlelight that danced off crystal and silver, creating an atmosphere of refined elegance. The Crawley family, their daughters, the Dowager Countess, the Crawleys from the village and their guests, Evelyn Napier and Kamal Pamuk, were midway through dinner, the conversation flowing as smoothly as the wine. Violet, never one to let social niceties interfere with her curiosity, was interrogating the table about Gwen's typewriter, which had become the topic of conversation. I don't understand. Why would she want to be a secretary? She wants a different life, Matthew replied simply, earning a sharp look from the dowager. But why? Violet persisted. I should far prefer to be a maid in a large and pleasant house than work from dawn till dusk in a cramped and gloomy office. Don't you agree, Carson? I do, milady, Carson confirmed with grave sincerity. Mary, finding the subject tedious, intervened. Why are we talking about this? What does it matter? It matters whether the people who live and work here are content, Cora replied, her American sensibilities regarding class less rigid than those of her English relatives. Of course, Sybil added with characteristic enthusiasm, we should be helping Gwen if that's what she wants. Isabel, ever the progressive, nodded in agreement. Surely we must all encourage those less fortunate to improve their lot where they can. Not if it isn't in their best interests, Violet countered, her belief in the natural order unshakable. Isn't the maid a better judge of that than we? Isabel challenged directly. Mary, sensing the brewing disagreement between her grandmother and cousin Isabel, deftly redirected the conversation to their guest. What do you say, Mr. Pamuk? Should our housemaid be kept enslaved or forced out into the world? Kamal considered the question with elegant indifference. Why are you English so curious about each other's lives? If she wishes to leave and the law permits it, then let her go. Perhaps the law should not permit it for the common good, Violet suggested dryly. So, you hanker for the days of serfdom? Isabel asked, her tone edged with disapproval. I hanker for a simpler world, Violet replied with dignity. Is that a crime? I too dream of a simpler world, Kamal interjected smoothly, as long as we can keep our trains and our dentistry. His laugh diffused the tension, and he turned to Mary on his left, lowering his voice. I wish I shared your enthusiasm. Our dentist is horrid. Why go to him? Kamal inquired. Oh, he treated all of us when we were children, Mary explained. You know how the English are about these things. But he smells of carbolic and mint, and he has blunt fingers like fat glove stretchers. Well, the next time you feel a twinge, you must come to Istanbul, Kamal suggested, his voice warm with invitation. Mary raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't the journey be painful? Sometimes we must endure a little pain in order to achieve satisfaction, Kamal replied, the words layered with meaning that extended far beyond dentistry. The charged exchange, though conducted in whispers, did not escape Evelyn's notice. From Mary's other side, he attempted to redirect the conversation. Lady Mary rode very well today. Why did you send Lynch back? Robert asked, looking up from his plate. I had my champions to left and right, Mary replied. It was enough. The smile she bestowed was directed at Kamal rather than Evelyn, a subtle but unmistakable indication of her preference. Did you enjoy the hunt, Mr. Napier? Robert asked, continuing the conversation. Mary tells me you had a tremendous run. It was like something out of a Trollope novel, Evelyn replied, his discomfort at witnessing the growing attraction between Mary and Kamal evident in his strained smile. What about you, Mr. Pamuk? Cora inquired. Was the day a success? Oh, yes, Lady Grantham, Kamal answered with perfect poise. I can hardly remember a better one. The look that passed between him and Mary carried a current of anticipation that suggested the day's adventures might not be entirely concluded. After dinner, the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing room, where Carson, Thomas, and William served coffee and after-dinner drinks from a side table. The room had arranged itself into small conversational groups, with Mary finding herself the center of attention from multiple quarters. Mary's got more suitors tonight than the Princess Aurora, Robert observed quietly to his mother. But will she judge them sensibly? Violet responded, watching her granddaughter with a mixture of pride and concern. No one's sensible at her age, Robert replied philosophically. Nor should they be. That's our job. Mary wandered over toward Evelyn and Matthew, her expression composed despite the awareness that Kamal's eyes followed her movement across the room. Was it fun to be back in the saddle? Matthew asked, genuine warmth in his greeting. Yes, Mary admitted, although I'll pay for it tomorrow. Would you ever come out with me? Matthew's question carried a tentative hope that surprised Mary with its directness. Or aren't we friends enough for that? He added when she hesitated. Mary's smile softened slightly at his earnestness. Oh, I think it might be. Before she could complete her thought, she became aware of Kamal across the room, trying to catch her eye. He nodded subtly toward an open door, his meaning unmistakable. Evelyn, unaware of the silent exchange, continued speaking. That run reminded me of a day last month up in Cheshire. Excuse me, Mary interrupted, abruptly leaving the two men. It seems we must brush up on our powers of fascination, Matthew remarked good-naturedly as they watched her depart. I was a fool to bring him here, Evelyn said, unable to hide his disappointment. Don't you like him? Matthew asked, surprised by the bitterness in Napier's tone. I like him very much, Evelyn clarified, but so does everyone else, unfortunately. Their conversation was interrupted by Edith's arrival, her expression hopeful as she addressed Matthew. I hope I didn't wear you out today. Not at all, Matthew assured her. I enjoyed it. We must do it again. Next time, let's take my mother, he suggested, oblivious to how his words deflated Edith's aspirations. She was so jealous, she made me promise she could come with us. Of course, Edith replied brightly, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. Another opportunity lost, another hope dashed against the rocks of indifference. Meanwhile, Mary had slipped away through the open door that Kamal had indicated, her heart beating faster than she cared to admit. The morning room stood in quiet contrast to the bustle of the drawing room, its atmosphere intimate and secluded. Mary entered to find Kamal alone, waiting for her with an expression that sent an unexpected thrill through her. What is it? She asked, maintaining a facade of casual inquiry. Is this picture really a Della Francesca? Kamal asked, gesturing toward a painting on the wall. Mary approached, slipping into the role of gracious hostess. I think so. The second Earl bought back several paintings from his grand tour and... Her words were cut short as Kamal suddenly pulled her into his arms, his lips finding hers in a passionate kiss that caught her entirely off guard. The intensity of the embrace, the warmth of his mouth on hers, the unexpected intimacy of the moment, all combined to create a sensation Mary had never experienced before. For a second, she surrendered to it completely before reason reasserted itself. She broke away, breathing heavily. Mr. Pamuk, let me come to you tonight, he whispered urgently. Please. The audacity of the request shocked her back to her senses. I can't think what I've said that has led you to believe. Please, he persisted, his eyes dark with desire. I don't know when we will meet again, so let it be tonight. L'audace, toujours l'audace. Her own words from the hunt returned to her, a reminder of their shared moment of recklessness. Mary stared at him in silence, gathering her strength against the unexpected power of her own response to him. "Mr. Pamuk," she said finally, her voice steadier than she felt, "I will not repeat your words to my father, since I should hate to see you cast out into the darkness. But can we agree to consider them unsaid? Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall rejoin my mother and sisters." She left him standing there, his audacity having failed, at least for the moment. Yet as she walked away, Mary was uncomfortably aware of the rapid beating of her heart and the lingering sensation of his lips on hers. The encounter had left her shaken in ways she couldn't entirely comprehend, awakening feelings she had scarcely acknowledged existed. Behind her, Kamal smiled softly to himself, whispering, "L'audace, toujours l'audace. It seems the game is not over yet." The words hung in the air like a promise or a warning of what the night might yet bring. Chapter 7. An Evening's Indiscretion. Night had fallen over Downton Abbey, casting long shadows through the corridors. The house had settled into its evening routine, the family retired to their rooms, the servants completing their final duties before seeking their own rest. In the hushed stillness of the gallery, Kamal Pamuk stood in his dressing gown, a figure of quiet determination. Thomas lingered nearby, his earlier humiliation still fresh, transformed now into reluctant complicity. The footman nodded toward a specific door, confirming what Kamal sought to know. With a last glance in both directions to ensure the corridor was empty, Kamal turned the handle. Mary's bedroom was bathed in the gentle glow of a single candle. She sat at her dressing table, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, freed from the elaborate style it had been confined in throughout the day. The ivory silk of her nightgown reflected the candlelight, giving her an almost ethereal quality. She looked up at the sound of the door opening, her eyes widening with shock as she recognized her visitor. "You must be mad," she whispered, her voice a mixture of disbelief and alarm. "I am," Kamal admitted, closing the door quietly behind him. "I'm in the grip of madness." Mary rose from her seat, clutching her dressing gown closer. "Please leave. At once. Or I'll—" She hesitated, the threat hanging incomplete between them. "Or you'll what?" he challenged, taking a step further into the room. "I'll scream," she declared, though her voice lacked conviction. Kamal's confidence remained unshaken. "No, you won't." "I'll ring the bell then," Mary countered, glancing toward the servant's call. "Who's on duty now?" "The hall boy," Kamal asked, his logic cutting through her threat. "Will you let him find a man in your bedroom? What a story." Mary stood her ground, outrage mingling with an unwelcome undercurrent of excitement at his audacity. "Do you have any idea what you're asking? I'd be ruined if they even knew we'd had this conversation, let alone if—" "What?" Kamal moved closer, his voice dropping to a seductive murmur. "Don't worry. You can still be a virgin for your husband." "Heavens," Mary replied, momentarily taken aback by his directness. "Is this a proposal?" "Alas, no," Kamal said with a hint of regret. "I don't think our union would please your family." "I'm afraid not," Mary agreed, her pride slightly wounded by his certainty. "Or mine," he added, a statement that further surprised her. The idea that there might be families who would consider the Crawleys unsuitable was a novel and somewhat affronting concept. Kamal smiled roguishly, sensing her discomfort and changing tactics. You and my parents have something in common. Oh, Mary arched an eyebrow. You believe I'm much more of a rebel than I am, Kamal said, moving closer still. Now please go. Instead, he drew her down onto the edge of the bed, his proximity overwhelming her senses. Mary continued speaking, her words becoming increasingly disjointed. I'm not what you think I am. If it's my mistake, if I've led you on, I'm sorry, but I'm not. She felt unnerved, rattled by his presence, by the warmth of him so close to her, by her own traitorous response to his nearness. Her carefully constructed defenses were crumbling, leaving her vulnerable in ways she had never anticipated. You're just what I think you are, Kamal contradicted gently, his eyes never leaving hers. No, Mary protested weakly. I've never done anything. He placed a finger against her lips, silencing her. Of course not. One look at you tells me that. Then he was kissing her, replacing his finger with his lips, and to her own astonishment, Mary found herself responding. The world beyond this room, with all its rules and expectations, seemed to recede, leaving only the immediate reality of his touch and her own awakening desire. Oh, my darling, he whispered against her skin. But won't it hurt? Mary asked, her voice small with both nervousness and anticipation. Is it safe? Kamal took her face between his hands, his expression suddenly tender amid the passion. Trust me, and I promise you a night you will never forget. As he drew her toward him for another kiss, Mary surrendered to the moment, stepping willingly into territory she had never imagined herself exploring. The single candle burned lower, its flame casting dancing shadows across the walls as the night deepened around them. The first gray light of dawn was seeping through the windows when a hand clamped over Anna's mouth, startling her from sleep. Her eyes flew open in alarm, confusion giving way to astonishment as she recognized Lady Mary standing beside her bed, hair disheveled, wearing only a negligee. Shh, Mary cautioned, her expression one of undisguised panic. Anna nodded slightly, and Mary removed her hand. With an imploring look that spoke volumes, Mary tiptoed out of the room. Anna hurriedly slipped from beneath her covers, careful not to wake Gwen, and followed her mistress into the corridor. What? Anna whispered, once they were alone in the servants' passage, the gravity of Mary's distress immediately apparent. He's dead, Mary said, her voice barely audible even in the silence of the sleeping house. I think he's dead. No, I'm sure he's dead. Anna stared at her, struggling to comprehend. But how? Why? We were together and... Mary's voice trailed off, the implication clear enough without further elaboration. He's dead, she repeated, as if saying it might somehow make the incomprehensible reality easier to grasp. In your room, Anna stated, the enormity of the situation beginning to register. Mary nodded, her eyes wide with fear. Anna took a deep breath, forcing herself to think practically despite the shocking revelation. We've got to get him back to his own bed. How? Mary asked desperately. It's in the bachelor's corridor, miles from my room. Could we manage him between us? Anna suggested, already mentally calculating the distance and obstacles they would face. Mary shook her head, her distress palpable. He weighs a ton. I can't shift him at all. We'll need at least one other. She paused, considering their limited options. What about Bates? He couldn't lift him, Anna replied realistically. William can't keep a secret and Thomas wouldn't try to. And there's no point in asking Mr. Carson. He'd pass out from the shock. Well, we've got to do something, Mary insisted, her voice edged with growing panic. What about your sisters? Anna suggested. Mary dismissed the idea immediately. Sybil's too young, and Edith would use it against me for the rest of my life and beyond. Anna's mind raced through their dwindling options. Who else has as much to lose as you, if it ever gets out? Not Papa, Mary pleaded. Please don't say Papa. I couldn't bear the way he'd look at me. No, not his lordship. Anna agreed, her gaze meeting Mary's as they both arrived at the same conclusion. The expression of horror on Cora's face as she looked at the lifeless body of Kamal Pamuk sprawled among the sheets of her daughter's bed was one that would haunt Mary for years to come. Her mother's hands covered her face momentarily, as if to block out the sight before her. What happened? Cora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, Mary replied, her composure remarkable given the circumstances. A heart attack, I suppose, or a stroke, or he was alive and suddenly he cried out, and then he was dead. Cora's hands fell away from her face, her eyes searching her daughter's. But why was he here at all? Did he force himself on you? Mary hesitated, then silently shook her head. The admission of her willing participation seemed to shock Cora even more than the death itself. She took a deep breath, visibly steadying herself. Well, we can talk about that later, Cora said finally. Now, we must decide what to do for the best. There's only one thing we can do, Anna stated, her practical nature coming to the fore. She stared meaningfully at Cora, who began to understand the implication with growing dismay. I couldn't. It's not possible. If you don't, Mary argued, her voice gaining strength from desperation, we will figure in a scandal of such magnitude it will never be forgotten until long after we're both dead. But Cora began. I'll be ruined, Mama, Mary interrupted, the stark reality of her situation laid bare. Ruined and notorious, a laughingstock, a social pariah. Is that what you want for your eldest daughter? Is it what you want for the family? Cora looked at her child with new eyes, seeing not just the poised young woman she had raised, but the frightened girl beneath, facing consequences that could destroy her future entirely. We must cover him up, she said at last, her decision made. The pre-dawn stillness of the house was broken only by their careful movements as the three women emerged from Mary's room with their macabre burden. Anna carried Kamal's legs while Mary and Cora each supported an arm over their shoulders. They had dressed the corpse in his own dressing gown, a final dignity afforded to the man who had disrupted their lives so thoroughly. Hurry, Cora urged in a whisper. The servants will be up soon. We've got time, Anna assured her, though her voice betrayed her own nervousness. They moved with painful slowness down the darkened corridor, the weight of the body and the fear of discovery making each step an ordeal. As they progressed, Kamal's head lolled sideways against Cora's neck, causing her to cry out involuntarily. Mama! Mary hissed in warning. Sorry, Cora whispered, steeling herself to continue. They had nearly reached the turn in the corridor when the creak of a door opening from the back stairs froze them in place. Daisy, the the kitchen maid, leaned out to investigate the noise she had heard. In the distance, the three women were turning the corner, but not before Daisy caught a glimpse of Mary, with the arm of a corpse draped over her shoulder. The kitchen maid stood rooted to the spot, her sleep-fogged mind struggling to process what she had just witnessed. By the time she collected her thoughts, the strange procession had vanished from sight, leaving her to wonder if it had been nothing more than a bizarre dream. In Kamal's bedroom, the three women worked quickly to arrange the body in a believable position. Anna hung the dressing gown behind the door, while Mary attended to Kamal himself, tears streaming silently down her face as she attempted to close his eyes. "I can't make his eyes stay shut," she said, her voice breaking with emotion. "Leave that and come away," Cora urged, anxious to be gone before discovery. Anna approached Mary with gentle understanding, placing her hands on the young woman's shoulders. "Her ladyship's right. We must get back to our rooms." She led Mary toward the door, but Cora stood in their path, her expression hardened by the night's ordeal. "I feel now I can never forgive what you have put me through this night. I hope in time I'll come to be more merciful, but at this moment, I cannot think of it." "You won't tell Papa," Mary pleaded, suddenly looking very young and vulnerable. "Since it would probably kill him and certainly ruin his life, I will not," Cora assured her, though her tone remained cold. "But I keep the secret for his sake, not for yours." "Yes, Mama," Mary acknowledged, unable to meet her mother's eyes. "Anna," Cora continued, "I will not insult you by asking that you also conceal Lady Mary's shame." The words carried an implicit trust in the maid's loyalty, a recognition that some bonds transcended the boundaries of class. "Now, let us go," Cora said, opening the door and leading them silently back into the corridor. The three women hurried down the passage until they reached the door to the back stairs, where Anna slipped away, leaving mother and daughter to continue on alone. "She won't betray us," Mary said with quiet certainty. "I'm sure she won't," Cora agreed wearily. "It pains me to say it, but this morning I find that I trust a housemaid more than I trust my own child." With that parting blow, she moved on, leaving Mary to return to her room alone, carrying the weight of the night's events and her mother's judgment like twin burdens upon her shoulders. As morning light filled the house, Thomas walked along the corridor with a tray of tea and a jug of hot shaving water. Reaching Kamal's door, he gave a soft knock, waited a moment, and then entered when no response came. The sight that greeted him was one he hadn't anticipated, despite his years of service and exposure to life's harsher realities. The body lay where the women had left it, eyes open, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. For a moment, Thomas stood frozen in shock. Then the tray slipped from his hands, crashing to the floor with a sound that seemed to echo through the entire house. Tea and water spread across the carpet as Thomas stared at the lifeless form of the man who, just hours earlier, had been so vibrantly, dangerously alive. Chapter 8. A Fatal Night. The grand staircase of Downton Abbey had witnessed countless arrivals and departures, moments of joy and sorrow throughout its long history. On this particular morning, it bore witness to Lady Mary's descent, her composure a masterpiece of self-control. She was dressed simply in a white shirt and black skirt, the only indication of her sleepless night being the faint traces of red rimming her eyes. As she reached the bottom step, the dining room door opened and Evelyn Napier emerged. His expression shifted from pleasant greeting to solemnity as he approached. "I imagine you've heard what's happened?" he asked, studying her face for signs of distress. "Yes," Mary replied, the single word carrying the weight of a night she would never forget. "Terrible thing. Awful," Evelyn continued. "Ghastly for your parents. I don't suppose I shall ever make it up to them." "It's not your fault," Mary said quietly, the irony of her reassurance not lost on her. Evelyn's distress was genuine. "I brought him here. If it isn't my fault, whose is it?" Mary let the question hang unanswered in the air between them, unwilling and unable to claim the responsibility that was rightfully hers. "Breakfast's almost finished," Evelyn offered, changing the subject. "Shall I tell someone you're down?" "No, thank you," Mary declined. "I had a tray in my room." Evelyn raised an eyebrow. "My mother never used to allow trays for unmarried girls." His attempt at lightness fell flat against Mary's somber mood. "Nor does mine, as a rule." The strained silence that followed made it clear that his efforts at normal conversation were futile in the face of the tragedy that had befallen the house. "I was wondering if you might show me the gardens before I go," he suggested. "We could get some fresh air." "I won't, if you'll forgive me," Mary replied. "I ought to stay and help Mama." "Of course," Evelyn acquiesced immediately. Despite her outward composure, Mary felt as though she were drowning, caught in the undertow of events beyond her control. Evelyn seemed to sense her turmoil, though he misattributed its cause. "I am so sorry about all this," he said sincerely. "I should never have inflicted him on you in the first place." His choice of words struck a painful chord. Mary felt compelled to defend the man who had died in her bed. "Please don't say that. We were glad to have him here. Very glad. Lynch has taken a message to the local. They'll be along to collect him in an hour or so," Evelyn informed her. "I'll wait until that's done." Mary stared at the ground, unable to meet his eyes as the reality of what would happen next. Strangers handling Kamal's body, the official pronouncement of death, the eventual removal, washed over her. "I've told your father I'll deal with the embassy," Evelyn continued. "There won't be any more annoyance for you." "Thank you," Mary managed, her voice unsteady with suppressed emotion. Evelyn hesitated, then spoke with genuine feeling. "Actually, he was a terribly nice fellow. I wish you could have known him better. I took him on as a duty, but I liked him more and more the longer I knew him." The dam broke then. Mary's carefully maintained facade crumbled as tears streamed down her face. Evelyn watched her, his expression shifting from sympathy to dawning comprehension as he realized the depth of her reaction betrayed a connection he hadn't suspected. "Perhaps you saw his qualities for yourself," he suggested quietly. Mary could no longer maintain the pretense. She broke down completely and fled upstairs, leaving Evelyn to watch her departure with growing understanding. "Which obviously you did," he murmured to himself, the pieces finally falling into place. In the kitchen, the aftermath of breakfast service was underway. William and Thomas carried down the remains of the family's meal, followed by Anna and Gwen. They unloaded their trays with practiced efficiency as Daisy assisted, her expression unusually pensive. "I had an uncle who went like that," William remarked, breaking the subdued silence. Finished his cocoa, closed his book, and fell back dead on the pillow. Thomas's mouth curled in a sardonic smile. I don't think Mr. Pamuk bothered with cocoa much, or books. He had other interests. I meant you can go just like that, William clarified earnestly, with no reason. That's why you should treat every day as if it were your last, Gwen observed, the philosophy clearly connected to her own dreams of a different life. Well, we couldn't criticize Mr. Pamuk where that's concerned, Thomas replied, his tone laden with innuendo. The comment clearly disturbed both Anna and Daisy, though for very different reasons. What do you mean? Daisy asked, her expression troubled by more than innocent curiosity. Nothing, Thomas deflected. Careful with that. He picked up his empty tray and departed, followed by William. You're very quiet, Gwen noted, turning to Anna once the footman had gone. Anna's reply carried more sharpness than she intended. There's a corpse upstairs. What would you like me to do? Sing? Gwen, taken aback by the uncharacteristic response, left the kitchen without further comment. As she entered the passage, she heard her name whispered from the staircase. Gwen. Lady Sybil stood on the steps, partially concealed, a newspaper clutched in her hands. Your ladyship? Gwen responded, surprised by the secret manner of the approach. Sybil descended to the bottom stair, producing a newspaper with a box prominently circled. I saw this. It came out yesterday. Look, it's for a secretary at a new firm in Thirsk. See? Gwen stared at the young lady in bewilderment. I don't understand. How did you know? That you wanted to leave. Carson told my father, Sybil explained. And you don't mind? Gwen asked, still struggling to comprehend why the daughter of the house would assist her in leaving service. Sybil's face lit up with genuine enthusiasm. Why should I? I think it's terrific when people make their own lives, especially women. A bond formed between them in that moment, two young women from vastly different worlds, united by a shared belief in the possibility of change. Gwen took the newspaper, staring at the ringed advertisement. A suitable post for a beginner. She read aloud. What does that mean? It means the wages are rock bottom, but then you can apply for the next job as an experienced assistant, Sybil explained with practical wisdom that belied her sheltered upbringing. Gwen nodded, considering the opportunity. We'd have to wait and see if they'd give me an interview. Write to them today, Sybil urged, and name me as your reference. I can give it without ever specifying precisely what your work here has been. Is that quite honest? Gwen questioned, her conscience troubled by the suggestion. Sybil's reply reflected a pragmatism that surprised the housemaid. Later you can tell them whatever you wish, but first get the job. As Sybil turned to leave, Gwen called after her, "Milady." Sybil paused, looking back. "Thank you," Gwen said simply, the words inadequate to express the depth of her gratitude. In the gardens, the morning sun filtered through breaks in the clouds, casting dappled light across the manicured lawns. Evelyn Napier walked briskly toward Cora, who stood alone near a stone bench, lost in thought. "Lady Grantham," he called, increasing his pace to catch up with her. "I've come to say goodbye. They're bringing the car round to take me to the station." "Have you seen Lord Grantham?" Cora asked, her composure nearly perfect despite the night's ordeal. "I have, and I've apologized for wreaking havoc on your house," Evelyn replied. Cora's expression softened. You've got everything? I think so. Your groom's been very kind in helping my chap to organize the horses. And I've taken all of Kamal's belongings, Evelyn confirmed. Behind them, the car arrived on the gravel drive. William and Taylor began loading Napier's and Pamuk's luggage, strapping it securely to the back. He's gone now, I understand, Cora said, the statement hovering between question and acknowledgement. Yes, he's gone, Evelyn affirmed quietly. Cora was silent for a moment, contemplating the finality of those simple words. Is his mother still alive? She asked suddenly. I'm afraid so, Evelyn replied. Kamal used to talk of her often. I should like to write to her, if you'd be kind enough to send me the address, Cora said. She'll have had such hopes for him. Indeed, Evelyn agreed, sensing there was something more behind Cora's unusual concern. You build up your dreams for your children, Cora continued softly. And then, fate just smashes them to pieces. The words hung in the air, laden with meaning that extended far beyond the immediate tragedy. Evelyn waited, intuiting that Cora was speaking of more than just the Turkish diplomat's mother. Have you said goodbye to Mary? Cora asked, changing the subject. I have, Evelyn confirmed. Will we be seeing you here again? The question was polite, but carried a note of uncertainty. Evelyn hesitated. Nothing would give me more pleasure, but I'm afraid I am a little busy at the moment. He paused, then continued with characteristic honesty. I wonder if I might risk embarrassing you, because I should like to make myself clear. Please, Cora encouraged. The truth is, Lady Grantham, I am not a vain man, Evelyn began. I do not consider myself a very interesting person, but I feel it's important that my future wife should think me so. A woman who finds me boring could never love me, and I believe marriage should be based on love, at least at the start. Cora listened without judgment, finding nothing dishonorable in his assessment. Thank you for your faith in me, Mr. Napier. Your instincts do you credit. Good luck to you. She offered her hand in parting, a gesture of forgiveness and understanding. Evelyn accepted it gratefully before walking away across the wide lawn, taking with him one possible future for Mary, a future now rendered impossible by the events of the previous night. In the library, Robert stood by the fire, Pharaoh lying contentedly at his feet. Carson entered with his customary quiet efficiency. Did Mr. Napier get off all right? Robert inquired. He did, my lord, Carson confirmed. Taylor waited to see he was safely on the train. Robert nodded his approval. And poor Mr. Pamuk has been taken care of. We got Graspies from Thirsk in the end, Carson reported. They're very good, and they didn't mind coming out on a Sunday. Death has no day of rest, Robert observed somberly. Is everyone all right downstairs? Carson considered the question. Well, you know, he was a handsome stranger from foreign parts 1 minute, and the next he was as dead as a doornail. It's bound to be a shock. Of course, Robert agreed. Upstairs or down, it's been horrid for the ladies, and for the female staff, I expect. It's particularly hard on the younger maids, Carson acknowledged. Robert nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Don't let the footmen be too coarse in front of them. Thomas likes to show off, but we must have a care for feminine sensibilities. They are finer and more fragile than our own. The two men shared a moment of perfect understanding, united in their belief in the natural order of things. A belief that would have been sorely tested had they known the truth of what had transpired beneath their roof during the night. Mrs. Hughes descended the service stairs, carrying boot hooks and a nightdress that had been left in one of the guest rooms. Halfway down, she heard a groan and discovered Bates leaning heavily against a table at the base of the stairs, his face contorted with pain. "Mr. Bates, I am going to have to insist that you tell me what is the matter," she declared, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her concern. Bates straightened, composing his features into a semblance of normalcy. "I thought it was for Mr. Carson to give me orders." "Mr. Carson's no better than any other man when it comes to illness," Mrs. Hughes replied firmly. "Now tell me what it is, and I'll see what I can do." "It's nothing, truly," Bates insisted. "I twisted my bad leg and walked on it too soon. I'll be fine in a day or two." His attempt at deception did nothing to convince the experienced housekeeper. "Well, if it isn't, I'm sending for the doctor." Their conversation was interrupted by Anna's arrival. She carried a pair of shoes, but her attention was immediately drawn to Bates's unusual pallor. "You left these behind in the blue room when you were dressing Lady Mary for the kill," Mrs. Hughes said, handing over the forgotten items. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Hughes," Anna apologized, her eyes still on Bates. "Are you all right?" "He is not all right, and he will not tell me why," Mrs. Hughes declared with exasperation. "A man's got to have some secrets," Bates replied, attempting to lighten the moment. "But he can have too many," Anna countered softly, her gaze holding his with a depth of understanding that went beyond words. As their eyes met, something unspoken passed between them, a recognition that secrets, whether kept by necessity or by choice, exacted their own price from those who harbored them. Chapter 9. The Silent Burden. The drawing room at Downton Abbey presented the picture of feminine tranquility that afternoon. Cora sat with her 3 daughters, each engaged in quiet pursuits, reading and embroidery occupying their hands if not their thoughts. The somber mood that had descended upon the house following Kamal Pamuk's death hung in the air like an invisible shroud. The peaceful tableau was interrupted as Violet swept into the room, Carson announcing her arrival a moment after she had already made her entrance. The butler closed the door discreetly, leaving the family to their private discussion. "Is it really true?" Violet demanded, her walking stick tapping emphatically on the carpet. "I can't believe it." "It's true," Cora confirmed quietly. Violet shook her head in disbelief. "But last night he looked so well." She directed this observation at her granddaughters, clearly expecting some response. When none came, she continued with characteristic forthrightness. "Of course it would happen to a foreigner. Typical." "Don't be ridiculous," Mary said sharply, her nerves frayed beyond endurance. Violet's eyebrows rose at her granddaughter's tone, but she pressed on undeterred. "I'm not being ridiculous. No Englishman would dream of dying in someone else's house, especially someone they didn't even know." "Oh, Granny, even the English aren't in control of everything," Sybil interjected, attempting to diffuse the growing tension. "Well, I hope we're in control of something, if only ourselves," Violet replied primly. "But we're not," Mary suddenly exclaimed, her composure fracturing. "Don't you see that? We're not in control of anything at all." The vehemence of her outburst shocked everyone into silence. Before anyone could respond, Mary stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her with a force that reverberated through the hushed drawing room. Cora's expression tightened. Edith, go and tell Mary to come back at once and apologize to her grandmother. No, Violet interceded, surprising everyone with her clemency. Leave her alone. She's had a shock. We all have. Let her rest. Edith looked to her mother, who nodded reluctantly. As Edith retook her seat, the door opened to admit William with the tea tray. Ah, just the ticket, Violet declared, her tone lightening. Nanny always said sweet tea was the thing for frayed nerves, though why it has to be sweet I couldn't tell you. She settled herself between her two remaining granddaughters, her unexpected sympathy for Mary suggesting that beneath her acerbic exterior, the Dowager Countess possessed keener emotional insight than most gave her credit for. In the kitchen, the household's pulse beat on despite the upheaval above stairs. Thomas stood by while Daisy filled a hot water jug, his expression smug with the knowledge of a secret he could exploit. At a nearby basin, O'Brien used soda to remove marks from a collar, while Mrs. Patmore bustled about her domain, issuing instructions with her customary vigor. Gwen watched the scene unfold, her mind still dwelling on the job advertisement Lady Sybil had shown her earlier. What did you mean? Mr. Pamuk lived each day as if it were his last, Gwen asked Thomas, unable to contain her curiosity. What I said, Thomas replied evasively. But how did you know? Gwen pressed, sensing there was more to his comment than mere observation. Thomas's face closed. I can't keep William waiting. Gangway. He lifted the hot water jug and headed for the door, but as he passed O'Brien, she murmured under her breath, I'll be asking the same question later, so you'd better have an answer ready. Thomas winked at her and continued on his way. Mrs. Patmore glanced over at Daisy, who remained standing in the same spot, seemingly lost in thought. Daisy, assuming you have not been hypnotized by Dr. Mesmer, could you oblige me by cutting up them onions? Now? Mrs. Patmore demanded. Yes, Mrs. Patmore, Daisy replied, moving to her task with unusual listlessness. Where have you hidden the flour? I can't see it anywhere, the cook continued, her frustration mounting. It's just there, Mrs. Patmore, Daisy pointed out, her voice small. Well, fetch it to me then. You're all in a daze today, Mrs. Patmore observed, suspicion beginning to replace irritation as she noted the kitchen maid's unusual behavior. O'Brien watched the exchange with calculating eyes, her interest piqued by Daisy's demeanor. The lady's maid had developed a sixth sense for secrets during her years of service, and she could tell when someone was carrying a burden of knowledge, particularly knowledge they didn't know what to do with. At Crawley House, the atmosphere was markedly different from the subdued tension that pervaded the Abbey. Isabel sat writing correspondence, while Matthew reviewed legal documents at his desk. Do you think we should have gone up there? Matthew asked suddenly. To see how they are. I sent a note, but I thought I'd just be in the way, Isabel replied. Why? Matthew hesitated before answering. I thought Mary was rather struck with him last night, didn't you? It must have been frightful for all of them, Isabel said pragmatically. But there it is. In the midst of life we are in death. On second thoughts, perhaps you were right to stay away, Matthew conceded, his mother's platitude reminding him why visits of condolence could sometimes do more harm than good. Yet he couldn't quite shake the image of Mary's face as she'd conversed with the Turkish diplomat, animated in a way he'd rarely seen her, The thought that she might be genuinely grieving rather than merely shocked had not occurred to him until this moment. Evening had settled over Downton when O'Brien stood brushing Cora's hair in the Countess's bedroom. The lady's maid worked in silence, sensing her mistress's preoccupation and unusually melancholy mood. "What a horrible, horrible day," Cora said finally, her reflection in the mirror showing the strain of her sleepless night. "You'll be glad to see the end of it," O'Brien agreed, beginning to plait Cora's hair for sleeping. "Poor Mr. Pamuk," Cora continued. "I keep thinking of his parents. He had such a brilliant future ahead of him." "Death is all we can rely on," O'Brien remarked with characteristic bleakness. A moment of silence passed before O'Brien ventured. "I suppose Mr. Napier will have to manage everything." "I suppose he will," Cora agreed wearily. "We all thought him a very nice gentleman," O'Brien continued, subtly probing. "Yes, he is nice," Cora affirmed without enthusiasm. "Will we be seeing a lot of him?" O'Brien asked, her true question thinly veiled. Cora recognized the maid's attempt to gauge Mary's matrimonial prospects, but found she lacked the energy to dissemble. "I don't expect so, no." "Because we rather hoped Lady Mary might have taken a shine to him," O'Brien pressed, confirming Cora's suspicion. "It seems not," Cora replied, effectively closing the subject. "Oh, well, there are plenty more fish in the sea than ever came out of it," O'Brien offered philosophically. Cora stood wearily, removing her dressing gown. "I hope there are, O'Brien. I certainly hope there are." The lady's maid watched her mistress with sharp eyes, noting every nuance of her behavior. Something significant had occurred beyond the obvious tragedy of the diplomat's death, something that had affected Cora deeply. The question was, what exactly had transpired during the night, and how might that knowledge prove useful? In the corridor of the servants' quarters, Mrs. Hughes encountered Carson as he made his final rounds of the house, candle in hand. "Are you turning in?" she inquired. "Not quite yet, but you go," Carson replied. She nodded and turned to leave, but Carson called after her. "And, Mrs. Hughes, I know some of them missed church today, but so did the family. I don't want anyone reprimanded." "I agree," Mrs. Hughes responded, her expression softening. "It's been unsettling for everyone. Good night, Mr. Carson." The housekeeper's departure left Carson to continue his solitary inspection of the house. He moved methodically through the dimly lit corridors, his candle casting elongated shadows on the walls. Eventually, he reached the bedroom that had briefly been occupied by Kemal Pamuk. Carson opened the door quietly and entered. The room was tidy now, the bed stripped bare except for folded blankets at one end. He looked around, perhaps ensuring that nothing had been overlooked in preparing the room for its next occupant. "Are you looking for something?" Mary's voice came suddenly from the darkness. Carson raised his candle, illuminating Lady Mary's figure seated by the window. "Your ladyship?" "Are you looking for something?" she repeated, her face pale in the candlelight. "I just wanted to make sure the room had been tidied up after the people had left," Carson explained, surprised to find her there. Mary nodded, rising from her seat to stare at the neat, empty bed where Kamal had lain only hours before. "Life can be terribly unfair, can't it?" "It certainly can," Carson agreed softly. "Everything seems so golden one minute and then turns to ashes the next," Mary continued, her voice carrying a vulnerability she rarely allowed others to witness. "Can I ask you a question, Carson?" "Of course, milady." "Have you ever felt your life was somehow slipping away, and there was nothing you could do to stop it?" Mary asked, the question emerging from some deep well of despair within her. "I think everyone feels that at one time or another," Carson replied gently. Mary seemed lost in her own thoughts, almost speaking to herself. "The odd thing is I feel, for the first time really, I understand what it is to be happy. It's just that I know I won't be." "Oh, don't say that, milady," Carson protested. "Don't raise the white flag quite yet." Mary looked bewildered by his response, not understanding its context. "You will still be mistress of Downton," Carson continued reassuringly. "Old Lady Grantham hasn't given up the fight, not by a long chalk." "Oh, that," Mary said dismissively. "I wasn't thinking about that." Carson's expression softened with paternal concern. "And if I may say so, your ladyship, you are still very young." "Am I?" Mary asked wistfully. "I don't feel it." She attempted a smile, but the effort didn't reach her eyes. Carson, moved by her obvious distress, made a declaration that bridged the chasm between their stations. "We're all behind you, milady. The staff, we're all on your side." "Thank you, Carson," Mary said, genuine warmth entering her voice for the first time. "You've always been so kind to me, always, from when I was quite a little girl." "Why is that?" "Even a butler has his favorites, milady," Carson admitted, a rare personal confession from the typically formal man. "Does he?" Mary smiled faintly. "I'm glad." "Lady Mary," Anna's voice called from the corridor, interrupting the moment. The maid appeared in the doorway, candle in hand, stopping short at the sight of Carson. "Oh, your ladyship, I thought you might be in—" "Carson and I were just making sure that everything was shipshape and Bristol fashion," Mary explained quickly, moving toward the door. The tender moment between them had passed, the boundaries of class reasserting themselves with Anna's arrival. "Good night, Carson," Mary said as she departed with her maid. "Good night, milady," Carson replied, watching them go with the protective concern of a man who had, indeed, allowed himself the indulgence of a favorite in his years of service. Left alone in the room that had witnessed the beginning of the night's tragedy, Carson extinguished his candle and closed the door, leaving Kamal Pamuk's ghost to its rest. The next morning, the servants' hall rang with the sound of bells summoning them to their duties. The staff rose from the breakfast table, responding to their respective calls. "That's Lady Mary," Mrs. Hughes noted as one of the bells continued to jangle insistently. "Send not to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for me," Anna remarked with grim humor, standing to answer the summons. The servants dispersed until only Bates remained at the table. He started to rise, then sank back with a barely suppressed groan of pain. Steeling himself, he forced his body upright and hobbled toward the door, his limp more pronounced than usual. From the shadows of a doorway, Mrs. Hughes watched his labored progress, her concern deepening. Whatever afflicted Mr. Bates went beyond his usual disability, and she was determined to discover the cause, whether he wished her to or not. Chapter 10. A House in Mourning. Robert Crawley stood in his dressing room, the morning light filtering through the tall windows as Bates helped him into his jacket. The valet's hands moved with practiced efficiency, despite the pain he was clearly struggling to conceal. "What a business," Robert exclaimed, still processing the shocking events of the previous day. I still can't get over it. And of all the men on earth, he looked so fit. Did you see any signs? I didn't have much of a chance to study the gentleman, Bates replied neutrally, adjusting the Earl's collar. Robert turned, his expression darkening with sudden suspicion. You don't suppose there was something sinister in it? Every day the papers warn us of German spies, and they did say his presence was essential for peace in Albania. I doubt that, my lord, Bates responded, a hint of amusement breaking through his professional demeanor. Anyone wanting to poison his food would have to get past Mrs. Patmore. Blimey, that's a thought, Robert chuckled, unless of course she's a spy herself. His laughter faded when he noticed Bates wasn't joining in the jest. No, you're quite right. It's not funny at all. Robert stood straight for Bates to brush his shoulders, preparing to face the day. Anyway, I'd better write to the Turkish ambassador. He broke off mid-sentence, finally registering Bates's pallor and the tightness around his eyes. Bates, I wish you'd tell me what's wrong. You'll be in no trouble. I only want to help. I know that, your lordship, and I'm grateful. Truly, Bates assured him. But there's nothing I need help with. Robert studied his valet for a moment longer before accepting that further questioning would be fruitless. Some battles, he had learned, were not his to fight. As Robert exited his dressing room, he nearly collided with Mrs. Hughes in the passage. Good morning, Mrs. Hughes, he greeted her, slightly startled by her presence. Good morning, my lord, she replied with a curtsy. I wonder if you... Robert began, then hesitated, glancing back at his dressing room door. Never mind. He continued on his way, leaving Mrs. Hughes to approach the door he had just vacated. Inside, she found Bates doubled over in agony, gripping the bedstead for support. Now, will you kindly explain what in heaven is going on? She demanded, closing the door firmly behind her. Bates looked up, attempting to straighten, but the pain was too severe. He grimaced, barely suppressing a gasp. I'm perfectly well, Mrs. Hughes, he insisted. A bit stiff, that's all. The housekeeper was unmoved by his protestation. She sat on the edge of the bed, fixing him with a stern gaze. Just so long as you know I'm not leaving until you tell me. Bates regarded her for a long moment, recognizing the futility of further denial. I hope you have a strong stomach. Mrs. Hughes waited expectantly as he slowly pulled up the leg of his trouser. The sight that met her eyes drew an involuntary gasp of horror. A savage, straightening implement was cutting deeply into his flesh, which was mottled and bleeding, bruised black and red and blue along the length of his calf and ankle. Oh my God, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. When Bates looked up, his own expression of stoic endurance transformed to one of surprise at her emotional response. This woman who had seen so much of life's harshness moved to tears by his suffering. The cool spring air carried the scent of damp earth and new growth as Mary walked alone through the gardens, seeking solitude in the aftermath of the previous night's events. Her solitary contemplation was interrupted by the sight of Matthew approaching across the lawn, his expression concerned. Cousin Mary? He called as he neared her. Hello, she replied, composing her features. Are we expecting you? No, but I wanted to see you, Matthew explained. I looked for you yesterday at church. I wasn't feeling up to it. None of us were. Mary said, the simple truth serving to mask deeper reasons. Shouldn't you be at work? I've sent a message that I'm coming in late, Matthew replied, the implication of his prioritizing this visit not lost on Mary. A small smile touched her lips. So, why are you here? Only to say that I was very sorry about what happened, Matthew said with genuine sympathy. Mary studied his face, irrationally fearing he might somehow read the truth in her eyes. We didn't know him at all, really, but... Even so, Matthew continued gently, it must have been a horrible shock. Yes, Mary agreed softly. And he seemed a nice fellow, Matthew added. He was, Mary confirmed, her voice catching slightly. A very nice fellow. She unconsciously mimicked his phrasing, but there was something in Matthew's manner, an openness, a willingness to understand, that touched her. So, if there's anything I can do, please ask, he offered. Mary looked at him then, truly looked at him, seeing beyond her preconceptions to the genuine concern he offered without judgment. There isn't, but thank you. As Matthew took his leave, Mary remained in the garden, watching his retreating figure with new eyes. For the first time, she considered that perhaps her rush to dismiss him had been premature, that beneath his middle-class manners and professional ambitions lay a kindness and perception she had not expected to find. At the far edge of the estate, away from prying eyes, Mrs. Hughes and Bates stood solemnly beside the lake. The water stretched before them, dark and still under the afternoon sky, offering a fitting grave for the instrument of Bates's self-inflicted torture. Well, here goes, Bates said, holding the brace that had caused him such agony. Do you think we ought to say a few words? Mrs. Hughes suggested, half in jest. What? Good riddance? Bates replied, matching her tone. That and your promise, she reminded him, suddenly serious. Bates nodded, accepting the responsibility. Very well. I promise I will never again try to cure myself. I will spend my life happily as the butt of others' jokes, and I will never mind them. We all carry scars, Mr. Bates, inside or out, Mrs. Hughes said gently, and we must all put up with them as best we can. You're no different to the rest of us. Remember that. Bates's expression softened with gratitude for her understanding. I will try to. That I do promise. With that declaration, he bent to pick up the cruel device and threw it far out into the water. They watched together as ripples spread across the surface before the brace disappeared beneath the dark depths. And good riddance, Mrs. Hughes exclaimed with unexpected vehemence. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, united in their shared witness to this small but significant act of liberation. For Bates, it represented acceptance of a part of himself he had struggled against. For Mrs. Hughes, it was confirmation of the character she had always believed him to possess. In the kitchen yard, O'Brien and Thomas stood huddled in conversation, cigarette smoke curling around them in the cool air. Their voices were low, heads bent together in the conspiratorial manner that had become their hallmark. So he definitely went in? O'Brien pressed, her eyes sharp with interest. I saw him walk through the door, Thomas confirmed, taking a long drag on his cigarette. But you don't know if he went back to his own room. Thomas frowned. Yes, I do, 'cause I was the one who found him there the next day. What I mean is, You don't know he went back under his own steam, O'Brien clarified, her meaning becoming clear. Thomas paused, considering the implication. I suppose not, but how else would he have done it? That's what they call the big question, O'Brien replied, her thin lips curving into a knowing smile. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Thomas's face as he considered the potential consequences of their speculation. I don't want to get into any trouble over this. Don't worry, O'Brien assured him. You won't. Your secret's safe with me. The promise hung between them, two individuals bound by mutual self-interest rather than genuine loyalty, each calculating how the other's knowledge might serve their purposes. In the hush of late afternoon, the drawing room at Downton presented a tableau of quiet activity. Lady Edith sat at the writing desk, her pen moving steadily across the page as she composed letters of condolence. Sybil occupied a window seat, a book open in her lap, though her gaze often drifted to the gardens outside. Mary stood by the fireplace, one hand resting on the mantelpiece, staring into the flames as if seeking answers in their flickering depths. Cora entered, bringing with her a sense of purpose that had been absent throughout the day. Mary, Cousin Isabel has sent a note. She and Matthew will come for dinner tonight after all. Mary turned, her expression carefully neutral. Tonight? I thought they might stay away, under the circumstances. Precisely because of the circumstances, Cora explained. She feels it would be wrong to leave us alone with our grief, especially when they are family. How very thoughtful, Edith remarked, a hint of eagerness entering her voice at the prospect of seeing Matthew. Will they expect entertainment? Mary asked, the thought of maintaining social pleasantries suddenly exhausting. I'm not sure I have the strength for games or music. I hardly think anyone will expect frivolity, Cora assured her. Simple dinner conversation will suffice. Sybil looked up from her book. I think it's nice of them to come. We shouldn't be alone too much with such thoughts. What thoughts would those be? Mary challenged, a dangerous edge to her voice. Sybil blinked, taken aback by her sister's tone. Only that it's sad when someone so young dies unexpectedly. I meant nothing more. Mary's tension eased slightly. Of course, I'm sorry, darling. I'm not quite myself today. None of us are, Cora interceded smoothly. But we must make an effort. Life continues, even in the face of loss. The words carried a pointed reminder to Mary that their secret must remain exactly that, regardless of personal distress or unexpected dinner guests. As Mary turned back to the fire, she wondered how many more meals, how many more conversations, how many more days she would have to endure before the weight of Kamal Pamuk's death ceased to press upon her every thought and action. Would there ever be a time when she could hear his name without feeling the phantom touch of his hands, or see a Turkish diplomat mentioned in the newspaper without remembering the exact moment life left his body? These were questions without answers, burdens she would carry alone, save for the silent complicity of her mother and Anna. The three of them bound together now in a conspiracy of necessity, united by a secret that could destroy them all if ever revealed. Chapter 11. Secrets and Sacrifices. The bells of Downton Church tolled in the distance, their solemn cadence drifting across the estate, as sunlight softened into the golden hues of late afternoon. Bates stood at the edge of Downton Park, the vast expanse of the lake before him, reflecting the slowly shifting clouds above. The water's surface had long since settled, erasing all evidence of the cruel device now resting in its depths. His leg throbbed, the persistent pain a reminder of his folly and his liberation. The brief journey back from the lake with Mrs. Hughes had been made in companionable silence, both recognizing that some experiences required no further commentary. As they parted ways at the servants' entrance, her knowing nod had conveyed more understanding than words could express. Now, alone with his thoughts, Bates allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. The path forward remained difficult, but somehow clearer. He would continue to serve Lord Grantham as he was, not as he wished to be, or as others expected him to be. The acceptance of this simple truth felt like shedding a burden heavier than any metal brace. "Mr. Bates?" Anna's voice broke through his reverie. She approached along the path, a basket of freshly cut flowers from the garden hanging from her arm. Mrs. Hughes said, "I might find you here." "Just taking a moment before dressing his lordship for dinner," Bates explained, noting the concern in her eyes. "The Crawleys are coming, I understand." "Yes, Mr. Carson's in quite a state, insisting everything must be perfect despite the circumstances." Anna paused, studying his face. "You look better." "Do I? Less burdened somehow," she clarified, her perceptiveness catching him off guard. Bates smiled faintly. "Perhaps I am." They fell into step together, heading back toward the house. Anna's presence beside him felt right somehow, comfortable in a way that required no explanation or justification. "Will you tell me one day?" she asked softly. "What's been troubling you these past weeks?" "Perhaps," Bates replied, "when it matters less than it does now." Anna accepted this with a nod. "We all have our secrets, I suppose." "Some heavier than others," Bates observed, glancing at her profile. Something in his tone made Anna turn to him, a question in her eyes that remained unspoken. For a brief moment, it seemed they stood on the precipice of a deeper confidence. But the distant figure of Thomas, emerging from the servants' entrance, shattered the moment. "We should get back," Anna said, quickening her pace slightly. "Lady Mary will be needing me." As they approached the house, the weight of unspoken words hung between them, each carrying their separate burdens, yet somehow less alone for having acknowledged their existence. Violet Crawley sat ramrod straight in the drawing room, her cane planted firmly beside her chair as she surveyed her family with critical eyes. The evening's gathering had the fragile quality of a group, determined to maintain normalcy in the face of extraordinary circumstances. "I understand the Turkish embassy has been informed," she remarked, breaking a prolonged silence. "Yes," Robert confirmed. "They're sending someone up from London tomorrow. Napier has been most helpful in arranging everything." "I suppose we should be grateful he wasn't German," Violet observed dryly. "Imagine the diplomatic incident that would have caused." "Mama, please," Cora admonished gently, her eyes darting toward Mary, who stood by the window, seemingly absorbed in the view of the darkening grounds. "I merely point out that there are worse situations," Violet defended herself. "A healthy young Turkish attaché dying in his sleep is unfortunate. A German diplomat found dead during heightened tensions with their country could be catastrophic." "I hardly think comparing hypothetical diplomatic crises is helpful," Isabel interjected, having arrived with Matthew moments earlier. "Oh? And what would you suggest?" Violet challenged. Shall we discuss the weather instead? Or perhaps the latest advancements in hospital administration? I only meant, Isabel began. Actually, Matthew interrupted smoothly, I was hoping Lady Mary might show me the Della Francesca. I've read about it, but never had the chance to properly examine it. All eyes turned to Mary, who seemed to stir from her private thoughts. The Della Francesca, she repeated, a momentary confusion crossing her features before understanding dawned. Of course, it's in the morning room. I'd be most grateful, Matthew said, offering his arm with a gentle smile that suggested understanding beyond his words. As they left the drawing room, Cora shot a grateful glance toward Matthew. His timely intervention had not only diverted a brewing argument between Violet and Isabel, but also provided Mary with a graceful exit from a conversation growing increasingly difficult for her to endure. In the corridor, Mary released Matthew's arm as soon as they were out of sight of the others. That was unnecessary, though I appreciate the rescue. It wasn't entirely selfless, Matthew admitted. I really would like to see the painting, and I thought perhaps you might appreciate a moment's respite from... He gestured vaguely back toward the drawing room. From Granny's particular brand of comfort? Mary finished for him, a ghost of her usual sardonic humor surfacing. Something like that, Matthew agreed with a smile. They walked in companionable silence to the morning room, where the Della Francesca hung in pride of place on the far wall. Mary hesitated imperceptibly at the threshold, memories of her last encounter in this room flashing unbidden through her mind. Matthew, oblivious to her momentary discomfort, moved toward the painting with genuine appreciation. It really is remarkable. The light, the perspective. You can sense the artist's understanding of mathematics in the composition. Mary forced herself to enter fully, approaching the painting, though keeping a careful distance from Matthew. Papa says the second Earl had an exceptional eye for art. He returned from his grand tour with several significant pieces. You're fortunate to live among such beauty, Matthew observed, though I imagine one might become accustomed to it over time. Does one ever become truly accustomed to beauty? Mary asked, her gaze fixed on the painting but her thoughts elsewhere. Or merely complacent about its presence until it's suddenly gone? The question hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning beyond the immediate context. Matthew turned to study her profile, sensing the deeper currents beneath her words. I think true beauty leaves its mark on us, he replied carefully, even when it passes from our immediate sight. Mary met his eyes then, struck by the unexpected insight in his response. For a brief moment, the distance she had carefully maintained between them seemed to diminish, a bridge forming across differences of background, expectation, and circumstance. The moment was interrupted by Carson's appearance at the door. Dinner is served, my lady, Mr. Crawley. Mary straightened, her customary poise reasserting itself. Thank you, Carson. We'll join the others directly. As they made their way to the dining room, Mary found herself viewing Matthew with new eyes, no longer simply as the unwelcome heir who threatened her position, but as someone capable of surprising depth and perception. It was an unsettling realization, arriving as it did amid the emotional turmoil left in Kamal Pamuk's wake. Dinner proceeded with the strained politeness of people determined to avoid mentioning the elephant in the room. Conversation meandered through safe topics, local matters, distant acquaintances. innocuous gossip, while the servants moved silently around the table under Carson's watchful eye. Thomas served with particular care, his face a mask of perfect servility that betrayed nothing of his knowledge or suspicions. Each time he approached Mary's chair, she felt a chill of apprehension, wondering what he might know or suspect about the night's events. The meal was drawing to a close when Robert cleared his throat, raising his glass. "I hope you'll all join me in a toast," he began, his expression solemn, "to absent friends and to the hope that Kamal Pamuk's family might find comfort in knowing he was among people who valued his company. However briefly, we were privileged to enjoy it." "To absent friends," the table echoed, raising their glasses. Mary's hand trembled slightly as she lifted her wine, the irony of her father's words not lost on her. How would the Pamuk family feel if they knew the truth of their son's final hours? The thought was almost unbearable. As the ladies prepared to withdraw, leaving the gentlemen to their port, Mary caught a glimpse of Thomas whispering something to O'Brien near the sideboard. The lady's maid's eyes darted briefly in her direction, a calculating look that sent a wave of cold dread through Mary's veins. In the drawing room, Mary found herself unable to focus on the desultory conversation between her mother, grandmother, and cousin Isabel. She excused herself under the pretense of a headache, escaping to the sanctuary of the gallery, where she could be alone with her increasingly troubled thoughts. The house felt different now, its familiar corridors and rooms transformed by recent events into a landscape fraught with potential discovery and ruin. Every servant's glance, every family member's question, every visitor's condolence now carried the threat of unraveling the carefully constructed narrative that protected her reputation and, by extension, her family's. "Lady Mary?" Carson's voice startled her from her reverie. The butler stood at a respectful distance, concern evident in his lined face. "Forgive me for disturbing you, but I wanted to ensure you were quite well." "Just a slight headache, Carson," Mary assured him, summoning a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Nothing to be concerned about. Perhaps I might bring you some tea, or a powder from Mrs. Hughes," he suggested, his devotion to her well-being evident in every word. "No, thank you," Mary declined gently. "I think I shall simply retire early. Would you make my excuses to the gentlemen when they join the others?" "Of course, my lady," Carson agreed. He hesitated, then added with unusual familiarity, "If I may say so, time has a way of healing even the deepest wounds. What seems insurmountable today will, in time, become merely a memory. Painful, perhaps, but no longer consuming." Mary regarded him with genuine gratitude for his well-meaning comfort, though she knew he could not begin to comprehend the true nature of her distress. "Thank you, Carson. I hope you're right." As she ascended the staircase toward her bedroom, Mary reflected on the irony of her situation. The very qualities that had defined her, her pride, her independence, her refusal to settle for less than she deserved, now seemed like luxuries she could no longer afford. One night of abandoned caution had transformed her from the mistress of her own destiny to a conspirator in a deception that could unravel at any moment. Yet amid the guilt and fear, a small voice within her refused to accept that her life was over, that one mistake, however catastrophic, should define her future entirely. She had survived the night itself through strength and quick thinking. Perhaps those same qualities would see her through the aftermath as well. At her bedroom door, Anna waited, ready to help her undress for the night. No words passed between them regarding the events of the previous evening. None were needed. Their shared knowledge formed a bond of trust that transcended their respective positions within the household hierarchy. As Anna brushed out her hair with gentle strokes, Mary caught her maid's eye in the mirror. "Do you think we'll ever forget, Anna? Truly forget?" Anna's hands paused briefly before resuming their rhythmic movement. "I don't know about forgetting, my lady, but perhaps, with time, remembering won't hurt quite so much." The simple wisdom in her words offered more comfort than all the platitudes Mary had endured throughout the day. She nodded, accepting both the truth and the compassion behind them. "Thank you, Anna," she said softly, "for everything." The words encompassed far more than the maid's current duties. They acknowledged a debt that could never be adequately repaid, a loyalty that had proven itself in the most extreme circumstances. As Anna departed and Mary prepared for another night in the room that had witnessed her greatest indiscretion, she found herself contemplating Carson's words about time's healing power. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps the sharp edges of remembrance would indeed soften with the passage of days and weeks and months. But she knew with certainty that she would never again be the same Mary Crawley who had greeted Kamal Pamuk upon his arrival at Downton. That young woman, with her certainties and prejudices, her unwavering confidence in her place in the world, had ceased to exist the moment the handsome Turk had drawn his last breath in her bed. Who would emerge from the crucible of these events remained to be seen. But Mary sensed that whoever she became would be shaped as much by how she carried this secret forward as by the secret itself. Chapter 12. Shadows. The days following Kamal Pamuk's death settled into an uneasy rhythm at Downton Abbey. The Turkish diplomat's body had been transported back to London, accompanied by a representative from the embassy. The official report cited a heart attack, sudden, tragic, and mercifully quick, a perfectly reasonable explanation for a young man's unexpected demise while visiting a country estate. Life at Downton continued as it must. The daily routines of polishing silver and serving meals, changing linens and stoking fires, provided a comforting structure for those above and below stairs. Yet beneath the veneer of normalcy, currents of unspoken knowledge and suspicion flowed like underground streams, threatening to surface when least expected. Mary found herself moving through the days with mechanical precision, her outward composure betraying nothing of her inner turmoil. If she spoke less at meals or spent more time riding alone across the estate, such behavior could easily be attributed to the shock of having a guest die under their roof. No one, save her co-conspirators, could guess the true depth of her connection to the event. On this particular morning, nearly a week after Pamuk's death, Mary sat at her dressing table while Anna arranged her hair. The maid worked in silence, her deft fingers weaving dark strands into an elegant coiffure suitable for the day ahead. "There's been a letter from Mr. Napier," Mary remarked, picking up the cream-colored envelope that had arrived with the morning post. "Has there, my lady?" Anna responded, her tone carefully neutral as she secured another hairpin. Mary turned the unopened letter between her fingers. "I haven't read it yet. I'm not entirely sure I want to." "Perhaps he's just being polite," Anna suggested, checking that everyone has recovered from the shock. "Perhaps," Mary agreed, though her expression suggested she expected something more significant. With a decisive motion, she broke the seal and unfolded the single page. As her eyes scanned the neat handwriting, her face remained impassive, though Anna noticed a slight tightening around her mouth. "Well?" Anna prompted, when Mary refolded the letter without comment. "He expresses his continued regret over the incident and hopes the family has not suffered unduly from the experience," Mary summarized. "He also mentions that he has secured a new posting that will take him abroad for some time, so we are unlikely to see him at Downton in the foreseeable future." "He's a good man, Mr. Napier," Anna observed, placing a final pin to secure Mary's hair. "Yes," Mary agreed softly. "Too good, perhaps, to be involved in this particular chapter of Downton's history." She rose from the dressing table, moving to the window that overlooked the estate's expansive grounds. "He mentions that he has spoken with Kamal's family. Apparently, they wished to thank us for the kindness shown to their son in his final hours." The irony of this sentiment hung in the air between them, neither woman needing to articulate the vast gulf between appearance and reality. "Will you reply?" Anna asked, tidying away the hairbrushes and pins. "I suppose I must," Mary answered, "though what does one say? Thank you for your understanding about your son's death in our home. We were indeed most attentive to his needs during his brief stay." The brittleness in her tone revealed the cracks in her carefully maintained facade. Anna paused in her tasks, meeting Mary's gaze in the mirror. "Perhaps just a simple acknowledgement, my lady. Sometimes less truly is more." Mary nodded, appreciating Anna's practical wisdom. "You're right, of course. Brief condolences and good wishes for his future. Nothing more is required or appropriate." As Anna prepared to leave with the breakfast tray, Mary called her back. "Anna, have you noticed anything unusual among the staff since that night?" Anna hesitated, weighing her response. "Thomas and Miss O'Brien seem to have their heads together more than usual, and Daisy's been jumpy as a cat, though that might just be Mrs. Patmore's temper wearing on her." "But nothing specific? No rumors or questions?" Mary pressed. "Not that I've heard, my lady," Anna assured her, "though I couldn't say for certain what's being said when I'm not present." Mary nodded, dismissing Anna with a grateful smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Alone, she unfolded Napier's letter once more, reading between the carefully composed lines. His decision to accept a foreign posting so soon after the events at Downton seemed too convenient to be coincidental. Had he somehow guessed the truth? Or was he simply removing himself from a situation he found distasteful, regardless of the specifics? Either way, his departure represented one less immediate concern. With Napier gone, and the Turkish officials satisfied with the official explanation, perhaps the worst had passed. Yet Mary couldn't shake the feeling that the ripples from that fateful night would continue to spread outward, touching lives and altering fates in ways she could not yet foresee. In the servants' hall, Thomas and O'Brien sat at the far end of the table, their heads bent close in quiet conversation. The other servants gave them a wide berth, accustomed to the pair's secretive nature, but sensing something particularly ominous in their current discussions. "You're certain of what you saw?" O'Brien pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. "How many times do I have to tell you?" Thomas replied with exasperation. "He came to me asking for directions to her bedroom. Clear as day, that's what he wanted." "And you showed him?" O'Brien's eyebrows rose incredulously. Thomas's expression darkened. I didn't have much choice, did I? Not after he caught me. He trailed off, unwilling to articulate exactly what Pamuk had witnessed. Even so, O'Brien persisted, to guide him directly to her ladyship's bedroom. I didn't think he'd go and die there, did I? Thomas hissed, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. Besides, it's not as if Lady Mary didn't welcome him. You should have seen her the day of the hunt, making eyes at him like a lovesick schoolgirl. O'Brien's thin lips curved into a calculating smile. So we have the Turkish diplomat sneaking into Lady Mary's room in the dead of night, and the next morning he's found stone dead in his own bed. Interesting coincidence, wouldn't you say? More than interesting, Thomas agreed. But it doesn't explain how he got back to his room. The man was dead weight, quite literally. Perhaps our Lady Mary is stronger than she looks, O'Brien suggested with malicious humor. Not strong enough to carry a grown man the length of the gallery and down the bachelor's corridor without being seen, Thomas countered. She had help. But from whom? O'Brien mused. That's the question. Their speculative conversation was interrupted by Carson's arrival. The butler surveyed the room with his customary authoritative presence. Thomas, Lord Grantham requires his riding boots polished before this afternoon. And Mrs. Hughes was looking for you, Miss O'Brien. Something about her ladyship's blue evening gown needing attention. Yes, Mr. Carson, they replied in unison, separating with reluctance. As Thomas departed, Carson's eyes followed him, a slight frown creasing his forehead. The butler had served at Downton long enough to recognize when trouble was brewing below stairs. Thomas and O'Brien's increased whispering concerned him, particularly in the wake of recent events. He made a mental note to keep a closer eye on both of them in the coming days. The library at Downton had always been Robert's sanctuary, a place where the ordered rows of books and the comfortable familiarity of his desk provided a sense of stability in an increasingly uncertain world. This morning, he sat reviewing correspondence, Pharaoh dozing contentedly at his feet, when Carson entered with the mail tray. Thank you, Carson, Robert said, accepting the small collection of letters and newspapers. Any word from Murray about the entail documents? Nothing yet, my lord, Carson replied. But there was a telephone call from Graspy's in Thirsk. They wished to confirm that all arrangements regarding Mr. Pamuk were satisfactory. Robert nodded, his expression somber. Very considerate of them. Please assure them everything was handled with the utmost propriety. Very good, my lord, Carson acknowledged, preparing to withdraw. Carson, Robert called him back, hesitating slightly before continuing. How would you say the staff is coping with recent events? It can't have been easy for them, particularly the younger members. Carson considered the question carefully. Most have taken it in stride, my lord. Such occurrences, while unfortunate, are part of life's natural course. And the others? Robert pressed, sensing the butler's diplomatic omission. There has been some restlessness among certain individuals, Carson admitted reluctantly. Thomas and O'Brien, in particular, seem rather preoccupied with the circumstances surrounding Mr. Pamuk's passing. Robert frowned. In what way? Nothing specific, my lord, Carson hastened to clarify. Just general speculation of the sort that often follows unexpected events. I have discouraged such talk, of course. Of course, Robert agreed. Still, It might be wise to keep an eye on the situation. The last thing we need is servants' gossip reaching beyond these walls. Indeed, my lord, Carson concurred gravely. Rest assured, I shall ensure discretion is maintained at all times. As Carson departed, Robert turned his attention to the morning's newspaper, though his mind remained on the butler's subtle warning. The death of a foreign diplomat in one's home was unfortunate enough without adding the complications of below-stairs speculation. He made a mental note to discuss the matter with Cora later. Perhaps a word from her to O'Brien might help contain any emerging rumors. The garden path crunched beneath Mary's boots as she walked alone through the afternoon sunshine. These solitary strolls had become her refuge in recent days, moments of peace, where she could drop the mask of composure she wore for her family and contemplate the uncertain future that stretched before her. Lady Mary, a voice called from behind her. She turned to find Matthew approaching along the path, his expression brightening as he caught up to her. Cousin Matthew, I didn't know you were visiting today. I had business with Murray in the village and thought I might call in, he explained. Your father mentioned you were walking in the gardens. Did he? Mary replied, a touch of weariness in her voice. How considerate of him to direct you to my solitude. If Matthew was offended by her sharpness, he didn't show it. I can leave you to your thoughts if you prefer. I only thought. He hesitated, uncharacteristically uncertain. You only thought what? Mary prompted. That you might appreciate some company, Matthew finished simply. Even mine. The self-deprecating humor in his tone softened Mary's resistance. I'm sorry. I'm poor company today, I'm afraid. Then we can be poor company together, Matthew suggested, falling into step beside her as she continued along the path. They walked in silence for a time, the gentle breeze stirring the leaves overhead. Mary found herself surprisingly grateful for Matthew's presence, his quiet companionship demanding nothing of her beyond simple acknowledgement. I received a letter from Mr. Napier this morning, she said finally, breaking the comfortable silence. Oh, Matthew responded, careful to keep his tone neutral. He's taken a posting abroad. I doubt we'll see him at Downton again, Mary elaborated, watching Matthew's face for his reaction. I'm sorry to hear that, Matthew replied. He seemed a decent sort. He was, Mary agreed. Is, she corrected herself quickly, though perhaps it's for the best. Some connections are better severed cleanly than allowed to wither slowly. Matthew considered this philosophical observation with characteristic thoughtfulness. I suppose that depends on the nature of the connection. Some bonds strengthen through absence, while others were never meant to endure. And which category would you place Mr. Napier in? Mary asked, genuinely curious about his assessment. I hardly knew the man, Matthew demurred, but he struck me as someone who understood his own mind and heart quite clearly. Unlike the rest of us poor mortals, stumbling about in confusion, Mary suggested wryly. Matthew smiled, acknowledging her point. I wouldn't presume to speak for anyone else's clarity of purpose or understanding. I find my own perspective shifts frequently enough. On what matters? Mary inquired, their conversation having drifted into unexpectedly personal territory. On many things, Matthew replied carefully. On Downton, on my place here, on the people I've come to know. The implication hung between them, unspoken but unmistakable. Mary felt a curious flutter of something that might have been alarm or anticipation. She couldn't quite determine which. "We should head back," she said abruptly. "Mama will wonder where I've gone." Matthew accepted the change of subject with grace, turning back toward the house alongside her. The easy rapport of their walk had shifted, replaced by a tension neither seemed willing to address directly. As they approached the house, Matthew paused. "Lady Mary, I hope you know that if ever you need someone to talk to about anything, I am always at your disposal." The simple sincerity of his offer touched Mary unexpectedly. For a brief moment, she imagined unburdening herself completely, sharing the terrible weight of her secret with this man who looked at her with such unguarded kindness. The temptation was swiftly followed by an almost paralyzing fear at the thought of seeing that kindness transform into judgment, or worse, disgust. "Thank you, Cousin Matthew," she replied, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. "But I am quite capable of managing my own affairs." He nodded, accepting her declaration without challenge. "Of course, I never doubted it for a moment." As they parted ways at the entrance to the house, Mary found herself considering Matthew Crawley with new eyes. His consistent refusal to be provoked by her defensiveness, his willingness to offer friendship without demand or expectation. These qualities stood in stark contrast to the passionate intensity that had drawn her to Kamal Pamuk. It was a comparison she had never expected to make, and one that left her feeling oddly unsettled. Chapter 13. New Beginnings. 2 weeks had passed since Kamal Pamuk's body had been removed from Downton Abbey. The house had gradually shed the pall of tragedy that had hung over it, returning to the familiar rhythms that had governed life there for generations. Yet beneath the surface of resumed normality, subtle changes had taken root, shifts in relationships and perspectives that would, in time, prove as significant as the event that had catalyzed them. For Gwen Dawson, the intervening days had brought unexpected hope. She sat at the small desk in Lady Sybil's bedroom, nervously clutching an envelope as the youngest Crawley daughter paced excitedly before her. "Well, open it," Sybil urged, her eyes bright with anticipation. "It must be their answer." Gwen stared at the envelope bearing the letterhead of Feldman and Company, solicitors. "What if it's a rejection? I'm not sure I can bear it with you watching." "And what if it's an acceptance? Would you deny me the joy of sharing that moment?" Sybil countered, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Besides, I've invested far too much in this venture to be excluded now." Indeed, Lady Sybil had proven herself an unexpected but fervent ally in Gwen's quest. Beyond simply providing the advertisement, she had helped draft Gwen's application letter, offered advice on interview attire, and even arranged for the household's rarely used typewriter to be made available for practice. With trembling fingers, Gwen broke the seal and unfolded the single page within. Her eyes scanned the formal language, widening as she reached the middle of the page. "They want me to come for an interview," she whispered, almost afraid that speaking the words aloud might somehow negate them. "Next Tuesday at 2:00. "Gwen, that's wonderful," Sybil exclaimed, clasping her hands together. "I knew they would see your potential." "But how will I get there?" Gwen asked, practical concerns immediately surfacing. "Thirsk is miles away, and I can't exactly ask for the day off to interview for another position." "Leave that to me," Sybil assured her with the breezy confidence of someone accustomed to having obstacles removed from her path. I'll speak to Mama about requiring your assistance on an errand to Thirsk. She needn't know the details. Is that quite honest, milady? Gwen questioned, though with less conviction than when she had first raised similar concerns. It's not dishonest, Sybil reasoned. I do require your assistance, just not in the way Mama might assume. Besides, this is your future we're discussing. Surely that's worth a small omission of the complete truth. Gwen smiled despite herself, caught between gratitude for Sybil's support and apprehension at the subterfuge. If you're sure, milady. I am, Sybil affirmed. Now, we must prepare you properly. You'll need to practice your shorthand and typing every spare moment, and we should think about what you'll wear, something professional, but not too elaborate. Perhaps we could alter one of my older costumes. As Sybil continued outlining her plans, Gwen marveled at the unexpected turn her life had taken. A few short weeks ago, her typewriter had been discovered, her ambitions exposed to ridicule. Now, Lady Sybil Crawley was not only championing her cause, but actively conspiring to help her achieve it. Thank you, milady, Gwen said suddenly, interrupting Sybil's enthusiastic planning. Not just for the practical help, but for believing I could do this when most would say I'm reaching above my station. Sybil's expression softened. Your station, as you call it, is determined by your abilities and determination, not by the circumstances of your birth. Never let anyone convince you otherwise. The passionate conviction in Sybil's voice revealed a deeper current of belief, one that extended far beyond Gwen's individual situation to encompass broader questions of social justice and opportunity. In that moment, Gwen recognized that in helping her reach for a different future, Lady Sybil was also giving voice to her own emerging worldview, one that would, in time, challenge the very foundations of the world they both inhabited. In the servants' hall, Mrs. Hughes presided over afternoon tea with her customary efficiency. The staff moved through their brief respite with the practiced rhythm of people accustomed to making the most of limited free time, conversation flowing around the long table in disjointed streams. Has anyone seen Mr. Bates? Anna inquired, noticing the valet's empty chair. He went into the village, William replied through a mouthful of bread and jam. Said he had an errand that couldn't wait. Seems to have a lot of those lately, Thomas observed with a smirk. Private business. Very mysterious. Unlike some, Mr. Bates doesn't feel the need to broadcast his every movement, Anna retorted, her defense of the valet immediate and pointed. Now, Mrs. Hughes intervened, sensing the potential for escalation. There's no need for unpleasantness. I'm sure Mr. Bates will return in plenty of time for the dressing gong. The housekeeper's assurance effectively ended that particular line of conversation, though Thomas's expression suggested he was merely biding his time. Since the night of Pamuk's death, he had been unusually subdued in his antagonism toward Bates, his attention seemingly diverted by whatever theories he and O'Brien were cultivating about the Turkish diplomat's demise. As the staff began dispersing back to their duties, Mrs. Hughes caught Anna's arm. A word, if you please. She led the head housemaid to her sitting room, closing the door to ensure privacy. Is everything quite all right, Anna? Mrs. Hughes asked, her perceptive eyes studying the younger woman's face. You've seemed preoccupied these past weeks. Anna maintained her composure, though her heart quickened at the direct inquiry. I'm fine, Mrs. Hughes. Perhaps a little tired. but nothing a good night's sleep won't cure. It's not like you to snap at Thomas, provoked though you might have been, Mrs. Hughes observed, and Lady Mary has been keeping you rather busy at odd hours, I've noticed. Her ladyship has had trouble sleeping since the incident, Anna explained carefully. She sometimes requires attention during the night. Mrs. Hughes nodded slowly, accepting the explanation without fully believing it covered the entirety of the situation. You know you can speak to me, Anna, in confidence, if there's anything troubling you. The kindness in the housekeeper's offer nearly broke Anna's carefully maintained composure. How simple it would be to share the burden of knowledge, to unburden herself of the secret that weighed on her conscience. Yet her loyalty to Lady Mary remained absolute, overriding even the temptation of personal relief. Thank you, Mrs. Hughes, Anna replied with genuine appreciation. But truly, I'm quite well. As Anna departed, Mrs. Hughes remained seated, her brow furrowed in thought. In her decades of service, she had developed an instinct for the undercurrents that ran through a great house, the secrets and tensions that shaped relationships above and below stairs. Something significant had occurred the night of the Turkish diplomat's death. Something beyond the official narrative of a tragic natural event. The subtle changes in behavior among certain members of the household. Lady Mary's withdrawn demeanor, Anna's protective watchfulness, Thomas and O'Brien's whispered conferences, all pointed to knowledge unshared and truths concealed. Yet Mrs. Hughes was also wise enough to recognize when intervention might cause more harm than good. Whatever had transpired, she could only hope that time would eventually diminish its impact on those she had come to care for as part of her extended family. The village green basked in afternoon sunshine as Bates emerged from the post office, a small parcel tucked under his arm. His gait, while still distinctive, had improved noticeably since disposing of the tortuous leg brace. The pain of his war injury remained, but it was a familiar discomfort, one he had learned to accommodate rather than fight against. As he turned toward the path that would take him back to Downton, he spotted a familiar figure ahead, Matthew Crawley, engaged in conversation with the village solicitor outside his office. Bates slowed his pace, not wishing to interrupt, but Matthew caught sight of him and concluded his business with a handshake. Bates, Matthew greeted him warmly. A fine afternoon for a walk, though I imagine yours has a more purposeful nature than simple exercise. Just collecting a small parcel, Mr. Crawley, Bates replied, nodding respectfully. And yourself, sir? Business in the village? Some legal matters requiring attention, Matthew confirmed. Nothing of great interest, I'm afraid. Are you heading back to Downton? Perhaps we might walk together. The suggestion, offered with genuine amiability, spoke to Matthew's democratic spirit, a quality that had initially unsettled the more traditional members of the household, but had gradually earned him respect both upstairs and down. As they walked together along the village lane, Matthew inquired after life at the Abbey with the genuine interest of someone still adjusting to the complexities of a great house. Things have settled back into their usual pattern, I gather, he asked, after the unfortunate business with Mr. Pamuk. Yes, sir, Bates confirmed, careful to maintain proper discretion. Though such events leave their mark, of course. Matthew nodded thoughtfully, particularly on those most directly affected. I've noticed Lady Mary seems changed by the experience. more subdued than is her usual manner. Bates kept his expression neutral, though he noted the concern underlying Matthew's observation. It was a shock to the entire family, Mr. Crawley, Lady Mary especially, having been his riding companion that day. Of course, Matthew agreed quickly. I didn't mean to imply. That is, I'm merely concerned for her well-being, as a cousin should be. The slight qualification at the end suggested Matthew was aware his interest might be interpreted as exceeding familial duty. Bates, whose position had taught him the value of discretion, offered no comment on this undercurrent. I'm sure her ladyship appreciates your concern, he replied diplomatically. They continued in companionable silence for a time, the rhythm of their footsteps punctuated by the distant sounds of village life behind them. As they approached the gates of Downton, Matthew spoke again, his tone more reflective. It's strange, isn't it? How a single event, the arrival of a letter, a chance meeting, an unexpected death, can alter the course of so many lives. Indeed, sir, Bates agreed, his thoughts turning to his own life's unexpected turns, from soldier to prisoner, from prisoner to valet, from despair to cautious hope. I suppose the measure of a person lies not in avoiding such unexpected turns, but in how they navigate the new path laid before them, Matthew continued, speaking almost to himself. A wise observation, Mr. Crawley, Bates acknowledged, and one that applies equally to all stations of life. Matthew smiled at this, recognizing the gentle reminder that wisdom was not the exclusive province of the educated or privileged. Indeed it does, Bates. Indeed it does. As they parted ways at the entrance to the house, Bates reflected that the future heir to Downton was, in many ways, a more approachable and less conventional gentleman than might have been expected, qualities that might serve him well in navigating the complexities of the role that awaited him. Whether Lady Mary would eventually recognize these qualities as valuable remained to be seen, but Bates had observed enough of human nature to suspect that the current distance between them might not be as insurmountable as it appeared. The setting sun cast long shadows across the library as Robert sat at his desk, examining estate accounts with Carson standing attentively nearby. The ledgers before him told a familiar story, one of dwindling returns and increasing costs that had become the unwelcome reality of many great estates in the modern era. The new tenant at Yew Tree Farm has paid his first quarter's rent, Robert noted, finding one positive entry among the concerning figures. That's something, at least. Indeed, my lord, Carson agreed. Mr. Mason seems a conscientious farmer. William speaks very highly of his father's methods. Does he? Well, let's hope that confidence is justified, Robert said, closing the ledger with a sigh. We can't afford another failed tenancy. The implicit acknowledgement of financial pressure was unusual from Lord Grantham, who typically maintained an optimistic front regarding Downton's prospects. Carson, recognizing both the confidence and concern inherent in such a statement, responded with his customary support. Downton has weathered many challenges throughout its history, my lord. I have every confidence it will continue to do so under your stewardship. Robert smiled appreciatively at the butler's steadfast loyalty. Thank you, Carson. Your faith in the resilience of this house sometimes exceeds even my own. He rose from the desk, moving to stand before the window that overlooked the expansive grounds. Has there been any further discussion below stairs regarding our recent unfortunate visitor? Carson understood immediately the delicate nature of the inquiry. Very little, my lord. The initial speculation has largely subsided as daily routines have reasserted themselves. And Thomas and O'Brien? Robert pressed, turning to face the butler directly. Less vocal than initially, though I wouldn't say their interest has entirely abated, Carson admitted. I've made it clear that dwelling on such matters is neither productive nor appropriate. Robert nodded, satisfied with this assessment. Good. The Turkish embassy has accepted the official account without question. The last thing we need is idle gossip resurrecting the matter. Quite so, my lord, Carson agreed emphatically. Their conversation was interrupted by Cora's entrance, her expression brightening as she saw her husband. There you are, Robert. I've been looking for you. Nothing wrong, I hope? Robert inquired, moving to greet her. Not at all, Cora assured him. I've had a letter from Rosamond. She's planning to visit next week and is bringing a friend, Sir Richard Carlyle. Apparently, he expressed interest in meeting Mary after hearing about her from Rosamond at some dinner or other. The news was delivered with the casual air of social planning, but both men recognized the underlying significance, another potential suitor being introduced to Lady Mary, particularly welcome after the Napier prospect had evaporated. Sir Richard Carlyle, Robert repeated thoughtfully. The newspaper man? Yes, I believe he owns several publications, Cora confirmed. Quite successful, by all accounts. Robert's expression suggested he found this credential less than entirely impressive. Well, I suppose we must be gracious hosts, regardless of his profession. He's quite well respected in London society, Cora pointed out gently. And Mary could do with some distraction. She's been rather withdrawn since. The unfinished sentence hung in the air, a tactful reference to the shadow that had fallen across their daughter's usual vivacity. Yes, quite right, Robert conceded. Please inform Carson of the expected additions to our party, and we'll ensure everything is prepared to receive them properly. As Cora departed to continue her preparations, Robert turned back to Carson with a slight grimace. The newspaper business. Good God. I suppose we must move with the times, but really, Carson, sometimes I wonder what's becoming of the world we knew. Change is inevitable, my lord, Carson observed with philosophical resignation, though I share your sentiment that not all change represents improvement. Robert sighed, his gaze returning to the window and the timeless landscape beyond. Well, if this Sir Richard can bring a smile back to Mary's face, I suppose we must welcome him, tradesman or not. The subtle shift in Robert's priorities, from rigid adherence to class expectations to concern for his daughter's happiness, reflected his own gradual adaptation to changing times. Like Downton itself, Lord Grantham was learning, however reluctantly, that survival sometimes required flexibility in the face of a world that increasingly valued different qualities than those that had defined his generation. Mary stood alone in the gallery, the portraits of Crawley ancestors gazing down upon her with the serene confidence of those whose place in history was secured. The evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows across the polished floor and illuminating dust motes that danced in the golden beams. So absorbed was she in contemplation that she didn't immediately notice her mother's approach. Cora's voice, gentler than it had been since the night of their desperate collaboration, broke through her reverie. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. Mary turned, composing her features into their usual mask of polite interest. I was just thinking. Cora studied her daughter's face, noting the subtle changes that recent events had wrought, a new gravity in her expression, a wariness that hadn't been there before. I've had news that might interest you. Aunt Rosamond is visiting next week. How lovely, Mary replied without enthusiasm. Her relationship with her father's sister was cordial but not particularly close. She's bringing a friend, Sir Richard Carlyle, Cora continued, watching for Mary's reaction. Apparently, he expressed specific interest in making your acquaintance. Did he indeed? Mary's tone carried a note of weary skepticism. And what has Aunt Rosamond told this Sir Richard that would inspire such interest in a woman he's never met? Only good things, I'm sure, Cora assured her. He's quite successful, owns several newspapers, and has considerable influence in London society. A newspaper baron, Mary observed dryly. How Papa must be thrilled. Despite her outward resistance, Cora detected a flicker of interest beneath Mary's dismissive response. After weeks of withdrawn behavior, any spark of engagement, however small, seemed promising. I thought you might enjoy having someone new to converse with, Cora suggested. Someone with a different perspective than our usual circle. The underlying message was clear. Here was an opportunity to move forward, to engage with life again, rather than dwelling in the shadow of recent events. Mary recognized her mother's intent, and despite her initial resistance, found herself considering the possibility. I suppose I can be civil for Aunt Rosamond's sake, she conceded, turning back to the window. Cora approached closer, standing beside her daughter, as they both gazed out at the estate bathed in evening light. Mary, she began hesitantly, I know these past weeks have been difficult for both of us. It was the closest either had come to directly referencing the night that bound them in their uncomfortable conspiracy. Mary remained silent, neither encouraging nor discouraging the conversation. I want you to know, Cora continued carefully, that while I cannot condone what happened, I do understand that life must go on, for all of us. Mary turned to her mother, studying her face for signs of the anger and disappointment that had characterized their interactions since that night. What she found instead was concern, tinged with a reluctant understanding that surprised her. Does it? Mary asked softly. Go on, I mean. Sometimes I wonder if that night will define everything that follows, if every future happiness will be shadowed by the memory of what we did. Cora reached out, taking Mary's hand in a gesture that bridged the emotional distance that had grown between them. Only if you allow it to. The past cannot be changed, Mary, but it need not determine your future unless you give it that power. The simple wisdom in her mother's words struck Mary with unexpected force. She had been living as though her life had ended that night, as though one terrible mistake had foreclosed all possibility of redemption or happiness. I'm not suggesting you forget, Cora clarified, sensing Mary's thoughts. Merely that you allow yourself to live beyond it, to seek whatever happiness lies ahead, without being fettered by what lies behind. Mary squeezed her mother's hand, a wordless acknowledgement of both the advice and the tentative reconciliation it represented. They stood together in silence for a moment, united not only by blood and by secret, but by the shared understanding that survival sometimes required looking forward rather than back. I'll wear the blue dress for dinner, Mary said finally, her tone lighter than it had been in weeks. The one that doesn't make me look like an Assyrian priestess. Cora smiled, recognizing the small jest as a significant step toward normalcy. An excellent choice, and perhaps the sapphire earrings your grandmother gave you for your birthday. If you think they're not too much, Mary agreed, falling into the familiar pattern of sartorial discussion that had characterized so many of their conversations before the world had tilted on its axis. As they walked together toward Mary's room, the unspoken weight that had hung between them seemed marginally lighter, not gone, perhaps never entirely gone, but no longer quite so suffocating in its presence. It was a beginning, tentative and fragile, but a beginning nonetheless. Chapter 14. Toward Tomorrow. The morning room at Downton Abbey was suffused with pale spring light as Anna carefully arranged a vase of fresh-cut flowers on the side table. Though the task was simple, she approached it with the same methodical attention she gave to all her duties, a quality that had served her well in navigating the tumultuous weeks since the Turkish diplomat's death. "Those look lovely, Anna," Lady Edith commented as she entered, a book tucked under her arm. "Where did you find daffodils so early in the season?" "Mr. Molesley gave them to me, my lady," Anna replied. "From Mr. Crawley's garden. He has quite a way with flowers, apparently." "Mr. Molesley, or Cousin Matthew?" Edith asked with a smile, setting her book on a nearby table. "Mr. Molesley, my lady," Anna clarified, returning the smile, "though I'm sure Mr. Crawley appreciates the results of his efforts." Edith moved to the window, gazing out at the gardens, where patches of early color had begun to emerge from the winter-brown earth. "It's strange to think how much has changed since they first arrived," she mused. "Cousin Matthew and Cousin Isabel, I mean. They seemed so foreign to Downton then." "And now, my lady?" Anna prompted, curious about Edith's perspective. Edith considered the question before answering. "Now they seem almost as much a part of Downton as the rest of us. Different, certainly, but belonging here nonetheless." The admission carried a note of acceptance that would have been unthinkable in the early days of the Crawleys' arrival from Manchester. Whether this represented genuine growth on Edith's part, or merely resignation to their permanent presence, was difficult to determine, but Anna suspected it contained elements of both. "Will that be all, my lady?" Anna asked, having completed her arrangement. "Yes, thank you, Anna," Edith replied distractedly, her gaze still fixed on the gardens beyond the window. As Anna departed, she wondered if Edith's apparent reconciliation to Matthew's place at Downton extended to the possibility of him inheriting the estate, and, more pointedly, to the prospect of him eventually choosing one of the Crawley sisters as his countess. The middle daughter's initial attempts to win his attention had been overshadowed by recent events, but Anna had observed enough of human nature to recognize that such ambitions rarely died completely. They merely adapted to changing circumstances. In the servants' hall, preparations for luncheon were underway with the usual choreographed efficiency. Mrs. Patmore issued commands from her culinary domain, while Daisy scurried between tasks, her movements more confident than they had been a few months prior. Thomas and O'Brien sat at the far end of the table, temporarily unoccupied, as they awaited the upstairs luncheon bell. Their hushed conversation ceased abruptly as Bates entered, his presence still triggering Thomas's instinctive animosity, despite the footman's recent preoccupation with other matters. Well, well, if it isn't the mysterious Mr. Bates, Thomas remarked, loud enough to ensure his target would hear. Another errand in the village yesterday? You're becoming quite the man about town. Bates regarded Thomas with calm indifference. Just a personal matter. Nothing that would interest you. You'd be surprised what interests me, Thomas replied with a knowing smirk. I've found that personal matters often prove the most revealing. O'Brien's thin lips curved in appreciation of Thomas's veiled threat. But before the exchange could escalate, Carson appeared in the doorway, his imposing figure commanding immediate attention. Thomas, her ladyship has requested tea in the drawing room for herself and Lady Mary, the butler announced, and Mr. Bates, his lordship would like to see you in the library when you have a moment. Yes, Mr. Carson. Both men responded in unison, their burgeoning confrontation forestalled by duty. As Thomas departed with ill-concealed reluctance, Carson fixed Bates with a meaningful look. I trust any personal matters won't interfere with your responsibilities to his lordship. Never, Mr. Carson, Bates assured him firmly. Downton and his lordship's needs remain my priority at all times. The butler nodded, apparently satisfied with this declaration. See that they do. We've had quite enough disruption recently without adding to it unnecessarily. The mild rebuke served as a reminder that Carson's primary concern was always the smooth operation of the household and the maintenance of proper standards. Any personal dramas or conflicts, whether involving Turkish diplomats or cantankerous footmen, were evaluated primarily through the lens of their potential impact on Downton's functioning and reputation. In the library, Robert stood before the fireplace, absently stroking Pharaoh's head as he contemplated the leather-bound volume in his hand. The sound of the door opening drew his attention, and he turned to find Bates entering with a respectful nod. Ah, Bates, thank you for coming. Close the door, would you? As Bates complied, Robert placed the book on a nearby table and addressed his valet with uncharacteristic hesitation. I wanted to speak with you about a somewhat delicate matter. Of course, my lord, Bates replied, his expression revealing nothing. Carson has brought to my attention certain conversations below stairs, Robert continued, choosing his words carefully, regarding our recent Turkish visitor and the unfortunate circumstances of his passing. Bates remained silent, waiting for his employer to reach the point of this unusual conversation. I understand from Carson that Thomas and O'Brien seem particularly interested in the matter, Robert elaborated. And while servants' gossip is hardly unusual, I'm concerned that their speculations might extend beyond what is appropriate or accurate. I see, my lord, Bates acknowledged, though his neutral tone revealed nothing of his own thoughts on the matter. Robert studied his valet's face, seeking some indication of his awareness or involvement in whatever theories might be circulating below stairs. I value your discretion, Bates, always have, and I wonder if you might keep an ear to the ground, so to speak. Let me know if these conversations take a turn that might be concerning for the family. The request, though framed as casual, carried unmistakable weight. Robert was effectively asking Bates to monitor his fellow servants and report back on their discussions, a role that would further isolate him from his already wary colleagues. If I may speak frankly, my lord, Bates ventured after a moment's consideration. Please do, Robert encouraged. I believe Thomas and O'Brien's interest in the matter is largely driven by their natural inclination toward dramatic speculation, Bates observed diplomatically. Without significant new information, I expect their focus will gradually shift to other matters as time passes. And you don't believe they possess any such new information? Robert pressed, his concern evident beneath the casual phrasing. I have no reason to think so, my lord, Bates replied truthfully, though I'm not privy to all their conversations, of course. Robert nodded, apparently reassured by Bates's assessment. Well, nevertheless, I'd appreciate you keeping me informed if the situation changes. The family has had quite enough distress without adding unfounded rumors to the mix. Of course, my lord, Bates agreed, recognizing both the request and the trust it represented. As he prepared to withdraw, Robert added one final comment. And Bates, I've noticed you seem to be moving more comfortably these past few weeks. Whatever you've done for your leg appears to have helped. The unexpected observation caught Bates by surprise. Thank you, my lord. I've found that sometimes the simplest approaches prove most effective in the end. Indeed, Robert agreed with a warm smile. A philosophy that might well apply beyond physical ailments, I should think. The moment of personal connection between employer and servant, transcending yet acknowledging the boundaries of their respective positions, spoke to the unique relationship they had developed through years of shared experiences. For all the rigid hierarchy that defined life at Downton, such moments of genuine human recognition occasionally pierced the carefully maintained veneer of formal separation. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the lawn as Mary walked alone, her pace leisurely but purposeful. These solitary strolls had become a daily ritual, a time for reflection away from the watchful eyes of family and servants. Today, however, her isolation was interrupted by the unexpected sight of Matthew approaching from the direction of the village, his bicycle conspicuously absent. Cousin Matthew, she greeted him, moderating her surprise into polite acknowledgement. No bicycle today? I decided to walk, he explained, falling into step beside her as if by prior arrangement. Sometimes one needs to slow down to properly appreciate one's surroundings. Mary glanced at him skeptically. And here I thought lawyers were perpetually in a hurry, charging by the minute and forever racing to their next appointment. A common misconception, Matthew replied good-naturedly. The best legal work often happens in moments of careful consideration rather than frantic activity. How very philosophical, Mary observed, though without the sharp edge that would have characterized such a comment weeks earlier. And what careful considerations bring you to Downton this afternoon? More discussions with Papa about the estate. Actually, I came to see you, Matthew admitted, his directness catching her off guard. Mary's step faltered slightly before she recovered her composure. Me? Whatever for? To invite you to dinner at Crawley House, Matthew explained. Mother is hosting a small gathering next week. Nothing elaborate, just a few local acquaintances, and she specifically asked me to extend the invitation to you. How unexpected, Mary replied, genuinely surprised by this development. Her relationship with Isabel, while cordial, had never suggested particular warmth on either side. Is it? Matthew asked. Mother has always admired your spirit, even when you've been at odds, and she thought, well, we both thought you might enjoy an evening away from Downton. A change of scene, so to speak. The consideration behind the invitation touched Mary more than she cared to admit. After weeks of feeling simultaneously exposed and isolated, visible to all yet truly seen by almost none, the simple gesture of inclusion seemed unexpectedly meaningful. "That's very kind," she acknowledged, her tone softening, "though I warn you, I'm not particularly good company these days." "I'll take my chances," Matthew replied, with a smile that suggested he found her company more than adequate, regardless of her self-assessment. They walked in companionable silence for a time, the distant sounds of estate workers and birdsong creating a peaceful backdrop to their stroll. When Matthew spoke again, his tone was careful but direct. "Mary, I hope you know that whatever difficulties you've faced recently, they don't define you in the eyes of those who truly know you." The statement, offered without preamble or explanation, struck uncomfortably close to Mary's most private fears. She stiffened, defensive barriers rising instinctively. "And you presume to be among those who truly know me, after such a brief acquaintance?" "Perhaps not fully," Matthew conceded, undeterred by her sharp response. "But I'd like to think I've come to know enough of the real Mary Crawley to recognize that she's far more than any single event or decision might suggest." Mary studied his face, searching for signs of calculation or condescension, but finding only earnest sincerity. "The real Mary Crawley," she repeated thoughtfully. "I'm not entirely sure such a person exists anymore, or if she ever did." "She exists," Matthew affirmed with quiet certainty, "though perhaps she's changing, as we all must when life presents us with unexpected challenges." The perceptiveness of his observation unsettled Mary, suggesting an understanding that went beyond what she had revealed to him or what he should logically have deduced from their limited interactions. For a terrifying moment, she wondered if he somehow knew the truth about Kamal Pamuk's death, if whispers had reached him despite her family's best efforts to contain the situation. "What exactly are you suggesting, Cousin Matthew?" she asked, unable to completely disguise her unease. Matthew seemed to realize he had ventured onto sensitive ground, only that we all face moments that change us, for better or worse, and that those changes need not be feared. They're simply part of becoming who we're meant to be. The gentle philosophy, offered without presumption or judgment, diffused Mary's immediate anxiety. Whatever Matthew might suspect or know, his response suggested not condemnation, but acceptance, a quality she had encountered all too rarely in her experience. "And who exactly am I meant to be according to your assessment?" she asked, the question emerging with unexpected vulnerability beneath its superficial challenge. Matthew considered her question with the seriousness it deserved, despite its somewhat flippant delivery. "I wouldn't presume to define that for you, Mary, but I believe you have the strength and intelligence to become whoever you choose, regardless of expectations, others, or even your own." His answer, with its implicit acknowledgement of her agency and capacity for self-determination, resonated more deeply than any conventional comfort might have. In a world where her value had always been tied to her marriageability, her bloodline, her adherence to social expectations, Matthew's simple faith in her ability to define herself felt revolutionary. "I'll come to dinner," Mary decided abruptly. "Please thank Cousin Isabel for the invitation." Matthew's smile suggested he recognized both the acceptance and the significant shift it represented. "She'll be delighted, as am I." As they turned back toward the house, Mary found herself contemplating this unexpected development in her relationship with Matthew Crawley. The man she had initially dismissed as an unsuitable usurper had somehow become what exactly? Not quite a friend, yet no longer merely a cousin or rival claimant to her inheritance. Something more nuanced, a potential ally perhaps, in navigating the uncertain future that stretched before her. The servants' dinner that evening was unusually animated, with multiple conversations flowing around the long table. Mrs. Hughes presided with benevolent authority, occasionally interjecting to moderate, particularly boisterous exchanges, but generally allowing the staff their well-earned period of relaxation. "Did you hear who's coming to stay next week?" Thomas asked, directing his question primarily to O'Brien, but ensuring his voice carried to the others. "Lady Rosamond and some newspaper magnate she's dragging along." "Sir Richard Carlyle," O'Brien confirmed with the superior air of one privy to insider information. "Owns half the newspapers in London, from what I hear." "I wonder what brings him to Downton," William remarked innocently. "Bit out of the way for a London businessman, isn't it?" Thomas and O'Brien exchanged knowing looks. "Not if he's interested in Lady Mary," Thomas suggested with exaggerated innocence. "Her ladyship seems keen to parade her before any eligible bachelor who hasn't yet heard the family gossip." "That's enough, Thomas," Mrs. Hughes intervened firmly. "Lady Mary's social engagements are no concern of yours." "I'm only repeating what I've heard upstairs," Thomas defended himself, though his smirk suggested otherwise. Anna, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally spoke up. "Perhaps Sir Richard is simply interested in experiencing Yorkshire hospitality. Not everything has an ulterior motive." "In my experience," Thomas retorted, "everything involving the quality has an ulterior motive, especially when it comes to marriage prospects." Bates, seated beside Anna, offered his own quiet observation. "Cynicism often says more about the observer than the observed." "Very philosophical, Mr. Bates," Thomas sneered. "Did you read that in one of his lordship's books while you were dressing him?" "Actually," Bates replied evenly, "I believe I first heard it from my mother. She was a wise woman with a remarkable ability to see the best in people, even when they seemed determined to prove her wrong." The gentle rebuke, delivered without rancor, but with unmistakable meaning, momentarily silenced Thomas. Before he could formulate a response, Carson entered the servants' hall, his expression suggesting news of some significance. "I've just had word from her ladyship," he announced. "Lady Mary will be dining at Crawley House next Thursday evening. Anna, you'll need to prepare accordingly." "Yes, Mr. Carson," Anna acknowledged, though her brief glance at Bates suggested surprise at this development. "Lady Mary, dining with the middle-class cousins?" O'Brien remarked once Carson had departed. "Times really are changing at Downton." "Perhaps Lady Mary simply enjoys their company," Anna suggested, unable to entirely suppress her defense of her mistress. "Or perhaps she's finally accepting the inevitable," Thomas countered with malicious satisfaction. "If Matthew Crawley's going to inherit everything anyway, might as well secure her position by other means." "That's hardly fair," Anna protested. "Lady Mary isn't calculating in that way." The statement, offered with genuine conviction, nevertheless rang hollow even to Anna's ears. Lady Mary was indeed calculating, a quality that had served her well in navigating the complex social expectations placed upon her. What Thomas and the others couldn't understand was how that calculated exterior protected a far more vulnerable interior, one that had been profoundly shaken by recent events. As the dinner conversation moved to other topics, Anna found herself contemplating this unexpected development in Mary's relationship with the Crawleys. After weeks of withdrawal and carefully maintained distance, this acceptance of their invitation represented a significant shift, possibly the first tentative step toward whatever future awaited her beyond the shadow of Kamal Pamuk's death. The soft glow of candlelight illuminated Cora's bedroom as O'Brien brushed her mistress's hair with practiced strokes. The evening ritual provided one of the few moments of genuine privacy in Cora's day, a time when the Countess could reflect on family matters without the need to maintain her public persona. "I understand Lady Mary is dining with Mrs. Crawley next week," O'Brien remarked, her tone carefully neutral as she tested the conversational waters. "Yes," Cora confirmed, watching O'Brien's reflection in the mirror. "It seems Cousin Isabel is hosting a small dinner party and specifically requested Mary's presence." "Very thoughtful of her," O'Brien observed, continuing her methodical brushing. "Lady Mary hasn't been out much since the unfortunate incident with Mr. Pamuk." The deliberate reference to the Turkish diplomat caused a barely perceptible tension in Cora's shoulders, a reaction not lost on her observant lady's maid. Yes, a change of scene might do her good, and it's only to the village after all. "Indeed, milady," O'Brien agreed, "though I must say, it's nice to see her taking an interest in company again. There was a time I worried she might never recover her spirits." The comment, framed as sympathetic concern, carried an underlying question about the extent and nature of Mary's distress. Cora, well versed in navigating such subtle probing, offered a response that acknowledged the obvious while revealing nothing of substance. "It was a shock to us all," she said simply, "particularly Mary, who had spent the day riding with Mr. Pamuk. But young people are resilient. Life continues as it must." O'Brien nodded, accepting this familiar narrative without comment. As she began plaiting Cora's hair for the night, she introduced a new topic with calculated casualness. "I understand Sir Richard Carlyle will be joining Lady Rosamond when she visits. Quite an influential gentleman, from what I hear." "So I'm told," Cora replied, her tone non-committal. "Robert isn't entirely comfortable with the newspaper business, but Lady Rosamond speaks highly of him. And he's specifically interested in meeting Lady Mary," O'Brien added, the statement phrased as confirmation rather than question. Cora's eyes met O'Brien's in the mirror, a silent acknowledgement of the maid's remarkable information network. "Apparently so, though we'll see what comes of it. Mary can be particular in her tastes." "As she should be," O'Brien affirmed with apparent sincerity. "A young lady of her standing deserves only the best match, though I suppose in these modern times, considerations beyond mere bloodlines must sometimes be accommodated." The subtle reminder of changing social standards and the implication that Mary might need to adjust her expectations accordingly was not lost on Cora. Whether O'Brien intended it as genuine observation or calculated barb remained unclear, but the Countess had long since learned to navigate her lady's maid's complex motivations without directly confronting them. "Indeed," she agreed mildly. "The world changes, and we must adapt with it, even at Downton." As O'Brien completed her ministrations and prepared to depart, Cora found herself contemplating the threads of intrigue that ran through the household. above and below stairs. The death of Kamal Pamuk had created ripples that continued to spread outward, affecting relationships and perceptions in ways she could not fully predict or control. Yet amid the uncertainty, Cora found herself cautiously optimistic about Mary's dinner engagement with the Crawleys. After weeks of watching her daughter retreat into herself, any sign of re-engagement with the world beyond her private grief represented progress, however modest or tentative. Perhaps, Cora reflected as she prepared for sleep, they were finally moving beyond the shadow of that terrible night. Not forgetting, never forgetting, but finding a way to continue living despite the burden of knowledge they carried. It was, she supposed, the most one could reasonably hope for when fate had dealt such an unexpected and potentially devastating blow. Chapter 15. A Future Unwritten. The library at Downton Abbey was bathed in late afternoon light as Lady Sybil sat with her father, an unusual tension hovering between them. The day had begun like any other, but an unexpected development had brought them to this moment of confrontation. Polite, restrained, but confrontation nonetheless. "I don't understand why you're so upset, Papa," Sybil said, her voice calm despite the color rising in her cheeks. "I merely accompanied Gwen to Thirsk on an errand." "An errand that conveniently coincided with a secretarial job interview," Robert replied, his tone conveying disappointment rather than anger. "Really, Sybil, I expect more straightforwardness from you." Sybil met her father's gaze directly, unflinching in her conviction. "I wasn't being dishonest. I simply didn't volunteer information that would have caused unnecessary conflict." "Unnecessary?" Robert echoed, his eyebrows rising. "Is that how you view the proper functioning of this household? As something unnecessary?" "That's not fair," Sybil countered. "Gwen deserves a chance to pursue her ambitions, just as anyone would. Why should she be denied opportunities simply because she was born into service?" Robert sighed, recognizing in his youngest daughter's passionate advocacy a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, principled, determined, and increasingly willing to challenge the conventions that had shaped their world for generations. "It's not about denying opportunity, Sybil," he explained patiently. "It's about proper procedures. If Gwen wishes to leave service, there are appropriate channels, speaking to Mrs. Hughes or Carson, giving proper notice, not sneaking off under false pretenses with a member of the family as accomplice." "She did speak to Mrs. Hughes and Carson," Sybil pointed out. Their reaction was exactly as expected, disapproval and discouragement. What choice did she have but to seek help elsewhere? The question hung between them, highlighting the fundamental difference in their perspectives. Robert saw a disruption of the natural order, a housemaid overstepping her bounds and his daughter facilitating the breach. Sybil saw only a young woman with dreams, held back by arbitrary restrictions that no longer made sense in the modern world. "And did she get the position?" Robert asked finally, his tone suggesting grudging interest despite his disapproval. A smile broke through Sybil's serious expression. "Not yet, but they were impressed enough to invite her for a second interview next week. They particularly commended her typing speed and accuracy." "I see," Robert said, unable to entirely suppress his admiration for the housemaid's determination and his daughter's loyalty. "And I suppose you already have a plan for this second interview?" "Actually," Sybil admitted, "I was hoping you might help with that." "Me?" Robert's surprise was evident. Yes, if you were to give Gwen permission to attend the interview openly, it would solve everything. No more subterfuge, no more divided loyalties for the staff, just a simple acknowledgement that while Gwen remains at Downton, she is also permitted to seek her future elsewhere. The request, framed with such reasonable logic, placed Robert in an unexpected position. To refuse would seem unnecessarily rigid, even petty. Yet to agree would be to explicitly sanction the disruption of the established order he had been raised to uphold. "I'll consider it," he said after a lengthy pause, "though I make no promises, Sybil. And in the future, I expect to be consulted before you involve yourself in the staff's personal affairs." "Thank you, Papa," Sybil replied, recognizing both the concession and its limitations. "I only want what's right, for Gwen and for all of us." As Sybil departed, leaving Robert to contemplate this latest challenge to tradition, he found himself reflecting on the changing world his daughters would inherit. Would they be better prepared for it than he had been, more adaptable to shifting social boundaries and expectations? He hoped so, for their sakes, even as he struggled to reconcile his own deeply ingrained beliefs with the winds of change that seemed to blow more strongly with each passing year. The village churchyard was quiet in the late afternoon, its ancient gravestones standing sentinel over generations of Downton's departed. Mrs. Hughes walked slowly among the markers, a small bouquet of wildflowers clasped in her gloved hand. Her weekly visits here were a private ritual, a time for reflection and remembrance, away from the constant demands of the great house. She paused before a modest stone, its inscription weathered but still legible. Sarah Patterson, 1840 to 1907, faithful in service, beloved in memory. "Hello, old friend," Mrs. Hughes murmured, bending to place the flowers at the base of the stone. "Another week gone, and still the young ones keep me on my toes." The one-sided conversation continued as she straightened, adjusting her hat against the light breeze. "You'd hardly recognize the place now, Sarah. New faces above and below stairs, and such ideas they bring with them. Young Gwen with her typewriter, dreaming of office work. Lady Sybil encouraging her, sneaking her off to interviews, if you can believe it." Mrs. Hughes smiled slightly, imagining her predecessor's reaction to such developments. Sarah Patterson had been housekeeper at Downton for nearly 30 years before Elsie Hughes had assumed the role, a formidable woman whose standards had been even more exacting than Carson's, if such a thing were possible. "And yet," she continued softly, "I find I can't disapprove as much as I should. The world is changing, Sarah, whether we like it or not. Perhaps the young ones see more clearly what's coming than those of us who've spent our lives in service." A movement at the churchyard gate caught her attention. Mr. Carson, his tall figure unmistakable, even at a distance. He hesitated, clearly uncertain whether to approach or withdraw upon seeing her private moment. Mrs. Hughes raised a hand in acknowledgement, signaling that his presence was not unwelcome. "Mrs. Hughes," he greeted her, doffing his hat respectfully as he approached. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was simply taking the afternoon air before returning to prepare for dinner." "No intrusion, Mr. Carson," she assured him. "I was just paying my respects to Mrs. Patterson." Carson's eyes moved to the gravestone, his expression softening with recognition. Ah, yes, a formidable woman. She would have had strong opinions about recent developments at Downton, I imagine. Indeed she would, Mrs. Hughes agreed with a small smile. Though I sometimes wonder if we do the younger generation a disservice by clinging too tightly to the ways of the past. Carson's eyebrows rose slightly at this philosophical turn. Surely you're not suggesting that standards and traditions should be abandoned simply because they're inconvenient to modern sensibilities? Not abandoned? No, Mrs. Hughes clarified. But perhaps adapted. After all, the world these young people will live in won't be the same one you and I have known. They began walking together toward the church gate, the conversation continuing in the measured, thoughtful manner that characterized their private exchanges away from the staff. Take Gwen, for example, Mrs. Hughes continued. Is it really so wrong for her to aspire to something different, to use her mind in ways that service doesn't allow? It's not the aspiration I object to, Carson replied carefully. It's the manner of pursuing it. The secrecy, the divided loyalty, these undermine the very foundation upon which a great house functions. Perhaps, Mrs. Hughes acknowledged. But when the established channels offer nothing but discouragement, what choice does an ambitious young woman have? The question mirrored Sybil's earlier challenge to her father, though neither Carson nor Mrs. Hughes was aware of the parallel. It represented a fundamental tension that was emerging throughout society, between those who saw change as necessary progress and those who viewed it as a threat to order and stability. I received a letter from my sister yesterday, Mrs. Hughes said, seemingly changing the subject. Her daughter, my niece Lily, has taken a position as a typist in Edinburgh, started just last month. Indeed, Carson responded, unsure of the relevance. Yes, earns 18 shillings a week with prospects for advancement, Mrs. Hughes continued. Works from 8 until 5, with a half day on Saturdays and Sundays entirely her own. Lives in a small flat with 2 other young women, coming and going as she pleases. The implications of this comparison to their own circumstances, the long hours, minimal personal freedom, and modest compensation of service, hung unspoken between them. And is she happy with this arrangement? Carson inquired, his tone suggesting skepticism. According to my sister, she's never been happier, Mrs. Hughes replied simply. It's a different life, Mr. Carson. Not better or worse than ours necessarily, just different, with its own freedoms and constraints. As they reached the gate, Carson paused, considering her words with uncharacteristic openness. I suppose we all must find our own path, he conceded finally, though I confess, I find it difficult to imagine any path more rewarding than service to a great house like Downton. For you and me, perhaps that's true, Mrs. Hughes agreed with a gentle smile, but Gwen deserves the chance to discover her own truth, as do all the young people in our care, upstairs and down. They walked back toward Downton in companionable silence, each contemplating the inevitability of change and their role in shepherding the household through whatever transitions lay ahead. Though they might disagree on specifics, their shared commitment to the welfare of those under their authority provided common ground, a foundation strong enough to weather the evolving social landscape they found themselves navigating with increasing frequency. The evening found Thomas and O'Brien in their customary spot outside the servants' entrance, sharing a cigarette in the fading light. These moments of private conversation had become their ritual, a time to exchange observations and scheme without the watchful eyes of Carson or Mrs. Hughes upon them. So, Lady Mary's off to dine with the middle-class cousins tomorrow night, O'Brien remarked, exhaling a stream of smoke into the cool air. Quite the step down from entertaining Turkish diplomats. Beggars can't be choosers, Thomas replied with a smirk. Not after the way things ended with Mr. Pamuk. O'Brien's eyes narrowed speculatively. You still think there's more to that story than a simple heart attack? I know there is, Thomas stated with quiet certainty. I helped the man to her ladyship's bedroom myself, showed him which door, and wished him luck. Then the next morning, he's found dead in his own bed. How exactly did that happen, I wonder? Perhaps he had his fun and returned to his room afterward, O'Brien suggested, though her tone indicated skepticism. Thomas shook his head. No chance. You didn't see his face the next morning, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. He died in that bed, not after a romantic stroll back to his own room. So, what are you suggesting? O'Brien pressed. That Lady Mary somehow dragged him back to his room? Bit far-fetched, even for you. Not on her own, obviously, Thomas clarified. She had help. But from whom? That's the interesting question. Anna, perhaps, O'Brien speculated. She's devoted enough to Lady Mary to risk it. Possibly, Thomas acknowledged. Though even between them, moving a dead weight that far would be a challenge. No, my money's on her ladyship being involved somehow, protecting the family reputation and all that. The theory, offered with casual certainty, caused even O'Brien to raise an eyebrow. That's quite an accusation, Thomas. You'd better be very sure before suggesting anything of the sort where it might be overheard. I'm not stupid, Thomas retorted, flicking ash from his cigarette. But information like that could be valuable in the right circumstances. O'Brien studied him with calculating eyes. Valuable how, exactly? What do you imagine doing with this theory of yours? Thomas shrugged, attempting nonchalance, though his ambition burned clearly in his eyes. I don't know yet, but in my experience, it never hurts to have something in reserve. The right secret at the right moment can open doors that might otherwise remain firmly closed. Or get you thrown out without a reference, O'Brien countered pragmatically. Be careful, Thomas. The family closes ranks when threatened, and they have longer memories than you might think. Her warning, delivered with the authority of greater experience, gave Thomas momentary pause. O'Brien had survived longer in service than most, precisely because she understood the limits of her power, when to push and when to retreat in the ongoing battle for advantage. I'm always careful, he assured her, stubbing out his cigarette. But a man has to look to his future. We can't all expect to grow old, brushing her ladyship's hair and fetching her shawls. The subtle dig at O'Brien's position, secure but ultimately subservient, didn't escape her notice. Her thin lips tightened momentarily before she responded with characteristic acidity. At least I know where my next meal's coming from, she observed. Those who reach too high too fast often find themselves with nothing at all. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of William in the doorway, his expression suggesting reproof at finding them lingering when work remained to be done. Mr. Carson's looking for you, Thomas, he announced. The dinner gong's about to be rung, and you haven't finished setting the table. Tell him I'm on my way, Thomas replied dismissively, making no immediate move to comply. As William disappeared back inside, O'Brien gathered her shawl around her shoulders, preparing to return to her duties. Just remember what I said, Thomas. Discretion isn't just a virtue in service. It's survival. Left alone in the gathering darkness, Thomas contemplated her warning with grudging respect. O'Brien understood the game they played, the delicate balance between leveraging knowledge for advantage and overplaying one's hand to destruction. Yet he couldn't help feeling that the death of Kamal Pamuk represented more than just another piece of household gossip. It was a potential key to advancement, if only he could determine precisely how to use it. With this thought, he flicked away the remains of his cigarette and headed inside, the routine demands of service temporarily displacing grander ambitions. But the seed of opportunity had been planted, and Thomas Barrow was nothing if not patient when it came to nurturing the possibilities that might lead him beyond the confines of his current position. Mary stood before her bedroom mirror, studying her reflection with critical eyes as Anna made final adjustments to her evening attire. The blue dress, chosen with deliberate care for her dinner at Crawley House, complemented her pale complexion and dark hair, creating an effect that was elegant without appearing to have required excessive effort. "You look lovely, my lady," Anna commented, adjusting a final pin in Mary's hair. "This shade suits you perfectly." "Thank you, Anna," Mary replied, turning slightly to view the dress from another angle. "Though I fear I'm rather overdressed for dinner in the village. Cousin Isabel will probably appear in something sensible and lecture me on the frivolity of fashion." Anna smiled at the familiar critique of Isabel Crawley's practical nature. "I'm sure she'll appreciate the compliment of your making an effort for her dinner party." Mary's expression softened slightly. "I suppose you're right. And Matthew will be there to smooth any awkward moments, as he always seems to manage." The casual reference to Matthew Crawley, devoid of the dismissive tone that had once characterized Mary's mentions of him, did not escape Anna's notice. There had been a gradual but unmistakable shift in her mistress's attitude toward the heir presumptive, from outright rejection to reluctant acknowledgement, and now to something approaching genuine regard. "Mr. Crawley does have a talent for easing difficult situations," Anna agreed diplomatically. Mary met her maid's eyes in the mirror, a hint of vulnerability briefly visible beneath her composed exterior. "Do you think I'm making a mistake, Anna? Accepting this invitation after weeks of keeping to myself?" The question, with its rare admission of uncertainty, illustrated how profoundly recent events had shaken Mary's customary self-assurance. Anna considered her response carefully, aware of the trust implicit in such a personal inquiry. "I think," she replied gently, "that life continues regardless of our readiness for it, and that sometimes moving forward is the only way to discover what might lie ahead." Mary absorbed this simple wisdom with a thoughtful nod. "Very philosophical, Anna. You've been spending too much time with Mr. Bates, I think." The observation, delivered with a knowing smile, brought a hint of color to Anna's cheeks. "Mr. Bates has nothing to do with it, my lady. It's simply common sense." "Of course," Mary agreed, her smile suggesting she remained unconvinced. "Well, common sense or not, I suppose I'm committed now, though what we'll find to discuss all evening with Cousin Isabel and her medical acquaintances is beyond me. Perhaps Mr. Crawley will have arranged for more congenial company," Anna suggested, as she gathered Mary's discarded clothing. "Matthew does seem to have developed an unexpected sensitivity to social dynamics," Mary acknowledged, "a quality I wouldn't have credited him with when he first arrived." "People can surprise us," Anna observed quietly, "often when we least expect it." The simple truth of this statement hung between them, a reminder that beneath the rigid social structures and carefully maintained appearances that governed life at Downton, individual hearts and minds continued to evolve in ways that defied easy categorization or prediction. As Anna prepared to depart with the laundry, Mary called her back with an uncharacteristically gentle request. "Would you mind checking if Papa is available before I leave? I'd like to say goodbye properly." The small gesture, seeking connection rather than maintaining her recent isolation, suggested a tentative but significant shift in Mary's approach to family relationships. Anna nodded with a smile, genuinely pleased to observe this sign of emotional re-engagement. "Of course, my lady. I'll inquire right away." Left alone, Mary returned her attention to her reflection, seeing beyond the carefully arranged exterior to the person beneath, a young woman still navigating the aftermath of tragedy, but beginning, however tentatively, to imagine a future not entirely defined by that single, catastrophic night. Robert stood at the library window, watching as the motor car carrying Mary disappeared down the drive toward the village. The evening light cast long shadows across the lawn, a visual reminder of the day's gradual transition into night. "Do you think she'll be all right?" Cora asked from her position on the sofa, her embroidery temporarily forgotten in her lap. "At dinner with Cousin Isabel," Robert replied with forced lightness. "I should think so, unless the conversation turns to hospital administration or the plight of the working classes." Cora's expression suggested she was in no mood for deflection. "You know what I mean, Robert. This is the first time she's ventured out socially since—" She let the sentence trail off, both of them acutely aware of the event to which she referred. Robert sighed, abandoning his attempt at casual dismissal. "Yes, I believe she'll be all right," he said more seriously. "Mary has always possessed remarkable resilience, and perhaps this is a positive sign that she's ready to move forward." "With Matthew?" Cora pressed, her tone carefully neutral despite the significance of the question. Robert returned to his desk, considering his wife's implied inquiry. "I wouldn't go that far. Accepting a dinner invitation is hardly tantamount to accepting a proposal." "No," Cora agreed, "but it represents a change in her attitude toward him. You must have noticed how she's softened these past few weeks." "Adversity often changes our perspective," Robert observed thoughtfully. "Perhaps Mary is finally seeing Matthew's qualities rather than focusing solely on his background. Or perhaps she's simply recognizing that her options have narrowed," Cora suggested with pragmatic directness. "After what happened with Mr. Pamuk, and with the entail seemingly immovable." Robert frowned at this less romantic interpretation. "I'd like to think our daughter capable of forming genuine attachment rather than merely calculating advantage, Cora." "Of course she is," Cora assured him quickly. "But Mary has always been practical as well as passionate. Those qualities aren't mutually exclusive, especially for a young woman in her position." The subtle reminder of Mary's vulnerable status, dependent on marriage for financial security and social standing, hung between them, a persistent reality despite their efforts to shield their daughters from such stark considerations. "Well, whatever her reasoning, I'm simply glad to see her engaging with life again," Robert concluded, unwilling to pursue the more mercenary implications of Cora's analysis. And if Matthew is the catalyst for that re-engagement, so much the better. Cora smiled at her husband's determined optimism, a quality she had come to cherish despite, or perhaps because of, her own more practical nature. Indeed, though I can't help wondering what Sir Richard Carlyle will make of Mary when he arrives with Rosamond next week. "One step at a time, my dear," Robert cautioned, though his own curiosity about this upcoming introduction was evident. "Let's allow Mary this evening with the Crawleys before arranging her future with a newspaper magnate." As they settled into comfortable silence, Robert returning to his correspondence, Cora to her needlework, both contemplated the uncertain path that lay before their eldest daughter. Whatever choices Mary might make in the coming months would be influenced not only by practical considerations and family expectations, but by the profound personal reckoning forced upon her by Kamal Pamuk's death in her bed. Neither parent could fully comprehend the weight their daughter carried, the secret knowledge that bound her to Anna and Cora in a conspiracy of necessity. Yet both recognized in their different ways that Mary was attempting to emerge from the shadow of that night, tentatively reclaiming her place in a world that remained unaware of how profoundly her understanding of herself and her future had been altered by a single fateful encounter. Chapter 16. Possibilities. The lights of Crawley House glowed welcomingly against the darkening sky as Mary arrived for dinner. The modest dwelling, so different from Downton's imposing grandeur, had been transformed for the evening with candlelight and fresh flowers, creating an atmosphere of warmth that surprised her as Matthew ushered her inside. "Mary, how lovely to see you," Isabel greeted her, coming forward with genuine pleasure. "I'm so glad you could join us." "Thank you for inviting me," Mary replied, presenting the small bouquet she had brought, a gesture she would never have bothered with weeks ago. "The flowers are from our conservatory. I thought they might brighten your table." "How thoughtful," Isabel said, accepting the gift with appreciation that seemed untainted by the condescension Mary had half expected. "They'll look perfect with my grandmother's silver candlesticks." As Matthew took her coat, Mary surveyed the other guests gathered in the small drawing room. The group was smaller and less formal than she had anticipated. Dr. Clarkson stood by the fireplace in conversation with an elderly woman Mary recognized as Mrs. Hutchinson, a respected village resident whose husband had once managed the estate's home farm. A younger couple she didn't recognize completed the gathering. "Allow me to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Harrison," Matthew said, guiding Mary forward. "John is a colleague from the firm in Ripon. Lucy, John, this is my cousin, Lady Mary Crawley." "How do you do?" Mary acknowledged, accepting their greetings with the practiced ease of someone trained since childhood in social niceties. "The Harrisons have just moved to the area from Manchester," Matthew explained. "John was kind enough to show me the ropes when I first joined the firm. And now he's returning the favor by introducing us to Yorkshire society," Mrs. Harrison added with a warm smile. "Though I confess, Lady Mary, we didn't expect to be dining with aristocracy quite so soon after our arrival." The comment, delivered without either deference or resentment, caught Mary off guard. There was a straightforwardness to these people, a quality of genuine engagement unmarked by the careful calculations that typically characterized her social interactions. "I'm hardly representative of Yorkshire aristocracy," Mary replied with uncharacteristic modesty. "You'll need to meet my grandmother for that. The Dowager Countess has stronger opinions about Yorkshire society than the rest of us combined." The small joke, offered without pretension, broke any remaining tension. As conversation resumed around her, Mary found herself relaxing into this unfamiliar environment, one where her title seemed incidental rather than defining, where the exchange of ideas took precedence over the reinforcement of social hierarchies. Dinner itself proved surprisingly enjoyable. Isabel's cook, while not rivaling Mrs. Patmore's elaborate creations, had prepared a meal that was both delicious and unpretentious. The table conversation ranged widely, from local matters to literature, politics to personal anecdotes, with a freedom that Mary found both disconcerting and refreshing. "Lady Mary, Matthew tells us you're quite knowledgeable about art," Mr. Harrison remarked during the main course. "We've been meaning to visit the collection at Castle Howard. Would you recommend it?" "Absolutely," Mary replied, warming to a subject she genuinely enjoyed. "The collection is remarkable, particularly the Italian paintings, though I'd suggest visiting on a clear day when the light in the long gallery is at its best." "You sound like you've spent considerable time there," Mrs. Hutchinson observed. "My grandfather was friendly with the Howards," Mary explained. "We often visited as children. Edith and I used to play hide and seek among the statuary, much to our mother's dismay. The small personal revelation, offered without calculation, surprised even Mary herself. These casual memories of childhood weren't typically part of her conversational repertoire in society, where maintaining a certain mystique often took precedence over authentic connection. As the evening progressed, Mary found herself increasingly engaged by the unpretentious warmth of the gathering. Dr. Clarkson, freed from his professional demeanor, proved surprisingly well informed about literature. Mrs. Hutchinson shared fascinating anecdotes about Downton Village in her youth. The Harrisons, though clearly from a different social sphere than her own, possessed the easy confidence of people secure in their identities and contributions. Throughout the evening, Mary was conscious of Matthew's attentive presence, the way he drew her into conversations when she fell silent, his genuine pleasure when she contributed an observation or opinion. There was nothing calculated in his behavior, no obvious attempt to showcase her to his friends or impress her with his own social skills. He simply seemed to want her to feel included and valued in this gathering, a consideration she hadn't expected and found herself appreciating more than she cared to admit. Later, as coffee was served in the drawing room, Mary found herself seated beside Isabel on a small settee, somewhat removed from the others. "I hope you've enjoyed the evening," Isabel said, her directness tempered by genuine interest. "I realize it's rather different from the dinner parties you're accustomed to at Downton." "Different, yes," Mary acknowledged, "but not in an unpleasant way. There's something rather refreshing about conversation that doesn't require navigating a minefield of social undercurrents." Isabel smiled at this candid assessment. "One of the advantages of the middle class, I suppose. We can generally say what we mean without jeopardizing centuries of family alliance and obligation." The observation, delivered without criticism, nevertheless highlighted a fundamental difference between their worlds, one that Mary had been raised to view as evidence of her own social superiority, but now found herself considering from a new perspective. "Matthew seems to have adapted well to straddling both worlds," she observed, glancing toward her cousin as he laughed at something John Harrison had said. "He has, though not without effort," Isabel confirmed. "It can't be easy, being simultaneously the outsider at Downton and the young lord in waiting here in the village." Mary hadn't considered Matthew's position in quite those terms before, caught between identities, belonging fully to neither world. It was, she realized, not entirely unlike her own current state of limbo, outwardly maintaining her role as Lady Mary Crawley, while inwardly struggling to reconcile that identity with the person she had become since Kamal Pamuk's death. "I suppose we're all adapting in our different ways," she said quietly, the observation more personal than she had intended. Isabel studied her thoughtfully, seeming to perceive more than Mary had explicitly revealed. "Change is rarely comfortable," she acknowledged, "but it often leads us to unexpected discoveries about ourselves and what we truly value." The simple wisdom in this statement resonated more deeply than elaborate expressions of sympathy might have. Unlike most who had observed Mary's withdrawal following Pamuk's death, Isabel neither pressed for confidences nor offered platitudes. She simply acknowledged the universal experience of navigating change, a recognition that somehow made Mary's own private struggles seem less isolating. "Thank you for including me this evening," Mary said impulsively. "It's been illuminating." "You're always welcome here, Mary," Isabel replied with unexpected warmth, not as the Earl's daughter or Matthew's cousin, but simply as yourself, whatever version of yourself you choose to share with us. The acceptance implicit in this statement, unconditional yet undemanding, touched Mary more profoundly than she could express. In a life governed by expectations and appearances, such freedom was a rare and precious offering. As the evening drew to a close and goodbyes were exchanged, Matthew offered to walk Mary to the waiting motor. The night air was crisp, stars visible above them in the clear sky as they paused before the car. "I hope it wasn't too terribly dull," Matthew said, a hint of uncertainty beneath his casual tone. "I know it's not the sort of evening you're used to." "Not dull at all," Mary assured him with genuine sincerity. "Rather the opposite, in fact. Your friends are interesting." "High praise indeed from Lady Mary Crawley," Matthew teased gently. "Don't mock me, Matthew," Mary replied, though without her usual sharpness. "I'm perfectly capable of appreciating people beyond my usual circle." "I wasn't mocking," he clarified quickly, "merely expressing pleasure that you found something to enjoy in my modest social offering." The humble characterization of what had clearly been a carefully arranged evening for her benefit touched Mary unexpectedly. "It wasn't modest at all," she said softly. "It was kind and thoughtful. Thank you." In the dim light, she could see his surprise at her unguarded gratitude. For a moment, they stood in silence, something unspoken passing between them, a recognition, perhaps, that their relationship had shifted into territory neither had fully anticipated. "Will you come again?" Matthew asked finally. "Not necessarily for dinner, but perhaps tea sometime, or a walk when the weather improves." The invitation, offered with careful casualness, nevertheless carried weight beyond its simple words. It represented a potential path forward, a connection separate from the entail, from family obligation, from the complex dynamics that had initially defined their relationship. "I'd like that," Mary replied, surprising herself with the honesty of her response. "Though I warn you, Granny will consider it tantamount to an engagement announcement if word gets back to her." Matthew laughed, the tension broken by her return to familiar teasing. "I think we can weather the Dowager Countess's speculation, don't you? After all, we've survived worse." The plural pronoun, the casual inclusion of Mary in his sense of shared experience, struck her with unexpected force. They had indeed survived their initial antagonism, family pressures, and the awkward awareness of their conflicting interests regarding Downton. Yet somehow, amid these complications, they had forged something neither had anticipated, a connection based on growing mutual respect and understanding. "Good night, Matthew," Mary said, offering her hand with genuine warmth. "And thank Cousin Isabel again for me." "Good night, Mary," he replied, his hand holding hers a moment longer than strictly necessary. "Sleep well." As the motor pulled away from Crawley House, Mary gazed out at the dark village landscape, her thoughts turning inward. The evening had been more than a simple dinner party. It had been a tentative step into a future she was only beginning to imagine, one not entirely defined by the traditions and expectations that had shaped her life until now. For the first time since Kamal Pamuk's death, Mary felt something akin to hope, not the desperate optimism of someone seeking escape from consequences, but the quieter, more grounded sense that life continued to offer possibilities even after catastrophe. The path ahead remained uncertain, shadowed by secrets and complicated by duty, but no longer seemed entirely closed to light or possibility. It was, perhaps, the most she could reasonably expect, and more than she had dared hope for in the dark days following that fateful night. At Downton, the house had settled into evening quiet. Carson made his final inspection of the ground floor, ensuring that everything was in order before retiring. The familiar routine, checking locks, extinguishing unnecessary lights, confirming that every item of silver was properly secured, provided comfort in its predictability. His rounds complete, Carson paused in the great hall, allowing himself a moment to appreciate the serene grandeur of Downton at rest. These quiet moments, when the day's duties were fulfilled and tomorrow's not yet begun, were among the few he claimed entirely for himself, a private communion with the house he had served for most of his life. "All secure, Mr. Carson." Mrs. Hughes's voice broke through his reverie as she descended the main staircase, her keys jingling softly at her waist. "Indeed, Mrs. Hughes," he confirmed, watching as she joined him in the hall. "The family has retired, the doors are locked, and all is as it should be." "Almost all," she corrected with a slight smile. "We're still short a housemaid if Gwen secures this secretarial position." Carson sighed, acknowledging this ongoing disruption to his carefully maintained order. "Yes, well, that remains to be seen, though I must admit her determination is not entirely without merit." "High praise indeed," Mrs. Hughes observed, her eyes twinkling with amusement at this grudging concession. "Perhaps you're not quite as resistant to change as you appear, Mr. Carson." "I am exactly as resistant to change as I appear, Mrs. Hughes," he replied with dignity. "I simply recognize quality when I see it, even when it's directed toward ends I might not personally approve." This nuanced assessment, acknowledging Gwen's abilities while maintaining his reservations about her chosen path, represented a subtle but significant evolution in Carson's thinking. Mrs. Hughes recognized it as such, though she was wise enough not to press the point and risk prompting a retreat to more rigid positions. "Lady Mary returned safely from the village?" she inquired instead, changing the subject as they began walking toward the servants' stairs. "Yes, about 20 minutes ago," Carson confirmed. "She seemed in good spirits." The slight hesitation betrayed his surprise at this observation and his pleasure in it. Mrs. Hughes had long been aware of Carson's paternal affection for the eldest Crawley daughter, though she sometimes questioned whether his idealized vision of Lady Mary aligned entirely with reality. "That's good to hear," she said sincerely. "The poor girl has seemed rather subdued these past weeks." "As one might expect, given the circumstances," Carson replied, his loyalty to Mary prompting a defensive note in his voice. Finding a guest dead in one's home would unsettle anyone, particularly someone of Lady Mary's sensitive nature. Mrs. Hughes refrained from commenting on this characterization of Mary, which few others in the household would have offered. Carson's blind spot regarding his favorite was well established, and no purpose would be served by challenging it now. "Of course," she agreed mildly, "though I wonder if there isn't more to her relationship with Mr. Crawley than meets the eye. This dinner invitation seems rather significant, coming after weeks of minimal social engagement." "I couldn't say," Carson replied, though his tone suggested the possibility had occurred to him as well. "Though I will say that Mr. Crawley has shown himself to be not entirely without merit, despite his unfortunate background." The grudging acknowledgment drew a smile from Mrs. Hughes. "High praise indeed, Mr. Carson. Next, you'll be telling me you've developed an appreciation for electric lights and telephones." "Let's not get carried away, Mrs. Hughes," he replied, a hint of humor breaking through his dignified facade. "Some changes remain beyond the pale." Their easy banter, developed through years of shared responsibility and mutual respect, continued as they descended to the servants' quarters. Though neither would have described their relationship as friendship, the professional boundaries of their positions precluding such informal categorization, it contained elements that transcended mere collegial cooperation, trust, understanding, and a genuine appreciation for each other's complementary strengths. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Carson paused, a thought occurring to him. "I almost forgot. His lordship mentioned that Sir Richard Carlyle will be arriving with Lady Rosamond next week. We'll need to prepare the blue room." "Indeed?" Mrs. Hughes replied, her interest piqued by this reminder. "I wonder what Lady Mary will make of Sir Richard. Quite a different prospect from Mr. Napier or the Turkish gentleman." "I'm sure Lady Mary will conduct herself with appropriate dignity regardless of her personal feelings," Carson stated firmly. "She understands what is expected of a daughter of the house." The unshakable confidence in this assertion, delivered despite recent evidence that Mary's behavior had not always aligned with such expectations, illustrated Carson's fundamental belief in the young woman he had watched grow from headstrong child to accomplished young lady. In his mind, she remained the embodiment of Downton's values and traditions, regardless of occasional lapses or moments of rebellion. "Of course she does," Mrs. Hughes agreed, unwilling to challenge his faith in Lady Mary. "Well, good night, Mr. Carson. I'll see you at breakfast." "Good night, Mrs. Hughes," he replied with a small bow. "Sleep well." As they parted ways, Carson to his pantry for final paperwork, Mrs. Hughes to her sitting room to review household accounts, both carried with them the comfortable certainty that tomorrow would unfold, much as today had done, their respective domains maintained in proper order through their combined vigilance and care. Yet beneath this reassuring ritual of conclusion, both recognized the subtle signs of change that continued to manifest throughout the house, in Gwen's ambitions, in Mary's evolving relationship with Matthew, in the impending visit of Sir Richard Carlyle, and whatever new dynamics that might introduce. Such developments represented both challenge and opportunity, not merely for the family above stairs, but for all who called Downton home. The house itself, having weathered centuries of change while maintaining its essential character, seemed to embrace these new possibilities with the serene confidence of an institution that had seen generations come and go, each leaving their mark without fundamentally altering its enduring presence. In this, perhaps, lay a lesson for those who served within its walls, that adaptation need not mean abandonment of core values, merely their expression in forms suited to evolving times. It was a philosophy that Carson might have rejected if stated explicitly, yet one he unconsciously embodied in his gradual, reluctant acceptance of changes he could neither prevent nor entirely disapprove. And in this gentle evolution, nearly imperceptible but undeniably real, lay hope for Downton's continued flourishing in the uncertain future that awaited. Under star-filled skies, Downton Abbey stood majestic against the night, its windows darkening one by one as the house settled into slumber. Within its walls, secrets and aspirations, fears and hopes rested alongside their keepers, each person carrying their private burdens and dreams into the realm of sleep. Mary lay awake in her bedroom, replaying the evening at Crawley House in her mind, the unexpected pleasures of simpler conversation, of being valued for her thoughts rather than her title or appearance, had awakened possibilities she had previously dismissed. Matthew and his world, once objects of derision in her estimation, now represented something she could no longer easily categorize or dismiss. In the servants' quarters, Anna too found sleep elusive, her thoughts divided between concern for Lady Mary's gradual reemergence from grief and her own growing feelings for Mr. Bates, feelings complicated by his reticence and the mysteries that surrounded his past. Her loyalty to Mary remained absolute, the secret they shared a bond that transcended their respective positions, yet her heart increasingly yearned for a future that included possibilities beyond service. Gwen slept more soundly, her dreams filled with typewriters and office buildings, the letter confirming her second interview tucked safely beneath her pillow. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with potential disappointment and challenge. Yet the simple fact of having a path, a direction chosen rather than assigned, provided comfort, even amid anxiety. Thomas lay smoking a final cigarette, his sharp mind calculating possibilities and risks associated with the knowledge he believed he possessed. The death of Kamal Pamuk remained a puzzle with missing pieces, tantalizing in its potential value, yet dangerous in its implications. His ambition urged exploitation, while his instinct for self-preservation counseled caution, the tension between these impulses keeping him from peaceful rest. Throughout the house, similar patterns repeated, private hopes and fears playing out against the backdrop of shared circumstances, individual stories interwoven into the greater tapestry of Downton's collective life. Above and below stairs, the fundamental human experiences of love and loss, ambition and disappointment, courage and fear, united them despite the rigid hierarchies that ostensibly kept them separate. And at the center of it all, unseen yet ever present, the single night that had altered so many trajectories, when Kamal Pamuk had breathed his last in Lady Mary's bed, setting in motion ripples that continued to influence lives and relationships throughout the house. That night remained a fixed point in the collective consciousness of Downton, though known in its entirety to only 3 women bound by desperate necessity and shared risk. Yet life continued as it must, moving forward despite tragedy and scandal, loss and regret, New possibilities emerged from the ashes of discarded expectations. Relationships evolved in unforeseen directions. The future, though shaped by the past, refused to be entirely defined by it, offering instead the promise of redemption, growth, and unexpected joy amid the inevitable sorrows and challenges of human existence. In this continual renewal, this persistent hope, amid awareness of limitation and loss, lay the strength of Downton and those who called it home. Whatever tomorrow might bring, whether Sir Richard Carlisle's visit, Gwen's potential new position, or Mary's evolving relationship with Matthew, the house would stand, as it had for generations, a silent bystander to the unfolding human drama within its walls. And so Downton Abbey settled into night. Its residents carried on dreams toward an unwritten future, each life a story still unfolding, each heart a mystery even to those who knew it best, each possibility a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of change, challenge, and chance.